Magandang hapon. Welcome sa CFS Page Impact 2026 Spring. And guess what? Ngayong araw na ito, malalaman natin kung sino ang lalagpas papunta sa pinakadulo. It's the semifinals day. Dalawang match sa may kita nyo ngayon. At syempre, sisimulan natin yung with acceptance at LJC. But before that, my name is Bipolar together with ㍍Wabe on the desk. Kami ang kasos nyo for today.
Yun nga, napaka-exciting pare kasi magpupuksaan na yung apat nating natitirang teams dito sa ating playoffs. And of course, this is an interesting one. We had, pare, yung announcement just the other day about LJC ending their CROSSFIRE journey. I don't know if it's as an organization lang, pero panigurado na itong team na to, they're here to go in with a last hurrah. Sobrang exciting.
Yeah, very interesting na may ganito tayong storyline na biglang big curve towards the semifinals pa of all things. So LJC, we expect a lot from you today kasi tulad ng mga storylines natin na parang mabibigat na yung dinadala. Well, ngayon mas mabibigat yan kung hindi sila aabot sa pinakadulo. Pero makikita natin ngayon ang ating playoffs bracket again. Semifinals will be Acceptance versus LJC Esports. Mamaya naman, makakasama niyo iba nating casters para sa Attras Esports versus SGJ. At tulad nga dito ng sinabi natin, last 4 teams, sabi ni Suave. At lahat yan gustong makapasok sa finals, and with the battle for the third, well, guess what? Still a put yung finish pero ayaw nila yan.
Yeah. I think, para dito sa dalawa nating team, so acceptance on this side, meron tayo mga players na nakapag-experience na lang Masters competition pare. So that sina Hex and Ajax, On the other end, yung LJC, sobrang init ng mga to. We saw insane performances galing kay Skies, galing kay Chris. So yun yung mga babantayan siguro natin mga players mamaya pag nagtapatan, lalo na yung sniper matchup natin pare.
Buti nga binanggit mo yung sniper matchup, ㍍Wabe, yan ang kailangan natin tutukan because I've had a lot of doubts sa mga snipers natin dito sa Impact pero pinakita nila sa buong mundo kalakas at makikita natin yan ngayong araw nito, Big eyes on Heck as well. I would like to say din, na kailangan din natin abangan dito ang players na sila X3D, pati na rin si Dre sa paggamit nila dito ng mga multiple angles and towards these kind of maps. Syempre, nakita naman natin sa kanila last week, ang ganda ng performance, ㍍Wabe. Nakita tayo kay X3D ng almost 1.6 na KDA in an overtime. So, kakaiba yun. Tapos, LJC, may kita mo si Dre, palaging almost 2.0 yung hinahatak niyang KD ratio. So, a lot of heavy hitters. Isipin mo yun, first matchup pa lang, ㍍Wabe, kakaiba na agad ang ating matchup.
Yun nga, man. In the year of 2026, wala na tayong forgiveness for IGLs that can't frag. Pare. So, yun nga, yung aabangan natin dito. There is no excuses. Everyone needs to be shooting. Everybody needs to be on the server. Mas lalo na yung mga sniper natin. I think sobrang laki dito ng magnification natin para kay Heck as well. There's gonna be a lot of pressure, especially si Heck, pare, medyo on and off talaga yung performance niya throughout yung group stages natin. Buti na lang nakapag-ramp up itong acceptance natin moving into the latter parts para makapasok itong playoffs.
You're absolutely right, That's why we actually had some shortcomings mula dito sa ating mga snipers sa Heck. Pero we know naman kasi when Heck is online, he can definitely out-far power yung mga players natin, all across the board. But dahil dyan, may kita natin dito ang ating team stats or basically kung ano nga ba ang players natin dito mula sa acceptance. Talking about Heck once again, 1.24 the entirety of the run so far. So pretty much impressive. Last time na nakita natin yan, ㍍Wabe, it was like 0.9, 0.8. So ngayon, nag-garner niya na ulit yung lakas para mabuhat ang acceptance.
Kumbaga naayos na yung boto-boto pa ni Tito mo Heck.
Nagbanit na naman yan.
Good morning sa kanila. Welcome back to the server. Welcome back to Impact. And I don't think we've mentioned, pero yung top 4 natin dito, they also have a direct invite into stage 2 ng ating Masters qualifiers for summer. So just in time talaga yung pag-init ng mga to. Si Hex, si Ajax, at si Zolek. You mentioned also si Sed.
Yeah, of course. May kita ka natin dito na basically, acceptance have accepted their fate and alam na nila na coming into the Masters, coming out of here in Impact na top 4 sila, they have a lot of very much good firepower. At may kita natin ngayong araw na to. Pero let's move on to LJC. Ano nga ba may kita natin dyan, ㍍Wabe?
Taking a look at our stats dito. Mentioned kanina, Skies and Chris, pero hindi natin pwede kalimutan si Dre. As you said, fragging IGL through and through. Yes, he uses the brains for the macro, but the micro, the individualistic kill galing sa LJC, hindi rin yan mawawala. Kaya nga ganyan yung mga stats nila, no? Almost 3 of these 5 players almost at 1.2 KD. That's an insane number here.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the players dito na acceptance na very much full-on powerhouse, may kita mo naman LJC, they rely on Dre, they rely on Skies and Chris, especially on Dre. No, I have to put emphasis on dito kasi it's very nice na makita mo isang player natin dito sa LJC na garnering more than 0.5 in terms of headshot per kill kasi every time you see Dre, it's not just a 50-50, it always favors him kapag 1v1s. At dahil doon, may kita mo dito headshot percentage na that really is garnering a lot. But, di natin kailangan kalimutan dito si Jake pati si LJA kasi these like backhand players natin mula sa LJC, they can also put up a good firepower. Pero ngayon, may kita natin ating head-to-head.
Yun nga, sinasabi natin kanina yung matchup ng snipers pare, Heck versus Skies, the KD, as you can see, exhibiting why sobrang pivotal ng dalawang players na to, no? Yung headshot per kill doesn't really matter, pero yung kill per round more here, no? As we said kanina, Heck, medyo a little bit mas mataas yung stats niya on that kill per round compared to Skies, mostly because of his life games, no, leading into itong playoffs natin. Pero syempre, silang dalawa pareho, they're definitely gonna be more impactful if makapag-activate yung team nila around them. It's more about the support system rather than the individual players dito for these two teams.
I like na binanggit mo dito yung dalawa nating matchup, no, just because nakikita naman natin they have veteran status just like what you've said, they have experience. Last season, nakita natin si Skies, nakita natin din si Heck in their own kind of form na parang, wow, these are still heavy fraggers, these are still snipers that you should look out for. And it's just nice to see na may kita natin sila dito sa ating semifinals and what a matchup talaga. Kung iisipin mo, Skies and Heck, ngayong taon na to, simula pa lang naman ng ating taon, you can definitely see kung ano nga ba ang ibibigay nila sa kanilang mga performances. Let's look at the prediction, no, ㍍Suave. May kita natin ngayon na parang 50-50 split tayo. I have LJC on my board. Acceptance man. Bakit naman acceptance para si ㍍Suave?
Siguro pwede kong sabihin na may konti akong recency bias. The way na yung acceptance look towards the end ng group stages pare, mukhang upward trajectory siya and it's not just by chance. So I feel like given yung time na nagkaroon sila to prepare even for playoffs as well, knowing kung sino rin yung magiging kalaban ng LJC, they will probably have had enough time to not only warm up but prepare para yung macro nila, reading or watching the VODs. Na meron tayong footage over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, ㍍Suave. Ako, I side with LJC here, pero it was a 3-2 in terms of a best of 5. So, we're looking at a very, very long margin of sets, plus may kita rin natin dito yung mga mid-roundings ng ating mating. So, I feel like it can really still go to the favor of acceptance kahit na I'm looking forward towards LJC winning. Pero yeah, ano nga bang inaasahan natin dito, ㍍Suave? What are we gonna be expecting outside from these snipers? Kasi parang at tatak na yan na kapag acceptance pati LJC, these snipers will be the top fraggers, but ano pa bang pwede natin makita?
Yun nga, I feel like we're also gonna be depending on the map Vito here, no? If we see maybe a port, if we see a south base or a compound as well, na pwede sila maglabas ng kakaibang kamandag ng mga sniper nila dito, this will then make it much more interesting. Pero yun nga, as they said, kung dito na yung map Vito natin, let's take a look.
Let's see kung ano nga bang map Vito natin. No? It's gonna be interesting kasi I really do agree with you. Pero, eto na nga. I mean, Ankara, Port, Subbase, Eagle Eye, and Compound, I think we already expected this kind of thing. Pero hindi kinayasahan na decider pa natin yung Compound. No? I was actually looking towards a Black Widow kasi both of these teams actually play it pretty. Lahat naman yun. You can say that even for Masters teams, no, ㍍Suave. Pero, Ankara, nakita natin dito last time, ang ating players mula sa acceptance na yun na nga, umabot sila ng overtime up against Livestrong Kings. And for Port, doon naman natin nakita yung lakas ng players natin mula sa LGC. Kalaban pa nila doon at Attras.
Yeah, medyo nakakatakot dito. For Ankara, in my opinion, we're gonna be looking more towards Chris here. We're gonna be looking for the mid-rounding galing kina Dre, galing kina X3D, no? Kasi we have that flexibility of playing around HM or with playing around mid as well na pwede kang makalason kasi we've seen these quick takes from LJC na bigla na sila magpapakita sa may RS na hindi nila ina-expect yung bilis ng pagkilos ng LJC.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficulty in terms of reading the playing ground, no? Midway pa din naman for acceptance. Kasi LGC is a very much, kung isipin mo, very aggressive very po changer yung gusto nilang gawin. But for acceptance, they also thrive of reactionary play. So parang if you think about it, kung mabasa nga dito na acceptance yung plays nila, especially in terms of just in being a little bit passive para makapag-activate dito si Heck towards just having easy kills, well, LJC will pretty much have a tough time. But di natin alam sinasabi nga rin natin just Wabi no, parang 50-50 every time pag nasa Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, kahit tayo, no, yung sabi mong 3-2, yung prediction mo, ako rin 3-2 but just in the other direction. So, I just feel like these two teams are pretty evenly matched. It's really gonna depend on who's gonna be able to show up dito sa server natin. I mean, yun nga, there's just so much to play around here on Ankara. And as mentioned, no, itong dalawang squad natin, they have some pretty good mid-rounding. And yun nga, we want to see if kung sino yung makakapag-activate ng mas maaga dito. No? I think we talked about the LJC before being sometimes up and down or inconsistent na pwede nating sabihin. If they can maintain that consistency somehow ngayong best of 5 natin, then they will have the upper hand. But the same thing can be said about acceptance.
Suave, why not? Let's start off the day with our very first matchup of the day. It's the semifinals. It's LJC and acceptance in Ankara. At titignan mo ngayon, no? A lot of big forward pressure mula dito sa ET.
Yeah. See the smokes here up just in front of A natin. No real commitment on this mid-side pressure galing sa acceptance. Medyo ahayaan lang nila yung LGC na makapag-explore. And there is that opportunity to pivot more towards the B side of the map. Pero sa X3D, not gonna see anything sa may arco natin. Heck, also, ito yung magiging test para tatlo yung magpipika agad kay Heck. If you can get at least 1, maybe even 2 on the way inside, then that means that Heck is actually warm to start yung series natin, pare.
Spacing needed para dito sa LJC Sky sa unang titikim. Might be pero they both missed the shot! Heck will flash it up para makapunta dito sa may hotel, pero Silent is in second mid. It's time for a B split push or B push mula dito sa LJC. Mahati Sky si Silent. Heck is still a problem dito sa may hotel. X3D finds him at LJA to fall down, pero tignan mo, fast reaction plays mula dito ngayon sa acceptance. Iipitin nila dito ngayon sa may side ng B. Bomb has been planted. Zolek enters mula dito sa TB. Makakapatay ng isa. Skies also! It's just a mid-rounding play mula ngayon sa LJC as a 2v2 incurs. Ajax pushing up some boxes and gets a double kill. That's the first round para sa AT.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Para nakita natin, it was maybe a little bit too one-dimensional yung attempt na makapasok sa loob ng site. They weren't able to secure that hotel control. Hindi na nakuha yung HM. I think we saw Dre with a late lurk, no, na makakuha sana kay Heck. But we had actually 2 players galing sa acceptance para i-absorb yung pressure ngayon. Pero ngayon, no, Zolek, this time a little bit more forward on the A side of the map para meron silang konting emphasis on this side. That's a lot of people coming their way.
And this is what you said before, no? ALJC going for the aggressive routes, but they do have Dre. At yun na nga, si Dre nagpakita dito. Easy headshot on X3D.
Yeah, opener kill now. Aware na sila of that presence here sa my hotel. So kailangan na ma-restore yung control there. They will invest Silent, but look at this mid-pivot galing sa LJC. No? They have a little bit more control this side of the map kasi medyo wala silang tiwala na makakapasok sa loob ng A, which is understandable. This is a pretty solid crossfire na nakaset up sa loob ng A site natin. And this, control onto HM, not seeing anything, and Heck is gone.
Oh no, even Silence. So acceptance, mukhang tama dito ang desisyon natin mula sa players ng LJC, but meron nga silang investment dito towards yellow or towards the very, very long side of A. LJA will find one, but it's all up to Zolek. He has an HK, meron namang easy head taps, and he does provide the firepower, but 37 seconds might be problematic, Juswabe. Lalapit siya ngayon dito sa may W, sa may win, pero mukhang wow ang masasabi dito ni Chris as they find him and claim their very first round.
There you go. 1 for 1 yung dalawa nating squads. I like this. We're looking at a couple of different tempos for LJC. They actually took a little bit more time, no? They established positioning sa labas lang ng A, no? Didn't even take a look at them. Heck! Oh my God! Open round to 2. At ngayon, problemado yung LJC. Dalawa kaagad yung nawala, man.
Yeah, this is the surprise tactics of Heck, but it looks like Ajax has found one lurking in the shadows, but there is a backstab mula dito kay LJA. Problematic kapag nauna dito ang players natin mula sa acceptance. Zolik! Nagtapok at hindi talaga nakita dito sa may right side. Big boxes or tall boxes sa may arco. It's all up to LJA. C4 held by the players of Acceptance. Makikita sila sa may Vent, Silent. Sa may CA, Silent, both missing the shots but finally claims a kill. So 1v1 just swabe. Pero C4 ito talaga yung kailangan kunin dito ni LJA. Pero X3D has an HK. At ngayon 3 kills, 3 headshots siya. So it might just be a very, very fun time for Acceptance. Good positioning. LJA found out. Missing the shot mula kay X3D. Flash inbound. LJA pushing. At dahil dyan, mamamatay lang din siya. It's a 4K and a 4 headshots ngayon sa 3 rounds for X3D.
I don't know about the spacing din dahil si LJC, man. They were way too far apart. Parang hindi sila makapag-trade sa isa't isa. I mean, yun nga, yung opener galing kay Heck dito. Yes, unexpected of course yung 2v1 na yun. But at that point in time, sana nag-reconvene kayo na make it a little bit easier just in case you get pushed at from some other angle on the map. Which is exactly what happened. We had that attempt at the flank. May konting lason, but it just didn't work out. Ito naman, LJC, kung gusto nila mag-commit ng A ng mas maaga, you already have it.
Big flash! At dahil doon, mapapatay si Heck. Entering the site, they claim it for themselves. Ubos ang depensa dito sa may A site for Acceptance. At kung dediretso pa rin sila, alam nila malakas dito ang USP ni Zolik, kaso mamamatay lang din. Ajax with the wallbang. Time to flash up room A. Held by Acceptance. Makakapasok nga ba? Yes, they can. Jake with the kill. Skies with the backstab. It's a 1-for-1 trade sa pinakadulo, pero LGC equalize.
Sobrang chaotic ng round na yun, man. We had a 5v5 on the site and Acceptance, they had a good time, they counter-flooded onto the site. Hindi nila na-expect though was the people in room, was the people at the lower part ng A site natin na hindi nila ma-check. At dahil nga doon na reposition or na outposition yung retake nila dito, buti na lang ganun nga yung positioning nila on that post. Actually, hindi sila nakapag-plant. They didn't even need to plant. But still.
Nahihirapan sila, no? Makapasok kanina. So, very difficult. Yes, nakuha nga nila yung depensa, pero it was kind of slow, no? After garnering 2 kills, I think they were expecting na meron na ba dito mag-rotate sa PA, pero 1-for-1 trade on mid with silent finding break dun sa may CA. Pero wala dyan. All for LJC. Ajax in a position where he can possibly find a kill. Heck, tinitignan pa din yung EA, kaso lahat sila just suave, nag-aantay lang ng flash mula dito kay Skies, papasok ng fence, at ayun na lang, nauna sila, kaya si Ajax makakadalawa. Heck finds one, bababa pa, at dahil dyan Jake needs to find him, he does find him. 1v2, Jake on the vent side, X3D just like before, nade up pero not a headshot but still a kill. Acceptance, very reactionary, pero ang ganda ng decision nila dun mag-push.
Yeah, like the decision making that they do, no? Na meron silang call on the timing to disrupt yung positioning, to disrupt yung time na gustong gamitin ng LJC para makapasok sa loob ng set. It was not clean at all, unfortunately. And in that chaos pa rin, nag-thrive yung Acceptance. I mean, we're looking at this next round as well. Silent pushed very far up sa may labas lang ng hotel na hindi siya i-expect yata ni Dre. Although si Dre nakabantay dito, it has to be very carefully covered. As the rest of LGC, nag-i-explore na rin dito sa may tunnels natin. If they see anybody, in fact, there's nobody on this B side. More towards hotel, yung emphasis ng depensa ng Acceptance dito. So Silent should be able to cover this with the help of his teammate na si Heck. If they even show up dito. It's gonna be an unexpected angle, pare. They're gonna be looking more towards the left, and Heck with this off angle might be able to catch one or maybe even two, like we said kanina. Kasi mainit na si Heck, pare.
Yeah.
Sobrang init ng simula ng mapa natin for this guy.
Again, kaso lang, Heck actually positions, no? Close at the site, X3D found out. LJA also flashed. But they're turtling dito sa may corner! At mapapatay lang sila ng LJA. Pero Zolik claims a double kill as well. So yung C4, naiwan sa may site, Dre in mid makes chaos once again. And Skies, dun sa may mini tower, makakakuha ng isa. It's 1v2. And with the M14, he can wallbang himself. At dahil dyan, Skies falls down. Isang minuto. 1v1 para kay Dre, pati kay Silent. And the battlefield is very much unpredictable. Ipaplanto na lang ni Dre. shortens the time to 35 seconds at nakaplanta para sa RS. Can Dre find the headshot or can Silent with 38 HP hold his ground? Dre doesn't know. Magkatabi na sila. All silently walking towards each other sa may RS. Silent finds him, but Dre better with the shot. Tinamaan yung kamay at makukuha pa yung puntos.
Para patience is a willingness para galing sa kanya. It's just so unexpected. For sure, na yung expect dito ni Silent was for Dre to try and take this long flank around him. And it did not work out. Heck though. Ooh! Little awkward pero nakuha niya pa rin si LJA dito. That establishes now that mid-control para sa acceptance.
That's crazy. Napupush pa din siya dito. Silent also falls down. Oh, Skies also delivers a killing blow. Papunta kayo may Zolek. At dahil dyan, full map control na. Unlocked by LJC. Ajax mamamatay. It's all up to X3D. Just wag at nasa mid pa siya. He doesn't know where the people are.
Medyo kumakati dito yung acceptance. There were quite a few punishing responses from LJC in this round. Although X3D, with that kill on to Dre, makes it a little bit more possible kasi mukhang sa kanya din papunta yung mga kalaban niya, Ben. It's just gonna be a two-pronged push, guys.
Lang mapipitas. X3D has a chance. Wallbangs in play. X3D. XD papunta kay Jake. It's a 1-point lead ulit sa acceptance.
That's a little bit awkward, pare. In that situation, I don't think it would have been optimal. Meron naman silang information na nandun siya sa loob ng B site. Why not rotate all the way to A? Why not commit to a two-man crossfire wherein meron kayong man advantage? Kasi nga, napaglaro ni X3D yung timing na yun, knowing na he'd be able to isolate those gunfights. But this time, 3 people pushing up through mid, and Ajax has a prime part of real estate.
Oh, wallbangs. Welcome in contact. Isa mapipitas. Still has bullets in the chamber pero di pa na-push LGA. Now push comes. And they find the 1-for-1 trade. X3D found out. Switches to the pistol. Kaso kulang na kulang sa pato matama lahat. And LJC, with their mid dominance, actually yung C4 just wabi na sa may RS.
It's a little bad. Pare. They need to go all the way to RS. But in that situation na wala ka talagang choice, makikipaglaban ka talaga. This 2v2 now. Made better by Silent, pushing forward, taking down Chris by surprise. At ngayon si Skies na natitira. TRG na
Skies missing the shots though for Heck. Pero both are missing. It's to reload. At dalawa pa nga. Almost claims a double pero Silent better with the M14. Nakapag-reload eh. Ano magagawa natin doon?
Ubusan ng bala eh. A little bit awkward. And buti na dyan si Silent para tulungan si Heck in that situation. But now, no, meron na tayong 2-round lead para sa acceptance which they can turn into real momentum moving forward sa ating first set. LJC have to make up for that. Kasi kung kanino kumakati yung acceptance, may nakapaghanap sila ng sabihin nating bagong tempo, bagong itsura. Something a little bit more unexpected from LJC and a little bit of some better mid-round plays as well.
You're absolutely right. But I feel like LJC will still keep on going with these like aggressive, linear pushes, no? Just wabe kasi nakakapasok naman sila. The problem is yung C4 palaging lumalayo. So hindi sila makakuha ng other kind of decisions. So it also just becomes a problematic scene. Pero Heck, I like this from Heck. I mean, he's been so proactive to a point na B, mid, A site, lahat pinupunta niya.
Gonna be a full 5-man push onto A, but they only have 2 people to hold on to this. At si Heck, medyo kumbati sa mga event, so he has been revealed. We'll see what that side take looks like.
Oh, big flash! At dahil dyan wala makita si Zolek and Jake enters the side in. Taken by LJC and Jake with the double. Makakuha na sila ng 4 frags now. It's all up to X3D with 10 kills and 6 headshots to go for a 5K. And to keep the streak on going, but it cannot happen as LJA pushes, and that's the first half 4-5.
I do like this, no, Polar. Mention mo kanina, LGC wanna keep it simple. Maybe it wasn't as simple as they wanted it to be. Yun nga, sinimplehan nila. 5-man side takes sa A at walang kalaban-laban yung dalawang nakabantay galing sa acceptance. So they do find a way to minimize itong lead na meron yung acceptance. It just now becomes a question of whether or not they can take that back. Kasi yung acceptance, no, as we're gonna pretend we didn't see that. As we started kanina, sila rin yung nagsimula na maganda yung momentum.
And looking at momentum right now after that, what a flashbang! Makakuha ng dalawa si Chris. Actually claims multiple now as Jake enters at hindi aware si Silent na nakapag-push na siya doon mismo sa harapan niya. Dre finding X3D and LJC equalizes a 5-5 as they win a round.
Yun nga, this is their chance to take that lead and to create some real momentum. Kasi as of yung first half natin, Acceptance did get a little bit of that momentum. It's just that hindi sila nakapag fifth gear. Para kumbaga nag-accelerate pa lang. So ngayon, para sa Acceptance, they need to put a break on this kasi nga, diretso na sila dito!
Dalis, guys! Actually claims too! Pero Ajax is still a threat. Maiipit si Heck, doesn't go for the flick or doesn't hit the flick. At ngayon, Ajax, tutulungan niya sana si Heck kaso masyadong mabilis na patay ang kanyang sniper. And LJC going toe-to-toe now. Makes it an equal trade as Ajax kills off Dre sa may RS. B site for the taking. At maganda ang post-plant dito ngayon ng Acceptance. All they need to do is look at high mid. Will the grenade connect? It will a little bit. Pero scattered all throughout ng Acceptance. Nila expect si Ajax. At Jake with a possibility, a chance. With 3 HP. To kill off X3D, 16 seconds, pistols out! And Jake, sabi niya sa amin na to, sa amin ang advantage. And they defused the bomb 5-6.
Jake was walking on water dun sa retake nila pare. 3 HP somehow, not getting hit by the HE, not getting hit by any bullets, kahit anong spam na nanggagaling sa may Acceptance dun. And it's looking good pare. So far, itong GR side nila mong very effective. Dre this time, expecting some sort of presence just outside of hotel. Nakita niya yung echoes at ang daming mga binabato sa mukha niya.
Oh, still hits the shot. Kahit na medyo blind siya dun ha. Dre actually falls down now. Sabi ni Heck, tigil natin to eh. Headshot ka lang sa akin. They push towards second mid. Pero LJC, ang bilis ng rotations. Silent looking for rotators. Maharap niya si LJA. That's a good frag. Angat ngayon ng isang player, ang Acceptance. They can possibly just hold still. Pwede sila mag-antay. I-expect nilang LJC na magpupush at kakagat pa mismo sa trap. Kaso LJC, sila ang babarak ng mukha. Ajax and Heck able to get two. It's all up to Skies. He's on B, pero Ajax finds him. Acceptance equalize once again.
I really don't know about yung misplay na yun na gano'n sa LJC. Masyado sila naging aggressive and because of that, the number advantage or the equal numbers that they did have in that situation were thrown out the window, unfortunately, dahil maganda yung spacing ni Silent at ni Heck. Or was it X3D? Hindi ako nagkakamali. Now, with this tie again, LJC will have to withstand itong Acceptance na mukhang mas gusto nila mag 5-man push onto the A side, Ajax.
Big flash, kaso nga lang, it will not connect. Ajax will fall down at napatigil pa doon yung ating Acceptance. LJC going for an aggressiveness again, calls for the flash and claims a triple for LJA. Grabe yun, saktong-saktong flash at si Heck wala nang magawa. Just grabe, what a round for LJC.
Yeah, man, that was really awkward. Sobrang one-dimensional nakita natin out of vent. There was no congestion dun sa may EA natin, which could have broken up yung angle na hinahawakan dun ni Jake, no? So, laking laso nun. Now with LGC on the lead, only 3 rounds to go, things might be a little bit more simple considering na so far, Acceptance have kind of been read by LGC. Look at Ajax.
Oh, this is the reaction airplay that Acceptance has been waiting for. Kaso nga lang LJC, nakaputis na naman! It's Chris going for a double but Heck able to find one. Jake is still a present somehow dito sa may long A. So mapapatigil ito ng Acceptance but let's see. These are 2 snipers by the way, J.Swabe. 2 TRG ang haharapin ng LJC.
Yeah. Risky to say the least. Although, no, yung Acceptance, meron naman sila mga utility na pwedeng gamitin to break the crosshair placement dito ng LJC. It's just gonna be dependent on whether or not they can actually see them, no? Kasi si Dre will have to worry about X3D, if they do choose to push this way, knowing the C4 actually hazarded more towards the B side, this might be a really good read from Acceptance na naging itong tao lang yan. Nandito, Dre, saan ka nakatingin? Oh, that's an opening that LJC, that Acceptance rather, can take all the way to the B side.
Oh, Acceptance, they have a chance here, ㍍Suave. Makakapag-antay si Heck, and he might find the players yun lang late. Pero hindi sila magko-commit sa B. Sabi Nick, bumalik ka dito sa may arko. We still have 1 minute. At mukhang there's timing for Acceptance now if mag-push si Sky sa high mid nila. Which he will not do. Acceptance still. Sabi na, ayaw nila mag-push.
What are they cooking, pare? We're looking at maybe a 20-30 second side take galing sa Acceptance. I mean, this full silence after that first contact, just on to Dre, if I'm not mistaken, no? Na pwede na lang gamitin. So it's been a little bit too quiet. Si Jake, can't see. Back and forth. Do I look towards hotel? Do I look towards mid? And because he's undecided, it's given this time na pwedeng gamitin ng X3D. Does he actually look? Nagito yung barrel!
Oh! C4 down. Heck, kailangan tumakbo. We thought Acceptance could have had this round, pero makakapagplanta pa ba? If he kills off Skies, pero he plants the bomb. Pistol sack, never mind. Jake just pushes. Hindi pa pagplanta ng bomba, and LJC up by 2 points.
And that's the momentum we were looking from LJC, pare. Only 2 more rounds that end this lead that they have off of Acceptance. Now, we haven't really seen, at least so far, a response to the GR side ng LJC. It's been pretty good. Now, Skies, a little bit too aggressive na punish. Pinakain ng 2 or 3 bala dito. Heck, also taking stock of that mid side. I do like yung position ng LJC dito, no? Waiting on that high mid presence. Maybe that push into RS galing sa Acceptance. But we're gonna look at what seems to be, pare, a 5-man take on the A side kung saan 2 tao lang yung nakabantay. Skies.
You're not waiting for a flash anymore, Dre! Actually, flashed out at yun na nga, nakuha nila yung A-site. Pero mabilis ang ikutan mula dito sa LJC. Manggagaling dito sa may long A, pero nakabantay si Heck. Are they aware? They are not, as Heck delivers a blow. 1 more, no! Jake finds him. It's a 3v2, pero tignan mo naman yung spacing ng Acceptance. Hindi sila makakapasok ng libreng-libre, Chris. Mamamatay sa may smoke. It's all up to Jake. X3D kills him, and it's a headshot. Sabi na Acceptance, no match point for you.
Bawi lang ng bawi dito para sa Acceptance, and that 2-round advantage na meron yung LJC. Isa na lang yung naghihiwalay sa dalawa nating kuponan, men. We'll see kung ano yung pwedeng gawing response dito ng LJC. I think they made a little bit of a mistake investing that many people sa B-side ng mapa natin. This forward push from LGC also gives away so much info. So, Skies!
Oh! Naku po, nahanap yung ulo. Acceptance now. Able to split the B-side. Mahanap pa ng X3D rotators natin mula sa long side ng A. Dre finds Heck. Si Silent din. What is happening for Acceptance? They got the advantage, pero bigla na lang nawala. Parang bula. Pero sabi ni Ajax, kaya pa naman bumuga. 3v2. Dre, a threat sa may TV at ayun na nga, dire-diretso pa din. Pero 1 HP. Ajax can spam out the boxes at ayun na nga. Acceptance wants to make it an 8-8 as Jake enters mula sa slope. Ajax, iikot at papaharapan ng bala ang ulo ni Jake. It's an 8-8.
Delikado na ngayon para sa LJC. It seems that Acceptance actually found their stride, no? We saw LJC try and take that advanced space outside of A, and walang tao dun. So because of all that noise, because of, or lack thereof, dahil sa LJC, Acceptance just went all in on that B side of the map, pare. Pero ngayon si Zolek will be met by a little bit of damage. Medyo masarap yung mga HP galing sa LJC ngayon.
Oh, Zolek! Oh, he's fragging! Heck actually finds the 3rd player din sa may A side, and this, you know, passive, kind of aggressive playstyle mula sa Acceptance na mag-antay lang, mag-antay ka ng push kasi magpupush yan! Tulad ni Dre! Makakakuha pa sila ng 1 more kill. It's all up to Sky. Sneaky play there as he just waits sa may stairs, pero nakaplanta na yung bomba. Si X3D, narinig ata yung paa. And Skies finds him with the M14, 30 seconds. Pero 3 HP na lang. Mukhang hindi na susubok si Skies. Iikutin niya ang buong mundo. Pero this match point will go to the hands of Acceptance.
Well, Naniel galing sa Acceptance, man. They went all in. We saw Ajax, who currently 22 kills on the server.
Holy
to para
man.
si Ajax. Sobrang init ng pop-off niya on this BL side. And having gone, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 rounds in a row, leading now into set point, pare. Pwede na lang kunin yung map pick nila. But, it got a little bit awkward. All they need to do now is cross the finish line.
Yep. Isang hakbang na lang, J.Suave. And Acceptance, last time na nandito sila, they were in a beautiful overtime kung saan they garnered so much from these back and forth rounds. Pero sabi ng Acceptance, padala natin si Ajax dito sa may hukay. Let's see kung papalag pa ba LJC, kung magiging aggressive pa ba sila para dito sa set point.
Yeah. Hindi pala mag-over-rotate dito yung LJC, Pwede yung masyadong maingay dito yung Acceptance. They're actually trying to cut off those rotations and hence this silence, to force them to re-explore that space na hindi pa nila nakukuha because of the smokes that are up, because of the flashes na narinig at the start of this round. Medyo kailangan nila mag-invest and mag-re-explore, re-clear. These parts of them have to have a real idea kung nasaan nakapwesto yung Acceptance. And because of that, the loss of manpower on this A side. Ito na naman, there is the possibility of a full A side take. But I like this position from Zolek, As soon as makaramdam ng pressure itong LJC on the A side, it will force them to rotate. And if they meet these 3 people in fact on mid, ang laking lasso nun for their defenses right now.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Alam mo, this is very different from what the LJC we know, Very, very far back sa norte na parte ng mapa. They're on the walls. And I feel like they can feel the pressure. Mid-take, CA take, lahat nakuha ngayon ng Acceptance. Walang makitang tao mula sa LJC. Pare-parehas tao sa may mid. And it looks like it's gonna be a TB push. Actually, ibibigay nila ang high mid para dito ngayon sa players ng LJC. Iipitin yung dalawang players dito sa may corner ng B-side. Pero si Jake in an off-angle dodges the flash. One more! At ayun na nga! Sumabog pa si Skies! Binatuhan ng plapla at mamatay lang din. Dre, makakapitas ng isa. But the bomb is planted. LJC scrambling all across the board para makahanap ng retake. Kaso nga lang a big flash coming in from RS. Ajax falls down. Acceptance, di alam kung saan titingin, pero mahanap ni Heck with one more! That's it! That's the first map, and Acceptance close out with a 10-8.
Some great mid-rounding pare galing sa Acceptance to take our first set of this one. It was really close though. We went all rounds of regulation, 10 and 8. So like we said, it was gonna be close, not just in the set summary, pero yung within the sets themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nakita natin, parang first half natin, umabot dito ng 5-4. Pagdating dito sa mga 14th round natin, it was an even playing field or 16 rounds. So, naging 8-8 pa tayo. At wala naging predictable doon yung LJC. Sabi lang na Acceptance, let's just hold a little bit. Gamitin natin yung first 20 seconds ng mag-antay lang tayo sa may RS natin because they will push. At napakagat doon sa lason yung players natin mula sa LJC. Sabi na, sige natin to, baka gumana sa third time, pero hindi gumana yun, J.Suave. Talagang Acceptance accepted the chaos and they thrive off that.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, There were quite a few opportunities sana dun para sa LJC, especially in that last round because of how slow yung pacing galing sa Acceptance was. They could have gotten some sort of map control na pwedeng kumbaga pwedeng ikalason nung attempts ng Acceptance na matapos yung first set natin. But alas, it did not work out. They gave away too much space, they gave away too much information, and Acceptance, they used all of that para to go all in on that side.
Tsaka nakita natin na parang they're still relying on Dre for these like lurk plays, these like hold angles na parang, uy Dre, kailangan namin ng tulong. Pero once Dre gets picked off, well, the rest of the players dito mula sa LJC, they cannot, read the playing field even more kasi wala silang vision mula dito sa may backside ng players ng Acceptance. But yeah, you know what, J.Suave, one hell of a game though for Zolek and as well as dito kay X3D, amazing plays. Even for Ajax, more than 20 kills. Grabe yun.
Yeah. I think napansin ko when he hit that 20 mark na grabe pala nagpa-pop off na naman si X3D. That's just a testament to the experience na meron sila dito. I mean, these rounds, especially this opener, no, galing sa acceptance na hindi talaga in-expect ng mga tao, was definitely a precedent set by acceptance na hindi nila kailangan ng oras na makapag-warm up ngayong playoffs kasi mainit silang lahat. Ajax, even Heck, hitting some of the most insane shots. Whether or not you're behind the smoke, whether or not he's flashed, he can still convert you into another kill.
Acceptance have been one hell of a team. Simula pa lang to ng best of 5 natin. And actually, isang round natin na talaga namang LJC, nahirapan din sila, no? Dun sa mga A-side takes na, there was like 2-3 times na nakuha nila yung baba, yung floor A, nakapasok sila ng room A, pero hindi sila dumiretso and wala silang magawa doon. But acceptance, they just played their game. They played very, slow, then high, then slow. And that was just basically a dagger para dito sa LJC na sasaksakin na lang nila yung sarili nila because heck, one hell of an ender din, no? 2 shots with a USP with 1 header wala dito sa kanyang TRG. And just look at the statistics. Ano ba meron dyan? Just
as you can see, na-mention natin si Ajax pare. This guy had a life game. 1.57 KD. Not to mention X3D and Heck, no? Self-sufficient to say the least on this map and this 3-man performance from acceptance with the help from the backup from Silent, from Zolik in the situations na necessary yung presence nila aka all the time. Maganda yung itong 5-man roster na nagpa-function right now. We're looking at the real chemistry ng acceptance that has been activated today para sa playoffs.
Yeah, amazing for acceptance to garner these like 4 rounds sa pinakadulo ng ating Ankara. Talagang dinomina nila yung pinakadulo. Pero ang ating set MVP, none other than the man himself, Mr. 20. It's Ajax, 1.57 in the KD, 1.16 in the KR at headshot per kill na pwede natin sabihin 0.4. Smoke per round, hindi naman talaga natin pwede i-consider kasi Ajax really just pushes every time. But yeah, kung ganito kainit si Ajax from the start pa lang, hopefully dire-diretso to 4 or 5 sets.
Yeah, that hindi yan magiging malabo considering, even if Ajax isn't continuing with this kind of momentum, pare, everyone else is still functioning. We have X3D, we have Heck that give him that kind of opportunities na mag-pop off.
Yeah, you're basically right, no? Talagang these like heavy hitters, hindi lang naman si Ajax and X3D and the rest of the 3 players na natitira for acceptance. But nonetheless, yan na po ang ating first set. At Algebra to balik, and we'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to the CFS PH Impact 2026 ping at tayo pa rin ay nasa semifinals, first match of the day, and guess what? Kung wala pa kayo kanina, it's 1-0 agad in favor dito ng acceptance. Pinakitaan tayo ng galing ng pag-calls dito mula sa acceptance to claim a very very formidable no overtime pagdating sa Ankara, pero just swabe, port na, and it's LJC. Last time nakita natin dito LJC, they were pretty good.
Yep. I expect it to be a... actually, ito yung minimension natin na mapakain na yung sniper matchup natin sa dalawang sniper. Where we're looking at Skies, we're looking at Heck na makapag-perform dito. And I think Skies maybe not necessarily at his highest level kanina sa Ankara. And ito yung opportunity para sa LJC na makakomeback. Considering, no, itong Ankara natin, yes, it was the map pick, yes, it was the win para sa acceptance, but it was way too close for comfort kung iisipin din natin.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. No, I mean, talking about the sniper matchup even more, Suave. I feel like na yes, we are expecting na itong dalawang head-to-head natin in terms of the sniper will really frag out pagdating dito sa ating mapa, but we also need to look at sa positioning nila. Hindi na naging, I mean, most of the team hold out top A anymore, but that just means wala tayong makita ang, long A sniper matchup na very much open kung sino nga ba makakuha ng kill doon. It becomes crafty na kung saan pupwesto ang players natin mula sa LJC and as well as sa acceptance, kung saan pupwesto si Heck, magbibitik ba siya, titingin ba siya doon mula sa mismong stairway sa baba ng B, or will he just hold out mid para ma-close out yung doors mula dito kapag nasa GR side sila para sa LJC. But eto na naman I mean, Port is a map where you can go passive and you can go aggressive. GR sided yung mapa a little bit, but LJC can break that wall as well. But wala I mean, the momentum now for acceptance, mukhang hindi sila titigil dito kasi if you remember, Ajax 22 kills, Zolek with headshot city every time, parang walang titigil dito ngayon sa players natin mula sa acceptance.
Yeah, not to mention, meron tayong pocket play na makikita from acceptance na pwede sila mag-double sniper with Ajax as well, who is, like you said, hitting his shot. So there's this possibility ngayon para sa acceptance, especially considering na mention mo kanina that the mid-round plays from acceptance and that exploration of the map can open up a lot of opportunities kasi may CA tayo, may C tayo na nagpapagulo ang BL side. Like this one, may attempt galing kay Chris, and because of that, he's been taken away.
Oh, Dre finds X3D as well. Pero Silent ngayon pushing along. This is very, very scary, but the damage has been dealt. 1 kill, pero Skies is very much low. Eto no, nakita natin yung umpisa nung round natin. Heck, gusto pumunta ng CA, they claim it off. X3D was also on the sniper, so maraming surprises. Ang players mula sa acceptance, tulad nun, Solek with a Kobe, papunta sa may court. Ajax pushing mula dito sa may steel doors at dahil dyan, upos ang opensa ng LJC. Heck pa, may ginawang solo flash play, and that is one comfortable first round.
Ang laking opening nun para sa acceptance, man. Because of, yun nga, you mentioned that CA control na gustong i-establish ng acceptance, but there wasn't any response from LJC. Kaya nagkaroon ng ganyang opening si Ajax. From in all the way sa my court, ay hindi talaga inaasa ng LJC. Ang bilis ng map control na gustong kuya ng acceptance. And because of that, LJC need to make an adjustment here going to the default.
A big flash, and then just one! And even Chris falls down mula dito sa may sa may bridge ng BL side. Yung C4 natin still not taken. And Skies finds Heck! What a quick scope! Heck, masyadong nagangas, pero sabi ni Zolek, nandito pa naman ang buong pwersa sa may LA. Dre, nakakuha ng isa, pero somehow, Silent, late with the trade, but they still have the kill. It's all up to Skies now.
And now it's awkward, pare. But Sky's the only one standing at this point in time. They know exactly where he is. And now acceptance to the second round. Pero this time, no, meron, like we said kanina, meron tayong forward pushes galing sa acceptance. Na LJC, meron silang attempt actually to counteract that. We had all these people waiting, like 3 people waiting for that push on LA. Yun nga lang, hindi gumana at this point in time. Maybe they want to go a little bit faster with this spacing.
Double kill.
It is, as Heck just easily gets 1-2 trades, no? Nothing. Ito yung delikado. We talked about this before na and positioning ang hinahanap natin for Heck, and he did deliver, but Chris with his own TRG does claim the kill dito sa may loob ng House B. X3T also close by. You expect these players to push, pero si Chris misses the shot. Whips up the nade.
He misses the nade too.
Not good. Also misses the shot. Si X3D is gonna be confident now. He knows that he's missing. And silent as well nasa may backlines. Pero LJC sasagot naman with LJA kaso napitas agad. Walang headshot pero binabarang na lahat. At naharap pa sa may box. Jake makakaharap ng isa pero 1v3 na naman. Dehado ang LJC. Zolek with the kill. Acceptance 3 points up.
And this GR side we talked about kanina being ever so slightly, lopsided ang map na to for GR, but I would have expected maybe a little bit more fight galing sa LJC. They're taking a little bit too much time. Even then, we saw that easy 2 for nothing galing kay Hek. That again, it gives them so many opportunities here, just being up in numbers and the space na kailangan i-reclaim ngayon ng LJC on that BL side. Kasi so far, their attempts on Z, their attempts on LA, what else can they do? They even tried pushing all the way through mid, na lason back in the first round here on port.
Yeah, sobrang, unsuccessful lahat dito ng entries ng LJC. And one of the factors na talagang rason para doon, they're just all scattered up.
Yeah.
And they're just gonna pick one by one. Makakapasok sila dito sa may house B, pero si Take, makaharap si Silent. Pero barag dito si Skies, they need to back off. They still have a lot of time.
Plenty of time, Minute and a half, in fact. Pero nakuha na ulit yung control. We have Zolek up in mid, Ajax also covering the A side of the map. I think the number one thing na medyo kailangan gamitin ng LJC is I don't think we've seen any of these flashes. A lot of these fights that are taken by LJC, in fact, walang accompanying util, or if meron man, kulang para siraan yung crosshair placement ng acceptance dito. But now with the man advantage in their hands, all they need to do now is decide where to push, where to apply pressure dito sa port. And it looks to me na as they're checking House B right now, hindi na makikita si X3D. This guy's alone, close range, with Hek all the way in the back of sight.
This is very delicate though. They have 35 seconds.
Oh!
At mahanap pa ni X3D with a singular push. Dre finds one more though, so that's a big trade. For 30 seconds, papasok sila ng B. Big flash, X3D falls back towards curve. LJA papasok! Mahanap si X3D! Napitas pa rin si Hek. That's a double wall back for LJ. Big flash, and they claim up a kill. Chris to claim the last one. And what a push at the last seconds of that round.
Yeah, I like dito yung galing kay Dre, that presence in in Z rather, made so much difference para sa laban na yun, just because you were able to catch Zolek on the way for a second wave of aggression galing sa acceptance, So now, with this opportunity taken by LG to have been able to find an opening, pare, for them to get inside the side and actually win a round, could be giving them a little bit of a better idea. 3 acceptance, para iba yung itsura nila ngayon. They have 3 people, in fact.
Yeah. This is such
on mid, 2 on Z.
This is a big push, no? For acceptance, pero they were just investigating. Dre gets killed. Skies, masyado ka tumatalon. Easy shots for Silent. And you were saying, na a lot of pressure dito sa may mid, but itong LJC, parang gusto nila ng body system towards the both long sides ng A pati ng B, pero wala sila na pong advantage doon.
Wala Parang masyadong dry yung mga peak galing sa kanila. In fact, yung nakita natin na fight dito sa may Z, they were both dry peaks, from LGC. Kaya ang bilis lang ma-punish considering yung crossfire na nakaset up galing sa acceptance. What? Silent? Oh,
Ninja Knight! Oh, yun lang ako nag-stay doon Silent. That's not good. LJC, makakahanap ng isa lang, pero the nade connects! 1 HP exactly, Chris! Silently looking at Zolek at di nagkakitaan. Nagpakitaan pa ng parkour skills papunta sa may CA. Heck, gets killed. Is this a possibility? I think not. An X3D bumalik na lang sa may mid. At 3 points pa din ang lamang ng AT.
Walang malakas sa lima. Pero yung adaptation, we're looking for LJC here is to be a little bit more decisive sa mga kinukuha nilang space, pare. Yes, they want to do this body system. Yes, they're able to create space. Pero nade-deny yun just because of the lack of utility. We haven't seen, or nagkukulang nga sila ng mga flash, nagkukulang sila ng mga smokes to cover up or to slice up yung mga parts ng map na pwede na lang i-explore dito. This time though, with this 3-man push taking their way towards HB, might be a little bit risky unless they can get the correct timing galing kay LJA dito sa may mid natin.
Yeah. Ang dami nakatao doon, no? I mean, you're absolutely right. Delikado to. But Dre also needs to find one, or at least LJA dito sa may mid, no? Ajax still holding the ground. They give up A site. Alam ng 18 na nasa B site ngayon lahat ng LJC. At delikado to. Kailangan nila i-push yung mid. Kaso Zolek! Ratata with the USP! Wala na! Tapos, ang push towards B at walang LJC.
Unfortunate. It is unfortunate. I think pare, LJC are making this a little bit too complicated.
Oh, you're right.
Nakita natin back on Ankara when they were more decisive, when they were going all in with 5 or a 4-man push sa loob ng mga site nila with full confidence to push inside, doon sila nakakuha ng mga rounds. And so far, they're taking a little bit too much time. Masyado silang kinakabahan. They're not as decisive as they want it to be. And because of that, yung mga fights, even these ones that they're taking, the 1v1s, the 1v2s, it's a little bit lacking in terms of that firepower.
You're absolutely right, Joswabe. It's too complicated, no? Yung ginagawa dito ng LGC, they thrive. They're better as 4, they're better as 5, they're better as a whole. At kapag pinilas ba isa-isa yun, well, their firepower is not 100% anymore. Yes, they are heavy hitters, pero handa nga ba sila ngayon sa multiple push papunta dito sa my steel doors? Big flash, LJA, blinded, Zolek, finds the kill together with Ajax. Meron pa dito sa X3D, makakapitas pa, naipit sa may house, pati store B dito ang players natin. Na si Dre, pati si Skies, heck, finds the kill. Is this a very much flawless round para sa acceptance? Yes, it is!
That right there, pare. What a beautiful run from acceptance. They did the same thing a couple of rounds ago, no? The push up through LA, meron tayong push through mid na hindi ina-expect again ng LGC. Yeah. And yun nga, I can't keep repeating this, but if you keep repeating the same thing, expecting a different result, pare, that's madness. LGC need to find a way to make things work, aka go back to basics, play their own game. Na yun yung ginagawa nila kanina sa Ankara, kaya nga lumalapit yung game natin. But because I don't know if it's a lack of confidence, I don't know if they maybe lost momentum, maybe they've cooled down a little bit, pero they need to find a way to get back to their form and to play their own game laban dito sa acceptance. Kasi pare, parang iniikot-ikutan lang sila ng acceptance dito. They're literally being played with on the map. They're not being allowed to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. No? They're playing acceptance game. And acceptance is just happily taking round by round. And tulad ng sinabi mo, no, they need to go back to the basics. They need to go to where they know. And that's the basic things na 5-man, 4-man push, go simple, go big, basically. Pero on the other side, acceptance, they're also playing the basic things. Flash sa may long A, push natin to, may player sa SD, may player dun sa may long box, papunta sa may bridge ng BL side. So, basic things, basic executions lang ginagawa dito ng player sa may LA, ng acceptance, at basic din yung ginagawa nila dito sa may house B kasi ipapadala lang si Heck doon, mag-hold siya ng angle, kapag nakapitas siya, he goes out. Kapag na-push siya, he just flashes. And what else can you do? LJC stops at the right moment. Nasa kanila yung tempo in the rounds, pero binibigay lang nila after getting a little bit of map control. And yeah, they need to go back to the basics, just swap.
Yeah. Iniisip ko kung ano yung tawag doon, para I think it's called Occam's razor. Now, the most simple solution is the best solution for these kinds of situations. And LJC, they need to go back to basics. They need to keep it simple rather than trying to outthink and outmaneuver itong acceptance, no? Kasi Port, pare, this is a map where you can do a lot of hijinks in the mid round. It's just that maybe they're trying too much. And if you're overthinking things, pare, ang hirap paglaro ng micro. Ang hirap to hit your shots when you're thinking too much. Para we all know that. Pag preoccupied yung utak mo, ang hirap mag-adjust ng crosshair sa ulo ng kalaban.
Yeah, I feel like what you said before na sobrang complicated nga really does describe the BL side ngayon ng LJC, no? They wanna take a lot of things. Pero hindi nila ma-micromanage yung ganong kind of like strategy to a point na yes, binibigay dito yung house, binibigay Storby dito, makukuha nila yung Z, mayroon silang friends sa may BR, pero biglang nagsistop doon yung plan. They have too much time in their hands, which means they take too much time, and by that time, alam na agad ng AT yung kailangan nilang gawin. Leave A, push dito sa may mid, hold out house B, tauhan natin yung crew, and wala walang butas ngayon as well sa GR side ng acceptance.
Yeah, it's actually hard to see, no? Kasi so far LGC wala pa silang na-expose na butas na even when they were able to break up yung setup nila inside of Z, na mabilis din yung naging adaptation ng acceptance to stop that, put a stop to it. Kaya nga, that's the only round na nakuha ng LGC because so far, wala pa tayong nakitang adaptation from LJC's side to stop the momentum that acceptance have been able to garner, pare.
Oh, good pick though. After the timeout, diretso agad tayo sa may bakbakan. Mukhang nagising na ang LJC. Kobe onto Ajax, will not connect. Silent, big long range fight at nahanap pa nga yung headshot. Acceptance daw sasagot din. Skies, napitas pa from the top A side. LJA, wait lang, hindi napansin ni Ajax na kalaban pala yun. It's all up to Heck and LJC. After what seems to be forever, nakapuntos na sila.
Kung gumana yung timeout nila dito, men, baka nakikinig sila sa atin. AKA, oo nga, no? Ba't tayo nag-overthink? Ba't natin ginagastos yung mga sarili natin? They went all in here, full aggression on the A side and on mid, and it just worked out. Now Silent, open around to LJA.
Oh, big ninja play! Pero denied. Acceptance ngayon, very, very much choked up a little bit. At yun na nga, no? What's great for LGC kasi is they know how to aim. And if they just keep on pushing, aim is all you need. Hecto finds Chris here on court. At natamaan pa si Drain ako po. Ito na naman LJC being overcommitted and overthinking a little bit of these like strategies.
Ganda request ni Heck dito again, holding on to Z. Bye, ito ni Heck, man. Huwag kang magpapakita kasi hindi ka papapasukin. And this 2v4, it's falling apart for LJC, man. What does Jake even do with the TRG now?
And he does! He does hit! Pero madami na dito. Kaliwat kanan, harap likod. Kaso yun lang. Hindi na consider si Zolek sa may likuran. And that is our very first half. 2-7 in favor dito ng ating acceptance. Just wabe. Tatlo na lang. Parang ang bilis ng port natin ngayon.
Yeah, parang dinala ng acceptance yung momentum nila from Ankara here on to port. Sobrang init, man. At some point, we had 6-1 bago tayo magpalitan here to get us to this halfway point. And as of right now, LJC, no, obviously it was way too late to create a lasting impact sa first half natin sa BL side nila. But yun nga, this is a GR-sided map ever so slightly. Baka ito yung kailangan nila. We're gonna be depending on Skies. We're gonna be looking more towards Chris as well na makakuha ng mga openers sa exploration ng acceptance.
Yeah. You know what? I love the GR side dito ng acceptance a little bit kasi nakikita mo na they trust a lot on Heck to just keep on holding that house B position. Tapos that is where Heck always thrives. Even from the season, the past season natin noong 2025, no, na bigyan mo lang ng space si Heck, bigyan mo siya ng sariling space
thing, no?
to actually, to actually get kills. And yeah, you're right. Do his thing. Yun lang. And pinibigay ng LJC, this is such a grinder para sa players natin sa LJC na, sige, pasok tayo dito, pero di natin alam kung sino nakabantay dyan. Pero alam nila palagi Sekyo nandun, but they're now scared. They cannot go that. Pero, we have switched sides now. What can we expect sa GR side dito ng LJC?
Well, we're gonna need to see some sort of forward aggression panigurado sa kanila. No? They need to replicate yung ginagawa nila bako ng Kara kung saan nakakahanap sila ng mga forward picks, ng mga unexpected timings. Maybe a little bit of CE control, a little bit more control of Z earlier in the round. Hindi nila pwedeng antayin yung acceptance na kumilos kasi doon sila nalalaso nung first half natin. If they let acceptance run around the map willy-nilly without any repercussions, pare, then they're giving away the game.
Oh, they're giving away the game already. Oh no. Oh no, this is not a good sight. First round pa lang ng ating second half. Mukhang barag na agad ang mukha dito ng LJC. Pero may sagot naman ang si LJA natin dito sa may mid. And yeah, mukhang they're not playing the aggressive route just like what you've said. They're actually very passive, no?
Yeah, maybe that's what they need. Commit lang. Skies is on top A. And everyone else is sticking to their plan. They also have the CA control, no? Na hawak ng Dre na panigurado. Kailangan niya explore yan ng acceptance if they do want to choose to push to this mid side. Pero, given the amount of space na nakuha, the risky space, aka yung Z area natin, that has been exposed so far by LJC, acceptance need to re-clear that. But there's only one person on the B side, pare. Si Jake lang to mag-isa. Delikado yung buhay niya dito pag nag-all-in tong acceptance.
LJC is holding. Jake hasn't been getting the lot of kills compared sa kinalaban nila Attras na talagang dominating si Jake. Pero naka-ready na yung flash. Mukhang ramdam na ng LJC na pupunta sila sa may B. Sa baba ng B nandoon ngayon si Jake. Pero LJA nasa likuran. Naka C4. Nasa kanila na. Pero acceptance isa-isang namamatay. LJC. I-hold na lang yung B pero magagaling sa house B dito. Ang players natin. And Heck also falls down silent. Pinax naman the overwhelm ng buong LJC squad. 3 points up na. Or 3 points na ang LJC.
Di pwedeng gawiahin yata ng acceptance yung ginagawa ng LJC, man. That 5-man side take had really awkward timing. Hindi sila nagkakaroon ng opportunity na makapag-trade in those fights. And because of that, they were able to go all in on this. Ajax though, this opener on the Dre. And continuing forward.
Guys, yung sila Fred, kaso nga lang din niya na-expect na si Zolek. Medyo the flash ang galawan. Jake, since my VR will jump towards CA, does commit. Heck, alam niya, he's aware. Never mind. Mapapalampas. Wait lang, Jake, missing. Oh! Heck with the headshot and Zolek as well. Anong nangyari, LJC? In-accept nyo na lang yung defeat sa round na yun.
Pare, it was right there. Yun na sana yung magiging tinik sa tagiliran ng acceptance. Kaso hindi gumana. But there was an opportunity there for sure, no? Para sa LJC. We just need now to find a way to find more of those. Ano? Tirain yung formation ng acceptance. Sirain yung momentum, sirain yung map control na meron sila. Because look at this, again, the mid control, the CA control, Z is also controlled by acceptance dito na LGC maybe a little bit too passive sa ngayon. In fact, he's not aware of Ajax right here, no, sa may babala ng CA. It's complete pandemonium. Oh.
Bang bang! Papunta kay Skies. Jake makakahanap ng isa pero wala. Di sila makapasok. Napakakapal ng Ecoms at dahil dyan Zolek pipitas-pitas na lang just like fishing in a lake. Jake mag-isa ka muka at Silent nagpakamatay na lang. Sabi, eto kill para sa inyo. It's 9-3.
Acceptance are dominating here on LJC's map pick, pare. And it's only one round to go. That is 100% a problem for LGC. The mental is definitely gonna be in the toilet after this combination. They're still going, you know, like...
Oh, Solid! Masyado nagangas. Jake actually missing the shots from these wall banks. So close onto Silent. At dahil dyan, makakapasok si Silent. At babalik pa siya. What is this from Acceptance? They're just surprising. The C4 moving to CA.
Pag-rotate na nga dito yung LJC. Now they're confused, man. All they have is one person, but it is Skies. Skies has been hitting his shot, but he has no idea na nakatawid si X3D. And Ajax, you know where he is.
Yun lang. Chris will also fall down. This is the downfall for LJC. Jake finds him, and he claims the kill once again. The round ender and the 10-3 scoreline para makapasok sa pinaka set point and possibly one more set to claim the final spot. Acceptance with the win.
Ang laking problema ngayon ng LJC, pare. Not only did they lose their own map pick, they got spanked around like a little kid here on port. And now, pare, we're moving on to sub-base. An acceptance pick, once more, at sobrang effective. We talked about yung sniper priority on this map. Heck has been hitting his shots. Ajax has been able to create so many opportunities, so many win conditions para sa acceptance dito. Kaya kailangan magdoble ingat yung LJC. Kasi, man, it just got worse. Pare. There's only up to go from here para sa LJC.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like nag-prepare talaga yung acceptance ang todong-todo, no? Just swabe, damang-dama mo yung presensya nila from the GR to the BL side dito sa port. And let's talk about the sub-base a little bit, no? Nako po, magsa-start doon ng acceptance sa BL side. They will end off on the GR, and one of the most impressive GR side for sub-base last time was acceptance, was with Heck. Kasi hindi ka makakapasok ng LR ng libreng-libre kasi nasa DR lang sec with a long range angle papunta dun sa may MR. But, you know what? Just suave, any thoughts pagdating dito sa ating Porto? Wala eh, parang hindi aggressiveness yung nakuha natin doon mula sa LJC.
Yun nga, we talked about yung aggression ng LJC na pwedeng gamitin nila in full force. It worked in Ankara. They kept doing it in Ankara, kaya nga sobrang lapit ng game nila. In fact, maybe a couple of clutches lang kung yun yung nakuha ng LJC, that could have gone their way. Pero pare, it's almost like they were neutered dito sa port. Parang huminahon sila bigla. Hindi ko alam. Yung the aggression that was existing para sa kanila, that fire that we identified with LJC, it completely disappeared dito sa port. Sobrang passive nila on that GR side. They were passive even on the BL side, pare. At some points, it looked like acceptance were the BL dito sa port kasi sila mismo yung napupush sa RS ng LJC.
You know what, Suave? There have been a lot of surprises. There have been a lot of news breaking out here and there. Pero acceptance being a big powerhouse, being a juggernaut of a team was not in my book today. Inasahan natin, Suave. 3-2. Kahit kanino pwede mapunta. Pero 2-0 agad. Tapos parang walang palag ang LJC. That was not on our bingo board today. No, feeling ko sa'yo din. Hindi natin expect yung ganito kasi looking at the standings, panday eh. Yes, the performances for both teams, left, right, and center, up, down yung performances sa group stage. Pero I guess acceptance playoffs is another thing to talk about.
Yeah. Yun nga yung sinasabi natin na hinahanap na consistency ng dalawa nating squad. And it looks like acceptance found that consistency. Ito mismo yung sinasabi natin. Yung aggression ng LJC, hindi natin makikita-kita on this port map. Kasi even on that first round, acceptance pushed all the way through LA, all the way to RS on some situations para na literal na hindi prepared yung LJC. In fact, hindi kasi sila makalabas ng CA at all. Kasi it was just full-on map control. Para it's like it was acceptance's world and LJC were just living in it.
You need to bounce back. Not just 10-fold. Baka 20-fold pa. 20x yung kailangan niya dito. But looking at it, 10-3. I did not realize that. 10-3. Dalawa nung nakuha sa BL side at isa lang ng GR. Gumana yung timeout, pero hindi gumana sa buong rounds natin. Looking at it, look at Zolek! 3.40, just suabe.
That's some insanity. And the entire acceptance roster, no, fully functional. Pinakamababa dito si X3D, but even he has a 1.0 KD for this one, no? So it's just, you can see on the numbers literal kung gaano nag-dominate itong acceptance lamang si LJC on their own map pick. And that's definitely a blow para sa mental ng LJC, knowing that they're now down 2-0. They're literally one set away from being kicked out of the upper bracket natin. At wala silang choice kundi mag-battle for third na lang.
Yeah, it's looking like that, just why I have to be honest. Hindi nila pinalaro si Dre, hindi nila pinalaro si Chris, at lalong hindi nila pinalaro dito si Jake. 0.46 is just too insane. At dahil dyan, ating set MVP. Sino pa ba? Nagtataka pa ba kayo? 3.40 on the KD, 1.21 sa KR, a headshot percentage na 50-50 nonetheless. A smoke per round, that is actually just insane. 0.62. And Zolek, man, big bow down to you. Iba ang ginawa mo dito sa port.
Kakaiba nga, no? Sobrang nag-activate siya dito. He really went all out. Kill after kill. Multi-kills galing sa kanya, man. yung akala mo ready na sila, mga 2v1, 3v1, pero si Zolek yung nakaharang, mag-ingat ka na
Oo.
lang.
Delikado na yan. Ako, Zolek, mukhang may target ka na mamaya, no, for LJC. Or at least may target ka na sa taas ng ulo mo and LJC will be focusing you later on. Pero just swabe, what a day! What a start for the semifinals, no? 2-0 agad, dominating, a big improvement for acceptance. Pero let's see, kung papalag pa rin ba ang ating dalawang teams dito sa subbase, what happens there? We will see after this short break. What is up, people of the universe? Dito lamang tayo sa CFS PH Impact 2026 Spring. And guess what? Again, kung kaka-tune in nyo lang dito sa ating semifinals, 2-0 na acceptance. Pero will the revenge play in right now? Pagdating dito sa LJC, will this be the time to claim the revenge up against a crucial defeat in those two sets? Eto na ba ang pagbawi ng mga nasaktan sa first two maps? It's sub-based nonetheless, Josuabe.
To be fair, I feel like LJC, they have the opportunity here para gamitin ulit nila yung full aggression nila. They need to have reset during yung short break natin, and if they can go all in dito, I mean, subbase isn't really that complicated, pare. If you wanna go all in, 5-man push MR, 5-man push LR, get all the way to DR, and then make it work. Or vice versa, no? Dadaan kayo sa may wood, sa may second bit, or sa may sikip as well, sa may luwag. Ganon din. If LGC go back to their basics of going in as a 5-man or a 4-man team, then yun yung magiging win condition nila dito.
Yeah. I mean, looking at it though, just suave, pag nasa BL side na dito ang LJC, yes, these like aggressive pushes will happen, pero ano ang sitwasyon pagdating sa post plant. They can easily get 4 players pagdating dito sa A, sa may B, kahit saan man sila pumunta. Basta i-brute force nila yung sarili nila into those sites. But those post plants will be very much crucial pagdating dun because mainit dito ang players natin mula sa acceptance. Long range angles will claim them a lot of kills. HKs, M14s, and even TRGs are very much hot on the hands dito sa acceptance. And if they just give up these post plants so willy-nilly, well, LJC, guess what? That BL side will be claimed mula dito sa acceptance. Pero magsisimula naman tayo dito sa BL side for acceptance. It's something na medyo delikado dito for acceptance is Heck not really, known for the BL side attacks pagdating dito sa sub-base. Yeah. Kasi he'll be going towards woods, titingin siya sa may DR or sa may shutter, and it's a 50-50. We have to rely sa BL side dito na acceptance on these fraggers like Ajax, like Zolek, kung ano nga ba ang kailangan nilang gawin para makapasok, para makakuha ng easy frags.
I think it's gonna be more on our attackers to create that space para sa acceptance. Get themselves a little bit of allowance, no? Moving into our second half. Pero ito na nga tayo, pasok agad sa MR.
Machine room, mukhang gagawing machines ang face natin mula dito sa acceptance! LJC nagpakita ng AK and 1, 2, 3 apat ang natanggal para dito sa acceptance 6. Sabi ko sa'yo mag-hold yan ng woods pero nakapitas pa rin naman siya ng isa. Divided ang LJC. LJA known presence at mapipitas lang din si Heck. That is one hell of a first round for LJC.
At ito nga yung sinasabi natin kanina, pare. LJC need to lean into their tried and tested formula of going full-on aggression. I mean, this 3-match what is happening again sa MR.
Oh, another one. Pero may sagot. LJC actually looking at different angles mula dito sa may passage. And look at this A-side for the taking para sa acceptance. Makakapagplanta ng C4. And I like this forward position mula kay Solek. Maharap na dito sa may Skepsis, guys. At susunod pa ata dito ngayon si Jake! What an instant heady! With a singular tap mula dun sa may HK. Dre, mag-isa na lang. Can an AK do something of an impossible, Jeswabe?
I don't know, man. 1v4 to. I mean, you have to worry about Ajax, you have to worry about Heck, and all the angles are covered, man. With only 15 seconds, sobrang labo. So LGC, they're gonna take this time. Think about what you need to do, pare. Go back to the drawing board. Use as much of this time as you can para makapag-reset. Kasi MR worked once, it didn't work the second time around. What can they add into the mix para mas lalong ma-confuse, mas lalong magulat yung acceptance dito sa BL side at mauubusan sila ng space?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, no? They have to think of something new kasi predictability will always be in the name of AT, pero double nade connects and even the headshot from the X3D. Sasama na si Zolek. Good shots coming into LJA, pero meron sa may passage. May ipit yung rotations. Ajax kinat off na ang mga mukha dito nila Jake, pero makakapitas pa rin ng isa. But X3D already there sa may shutter at dahil dyan, acceptance 29 seconds lang ang kinailangan sa round na yun.
Oh man, yung acceptance pare, ito na nga yung itsura na hinahanap natin galing sa kanila. And LJC, mirror lang sila ng acceptance dito ng X3D. Up in front, siya lang yung nag-iisang tao, no? So, LJC might be able to use this to get this round win.
Oh, this is very pubby. This is very pubby. Silent. Derecho. Makakaisa. No big trade. This is very, very peculiar in a sense. Pero si Ajax mula sa may vents. Nakita niya ata si Chris. Pero derecho sa... Babalik? Towards woods? They wanna go towards luwag? What is this? Big brain play mula sa AT.
I think they're really cooking well dito yung acceptance, no? After that Vince presence, ang problema ngayon ng LGC, di na lang kung sila lalabas. Kaya nga meron tayong quick silence from them. They're gonna go on to A this time. Zolek's already in the side.
Oh, Zolek, derecho. Daming nababawasan. Chris, still full, almost full HP. Makikita mo yung paa? Hindi. Zolek falls down at dahil dyan, it's a 1v0 or 2v0. Makakapag-diffuse pa nga dito LJC. What a retake though, just one.
Yeah, what a retake indeed para sa LJC. I think, no, one main difference na nakita natin in that retake was actually waiting for acceptance to get into their positions and go all in. Yung aggression ng LJC, pwede kasi gamitin yung sa retake. So why not let it happen?
This is very unpredictable, this one. Daming mabibilis na plays for both sides. So, it all ends up sa 1v1s, 2v2s. Ano nga bang pwedeng gawin nila? But looking at it right now, X3D, she said, 6 and 3 headshots now. And they're playing very slow. Nakuha nila MR though.
Yeah. They also have presence on passage here. And a slow push, slow fact-finding mission dito sa may woods, sa may lawag din. Na ngayon, dahil sa konting ingay na binigay ni Ajax, ang LJC, di nila alam kung saan sila titingin, saan sila magko-commit. And Dre is the only one person looking towards the LR side of the map. Zolek.
Yun na nga, inantay niya na yung flash kanina kasi nabulag din siya. Pero meron dito sa may 3F. Jake found out. No trade there. Hindi mamamatay dito ang players natin mula sa acceptance. Pero LJA, lason dito sa may second mid. Or at least mula dito sa may DS, guys! Shotgun sniper in the face towards X3D. Pero si Hek, ito na. Long range angles. Tatama nga ba? Hindi. Matatamaan ng onte dito yung bala. Actually kills Chris off. It's a 1v3, guys. Alam nila, nandito lang sa passage yung shotgun sniper, but nothing there anymore. As Zole kills him off. That is a 3-2 scoreline.
Acceptance are looking really good here. Mag-i-establish sila ng konting presence. Mag-iingay sila, whether that's in passage, whether that's in mid or in woods, just to get LJC antsy. Hindi nila alam kung saan sila magko-commit. Now, Dre, having pushed up to MR, might have the opportunity again. Kaso Hek, yung katapat niya dito, that's even worse now. They've lost that map control.
Yeah. MR is just so free. Isa lang ngayon ang palaging pinapadala ngayon ng LJC. And Ajax, pushing a little bit. Look at CA, just swabe. Chris, low, Chris dies at the last second. Jake, hindi pinipindot yung mga buttons dyan. Pero guys, maka-cut off ata dito ang ating pagplanta ng C4. It is the C4 still in luwag, but heck, that's a headshot with the sniper.
And acceptance are making complicated look simple dito, Bipolar. A little noise here, a little noise there. Duels on the extremities of the map. All while all this noise is being made, pare. Habang nag-iingay sa makabilang dulo ng mapa natin. You have passage control, you have vents control. LJC have no idea where to even look. Now silent.
Oh.
Ow!
Hindi pa kumagat si Jake, no? Natakot. Natakot man. MR.
Why?
Pushing na. They don't have any kind of read sa buong DL side ng acceptance si Suave.
Yeah. It's working out. Now Dre, waiting for it. He sees the flash coming his way. He is expecting that presence. Zolik pushing all the way onto 2F and Hek coming in the other angle as well. Walang magawa.
Just the headshots. Pero Chris, all the way from DR or Shutter claims 2 kills. Pero napitas pa din si Jake. Load in the rotation, Zolek, X3D, found out Jake! With a simple 1-2 punch para makakuha ng third round ng LJC.
Well, good morning LJC. Welcome back to the game. Di sila papayag na masyado malayo yung agwat ng dalawa nating kupunan. Now acceptance. Have to find a way to maintain this, no? We are only a couple more rounds bago matapos ng first half natin, but Dre has a really good piece of prime real estate dito, ah. Pahabaan sila ng pasensya ni Zolek dito and the rest of acceptance are making their way towards passage kasi meron ng control dito sa may event.
Oh, yun lang. Main point of attack is still Dre dito sa may LR. Easy pick of flash. Gagamitin lang na decoy. Kaso, walang tumama sa USP. Dalawa lang. And Sky's holding it out a little bit. C4. Nasa dulo ng may LR. Sky's shotgun sniper once again. He's just a threat. Chris claims a kill as well. Ajax mag-isa na lang. Undetected yet. Pero mamamatay na ngayon with the wallbang with the M14. Equalizer 4-4 na. Just Wabi, what the hell is happening?
Looks like we have a game on our hands, Bipolar. Kung
Of course.
kanina, support, we're gonna forget about that. LJC moved on with their lives and are now going in full form. Last round na to, mga kaibigan, to decide who has the lead moving into our second half. And Chris will strike first para sa LJC.
Alam na nila kung anong kailangan gawin, pero sabi ni Zolek, simplehan lang natin. Pitas-pitas lang. Switch to M14, USP as well. Lahat na ginamit ni Zolek. And Skies, mapipitas pa si X3D. Not safe yet to plant the bomb. Dre, mag-isa na lang. 8C, 5-4. That is our first half. What is this, like fast Bobby plays?
classic subways, pare. Where else can you look for it? Dito lang dito sa Pilipinas, man.
Of
Acceptance, channeling Ubik Maniac 2024.
Acceptance though. Mukhang ito na naman ang classic this mula sa LJC, Chris. He saw him at silent mamamatay. Mukhang LJC knows what's up. Pero Acceptance, they have map control dito sa may right side natin. Kung papupunta ang mong ang LJC. Acceptance na si Ajax. Makakapitas ng isa pero wala. Nabarag ang depensa sa may MR. At mula sa passage si Chris, diretso may kitang isa. Heck to fall down. It's all up to Zolek. HK. Anong pwedeng gawin?
No man, Heck was asleep at the wheel here. Yes, there is, no? Chris and Jake na medyo duguan sa ngayon. Pero wala siyang choice kasi checks! Olek, wala siyang nagawa. Magandang position kanina to get that round converted. And LJC, keep it close. There is very large of a possibility dito that LJC can actually generate some real momentum now that they're on the BL side. Kasi dito talaga sila nag-excel.
Yeah.
Yung aggression, yung commitment with 2 or 3 people pushing forward.
Ooh, Heck misses 16 HP. Tsaka dito rin silang natutuwa, no? These like close range angles kasi they don't have to look at lurks, they just have to go face front. Simple smoke, simple flash, simple nades lang kailangan nila iba to. So, they can read the playing field easier. Pero silent, harap-harapan, mamamatay lang, Dre. Just better with the shooting. At dahil doon, iikot sila. Saan sila pupunta?
Yeah, quick adjustment from Acceptance. And I like this though. Ek,
Woo!
going na low HP siya, he at least gets some information for his life. Ang problema now though, is the fact that they've completely lost passage. Mag-isa lang si Zolek dito. He's on an island here, and he's already checked out by Dre. It's desperate. It's bad. But Ajax does find Dre to make it a little bit more possible.
Able to find one, no? The firepower lessens as Ajax finds one. Magsalan sa X3D. Flash grenade will slow him down. Even the nade as well. Pero malapitan, may hirap lang yan kung si LJA just better with the position. LJC claims the round advantage.
There you go. Finally a lead dito para sa LJC, and now all they need to do is keep this momentum moving forward. Make sure that the Acceptance can't get the read on them. Kasi ito na nga, masyadong mamahasin ng Acceptance.
Oh, what a shot from Skies. And look at this. Nakita nila marami dito sa may boot, so magpupush na sila. And Ray! How the hell did he see Heck? Pero X3D, sariling playstyle, sariling barakan dito sa may woods. Zolek unaware, LJC in full control sa sub-base.
Inipit lang dito sa may woods area yung Acceptance natin, men. Full aggression, unadulterated, playing like Frank Castle the Punisher. Walang kaawa-awa. At kayong 3 round na rin yung kailangan ng LJC. And they might just be able to extend itong best of 5 series natin. But Silent already knows what's coming with the smoke on the other side.
Oh, he just got a kill. Walang trade though. Dre jumps towards the boxes. At hanap niya pa si Heck. What is happening with Dre? It's a triple kill. Ajax 4. It's a quad. Dre controlling everyone in sub-base. Sabi niya, nandito na ako. Dre on a killing spree. It's an ace. It's a 5-piece.
20 kills secured para kay Dre dito. Sabi natin kanina yung mga alert ni Dre hindi gumagana. This time on Subbase, it's a completely different story. Now Acceptance picking up for an MR control.
Oh God! Another triple for Dre!
Oh.
At hindi pa tapos. Silent next one sa chopping board. Skies cuts off. Heck at Silent will also fall down. A double kill for Skies and ㍍Suave 9-5 na pero nasa LJC ang match point.
Set point nga, malala mga kaibigan. Acceptance needs to go on a full trip.
What?
Again, he's still going. He's not done.
Anong nangyayari? Dre! He is a god! Zolek finds the headshot. Boy pa din si Dre! At papatay pa din siya. 1v3. Low in HP, finds the C4, finds players here, nagkakabarilan yung mga kakampi. Hindi tama yan. Dre, makakapitas pa. 1v1. Heck! Oh my goodness! Almost for Dre. pero makakapuntos pa ang AT. 3 points na lang ang lamang.
There was a very real possibility pare na si Dre ang tatapos ng buong mapa na to. Buto na nakapag-stabilize dito yung acceptance and now they find the opportunity.
Wait lang, si Dre nag very much low push o slow push pero mapipitas pa din siya. Acceptance has a player advantage. Yung both players natin mga sa LJC stock dito sa may outer. At Sky's mapipitas pa, X3 di nagpapakitang gilas din. It's all up to Chris. 14 kills. Pero what can he do? He pushes towards the gate. X3 di kita yung ulo mo, yung bungo mamamatay. Jumping shot mula dito kay Chris. Pero delikado to, AT can still lose this fight.
By heck, no? He gets spotted out. But he's not aware of Zolek's position. Di ko alam kung nakita niya yung ulong tumatalon na Zolek, no? Tamang jumping jologs lang. Wait!
Di niya napansin?
Nakita niya ba? Hindi siya napansin yata. Or hindi niya rin napansin. Nagkasalisihan yung dalawa nating he's walking into Zolek.
Oh no. Zolek has been fragging so much. Magkakarinigan. Kaso nga lang,
no!
LJC a chance to close out sub-base with a 10-6 scoreline. Heck, mukhang gustong tignan ng MR pero he'll be holding passage. Chris, too smart for this. Just holds out sa may RS nila. At tignan mo naman to. This is a round for the ages, J.Suave.
Oh, man. Sobrang gulo ng mga pangyayari ng first few seconds ng round na to. Now it comes down to this. Literal na sinasabi natin ngayon, Chris has to make it into the side. He only has 40 seconds. Heck! Oh, quick scope kay Chris. At mabilisan lang. Acceptance. Dahan-dahan yung paghabol pare. Dalawang round na yung kailangan nila dito. LJC on the other hand, 1 round away from extending the series. And Zolek's already in MR.
Oh, Zolek pushes! And that's a 2-piece now para sa acceptance. 3 na lang ang LJC. They're still pushing a little bit. Chris finds one. There's still 2 minutes. Pwede kumalma. It's a 3v3. Woo! PJX, masyadong si stay and Chris wins the duel. Mula sa passage, may kita nga ba mula sa vents play dito ngayon ng LJC? Dre doesn't find him.
Spotted, silent as well. Wait, yung C4! Parang nakuha na yung space but the C4 has been left behind. Naiiwan yung parcel sa labas.
Silent, may ipit attack. Skies falls down.
No way, right?
Dre from behind, that's a headshot. Oh, heck, when they killing blow. What a shot onto Dre.
Umabali-balik na dito yung mundo mga kaibigan on sub-base and will only run 1 round left in regulation pare. Overtime or a win para sa acceptance.
Oh, Dre! Oh my goodness. J.Suave. Kung LJC is controlling this round, ayaw pa abutin ng OT. Emma still push though.
Look at this pause from LJC na hinahanap natin kanina. That tempo. And again, they put their foot on the gas pedal.
Oh, Ajax and Heck finds a double. 3 pa! Wait lang, Heck is on fire. Oh, he misses the shot. He's in DR, he's in shutter. Heck falling down. Walang OT. LJC. Hindi na paaabutin ng 3-0 ang ating players mula sa acceptance. And holy, muntikan pa yun maging overtime, J.Suave.
Holy smokes, pare. The way that looked like in the very last few seconds. But LJC, pare, bawi na. Ito na. Kailangan lang nila makuha yung itong reverse sweep. But this sub-base looked very good para sa kanila. And it's much more competitive than we expected it out of LJC. It's a real resurgence galing sa team na to, man. And all they need to do is get what... The next one is their map pick, pare. We're going to Eagle Eye 2.0. And if they can win that, considering again, this is their map pick, the new compound should be very welcoming para sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we really are going 5 maps here, J.Suave. Pero, grabe, ang sakit ng patans doon. Nakakuha sila ng double, naging 2v2 pa, yung 2v4. Heck, just missing the shot. Flinikapan niya pa yung pinaka-umakyat doon sa may mga barrels doon, sa mga cylinder barrels doon mismo sa may B-side. Pero, wow, mukhang LJC gising na and Wala. It's just Headshot City. Kahit na ang daming nakuhang kills dito ng acceptance, mas masakit ang sipat ni Dre doon sa may MR 3-4 times. Pitas yung may mismo sa may box. Alam niya kung saan tututok. And all it takes is just one shot every time for Dre to get a first kill or first blood dito sa ating BL side nila. No? But wow, kung ganito pa ibibigay sa atin ng LJC, well, acceptance, hindi sila pwede maging complacent.
Yeah, man, things got much more entertaining ngayon na activated na nga itong buong LJC roster. Like you said, the fragging rather IGL named Dre. Naka-ace, naka-double, triple kill sa MR, minsan hanggang sa LR din. Kahit ilan pa yung iparating nyo sa pagmumukha niya, ready siyang suntukin isa-isa para matalo at makuha yung mga gunfights na yun. And maybe that's all they needed. Maybe they needed to awaken yung inner aggression nitong LJC para makuha yung mga wins dito sa mga mapa.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Alam mo, just Suave, nung GR side pa lang, parang nadama na talaga natin dito for LGC that they had full control. Kasi nakita natin na parang, how do you call this ba? Nakita natin na Dre was only the player na mag-hold na may LR. Nakita niya na si Zolek yung palagi una magpo-push, and he always does the same thing. Zolek just puts up a flash, a nade sa umpisa, tapos magpo-push sabay nung nade. So Dre just easily read out the competition na, okay, push lang kayo. Papatayin ko kayo pag GR side ako at pati na rin sa BL. What an interesting sub-base dito. Akala natin acceptance had control, pero nasa BL side na, it was a different story. From AKs to big switch-ups to A side to B side pushes, LJC mukhang nakakabawi na.
Nakita natin na medyo wanting in impact itong GR side ng acceptance, and LJC really did everything they could para i-abuse mga opening na nakita nila. And yes, it was a great BL side from acceptance, but you need to play both sides of the map in Crossfire, pare. It's just how it works. And hindi pa luto yung GR ng acceptance dito.
Acceptance, you really just played into the hands of LJC. 26 kills in 14 rounds pa lang yun. A 30 bomb to close out for Dre. 31 pa nga. Oh no, it's a 30 bomb. Exactly. And looking at the stat line now,
My God.
18 rounds. Oh my, ikaw na bahala dyan, just Suave. Grabe.
Kakaiba, man. Look at the numbers on LJC right now, and it definitely is gonna be Dre na magiging man of the hour for LJC. 3.0 on the KD, with Chris following closely behind. Pero pare, they really didn't need anything else at this point, no? Acceptance, there were a lot of mistakes here. Number one, yung over-aggression into MR na, I think they did it, 3 rounds in a row bago sila nagbago ng itsura, which again gave Dre so many openings. In fact, yung MR pushes na yun, yung nagbigay ng mga multi-kills, yung ace kay Dre na nakita natin quite a few times in this BL side para sa LJC. So yun yung mga hindi natin inaasahan out of acceptance. They're not necessarily the most aggressive team, and maybe because they tried to play too aggressive and it not having been practiced or polished as much as they wanted to be on that GR side, na-punish sila ng LJC way too many times than they could have asked for.
Yeah, I mean, yun na nga, no, just Suave. If you give LJC a map where they can play close quarter combats na kailangan lang nila mag-uga-buga, diretso lang, aim lang ng aim, well, dito sila mananalo every time. And sino nga bang ating MVP? You said it quite clearly. Siya ang ating man of the hour, Dre. 3.00 with an ace to top it all off.
My God, some beautiful gun play galing kay Dre dito. And again, LJC, turning on the switch to go from 0 to 60 in 3.5, pare. Yun nga lang, Polar, you mentioned the small angles na kailangan i-open ng LJC to go into that uga-buga mode, that caveman mode na sinasabi natin. Ang problema, the next map is Eagle Eye. One of the biggest maps in this game.
Yes. Yan, very open din, no? So, very delicate. Kailangan natin makita ng even more action. At syempre, magbabalik yan after a little bit of a break. This is the CFS PH Impact 2026 Spring. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to the Impact Spring. Dito lamang yan sa CFS PH 2026 at tayo ay papunta na sa Eagle Eye 2.0. A big map, an open map, a map where set plays and rotations will prosper for the BL side and the GR will play passive a little bit and push minsan, no? Pero ano nga bang pwede natin expect dyan, Suave? This has been one hell of a ride for both teams.
Yeah, man. We're looking at the possibility of all 5 sets dito if LJC can actually convert this one. Pero ito, yung thing about acceptance right now, we talked about the size of Eagle Eye as a map and acceptance. Meron silang pocket play, no? Wherein you have Ajax on the TRG. In one in a few rounds, no? Pwede na lang gamitin ang pampagulat sa LJC dito. And not to mention, Heck has been hitting his shots here. I think Skies dito mas lalong mai-emphasize yung ina-highlight natin na match-up na head-to-head on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I mean, there's also one thing to point out na parang ano nga bang pwede sabihin dito? Na parang masakit yung last round doon para sa subbase kasi it was almost on overtime. One hell of a play mula dito kay Lahek pero talaga mas malakas lang talaga sila Dre nung pinaka BL side nila nung second half. So, will it be a problem pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0? And you did say na meron tayong possibility of a double TRG setup, especially with Ajax. I feel like we can also include X3D, no? Kasi we can expect him going for the TRG also kung Ajax wants to just provide that multiple firepower kapag naka-M4 din ng HK siya. But yeah, just Suave, it's gonna be one hell of a, kailangan mag-pull ng maraming strategies out of the map kasi hindi mo na pwedeng gawin dito yung, yun nga, brute force, willy-nilly, uga-buga, diretso lang caveman style of push for LJC kasi it's always open. And if na and nasa GR side mula sa umpisa, dito ang player status acceptance, well, they have to think a little bit more deeper.
Yun nga, medyo may pressure din dito yung mga rifle players ng LJC na we're looking at Alex, we're looking at Chris, and of course, ba't pa tayo lalayo? We're looking at Dre to create the impact, yung mga opening frags sa may hotel, yung papasok dito sa loob ng A-site na magpapagulo sa defensive positioning ng acceptance, no, as they start on that BL side. Parang di ako nagkakamali actually. Let me go back here. LGC actually do start on the BL side. So if Dre can continue and bring yung momentum niya galing sa sub-base dito sa Eagle Eye at lasunin lalo, bugbugin lalo yung acceptance, then they might be able to create allowance para mas lalong mahirap na makapag-generate ng comeback ang acceptance.
Yeah, let's see, no? There's a lot of questions pero it all ends here. Tingnan natin kung masasagot na ating dalawang teams yan. Mukhang hotel is so free for someone.
Bilis ng check-in Ting ready no, naka-early check-in sila dito, naka-promo. Pero, this push from acceptance, they're already here.
Oh my goodness, X3D holds their ground dito sa may long side. At alam mo yan, Suave, alam kung you know someone na talagang mabilis pwede pag-check yung mga ganang bagay. So solid yan. Feeling ko, alam din yan ng players mula sa LJC. Hotel is just so free, pero mukhang multiple sites taken, no? Pero wala Again, openness. Yan ang binibigay ng Eagle Eye.
At ito yung naging itsura ng LJC back on port, pare. When we talked about port, and inulit-ulit natin to back on port, is that LJC, if they slow down too much, they give acceptance space. They give acceptance information na, like this one, for free nila nakukuha yung mga frags. At ngayon, dalawa na rin yung natitira para sa LJC. The C4 is not even close to being on the map.
Yeah.
On the side, rather.
Hawak na nga dito ng acceptance Magkikita pa sila. Backs turn around. Dre doesn't know what's going on. At mukhang ang momentum mula sa subbase dito for LJC is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know about yung map pick na to. No. Again, we talked about LJC being more proficient sa mga smaller maps natin, smaller spaces, and unless they can replicate that, then it might be possible. There is that opportunity though para sa LJC, these opening kills and the push through mid para guluhin itong acceptance.
Yun na nga, mid is such a open site for LJC every time. They will be fruitful here. Pero, yun na nga, wallbangs mula kay Chris will kill off silent. 2 minutes pa lang, or at least, 40 seconds pa lang na wawalan sa mapa natin. And look at Dre already sa may RS. Ngayon, papasok. Pero heck, what a quick scope! On to Dre! May isa pa, na malapit. It is Jake. Pero he doesn't push. It allows Ajax to go to second mid, to go towards hotel.
Oh, wait, right?
Pero they're waiting. At yun na nga, baraga mukha ni Chris. Babalik pa! Ajax with a double pedal back. It's 1v1. Ang dami pang util ni Jake. He can play around. But Ajax is just too aware. Acceptance doesn't want to let a point towards LJC.
Dito tayo lumalabas yung indecisiveness ng LJC when it comes into the mid-round, no? Ano yung mga giging adjustments nila to the situation at hand. And unfortunately, masyadong sila mabagal mag-decide. Kaya naiwan yung C4 dito. Heck again, denied yung sightline dito, but LJC already expected sa hotel.
One more. Silent with the nibble. Probably not connect. Pero sa mid, mabilisan lang Silent. Holding two corners of the map. At si Chris, makakalam. Silent. Paran. Bogon wallbacks and headshot for Chris. They claim up mid. Mas-split up ang depensa ng Acceptance. And they're just waiting now. They don't know what's happening. But LJC have a lot of information. Flash grenade. And into the doghouse ngayon. We fight. Bark. Zolek masyadong tumatalon. Skies makakapitas. Pero Ajax with the trade immediately. 2v2. Nagkapalitan ng site. Pero B, ang pinagplantahan ng bomba, heck, malapitan lang.
Kasalisihan sila dito. Look at this mid-side. Ajax and Chris paparating sa isa't isa. Ubusan ng bala, but Chris build that kill. And LGC, solid, man. May opening dito na nakuha yung LGC up in the mid-side, no? Because of that, I think it was Chris na pinag-lurk nila doon. And Acceptance were not able to identify that denial of information and the constant stream of knowing na wala nag-rotate papunta ng B-site made it so much easier para may converting round na yun. Now, kailangan nang ma-plug yung butas dito sa may mid. Kaya nakita natin si X3D fully committed on this mid angle para hindi sila malusutan ulit ng LJC.
And they have an opportunity for an A-split, no? Parang make gumawa ng gulo dito sa may mid. And a possibility sa may A-push kaso X3D still alive with 6 HP to kill off Jake. And they're already investing multiple utilities dito sa may long side ng A. And they can feel the presence ngayon ng LJC. Pero look at Heck. Nakakalampas lurking sniper. Rare occurrence pero para kay Heck, normal lang yan. And Dre, I think he's unaware. He doesn't know. Nakita yung barrel. And Heck! He still gets the kill! What is that? LJ8 to also fall down. LJC! Akala natin nasa kanilang control pero never mind.
I don't know, man. Masyado nag-hesitate doon si Dre at ngayon si Chris na lang natitira mag-isa. It's bad, man. It's a disaster. What a round, no? Nagsimula yun just because X3D was able to get that first frag sa my mid. Na-deny yung control na yun. At ngayon yung LGC, kailangan din na magharap ng panibagong rota para makapasok sa mga site. And they just got picked apart. Pero yun na naman yung sinasabi natin na if the spacing's not good enough and the LJC can't flood you with 5 people, they just die.
Yeah. Naging 1-by-1 na lang, no? Talking about 1-by-1, it's a 1-for-1 dito sa may long side ng B. LJC moving pretty fast. Pero look at the rotations. Pwede sila maipit dito. Tayo na nga. Silent finds one. C4 undetected yet. So, mapapaisip dito Acceptance pero look at Skies. Very curious. Meron tao dito, nakita yung paa pero he's still alive together with X3D.
Oh, and the maneuverability pare, the fancy footwork galang kay X3D nagpa-parkour para guluhin ang buhay ng LJC. But these 2 kills. B-site is open, Polar.
Pwede na sila pumasok pero may smoke. May onting hesitation. And they don't know na nasa likuran lang nila yung dalawang players ngayon. Big wraparound mula kay Zolek to connect with Silent. Pero Silent, initiative now, finds the players going into the site. Disciplined play. They want to fortify this backside push. Pero si Chris, aware na sa naman nangyari. Kills off Silent. But Zolek, a lot of footsteps noise at narinig na nga. Chris with the M14 claims a double to close out the round. That's a 2-3.
There you go. Tamang haba lang dito para sa LJC. Hindi sila pwedeng pumayag na masyadong makalayo ang Acceptance. But now, we're looking at some attempts from Acceptance to throw a little bit of a wrench in the works para sa LJC, no? Cut off some timings, change up where their positioning is para mas lalong maguluhan yung LJC dito. The problem is, none of it is working just yet, Zolek.
Very overconfident para dito kay Jake pati kay Dre. Silent also claims that another kill, no? So 3 players down for LJC. Ajax, dediretso na naman dito sa may tall box. Pero LJA, hindi niya alam, may ipit siya ngayon dito, X3D to fall down. But LJC still does it to na meron ng daga sa may likuran. And it's called Ajax. Zolex sprays on down. LJA mamamatay. And Acceptance ayaw palamangin or ayaw ipa-equalize dito ang points natin.
But I am afraid that LJC are falling back into that same pattern na nakita natin sa Port, na nakita natin sa Ankara. That they're giving Acceptance too much space, too much time na makapag-explore. And even then, no, nakita mo the amount of space that they were able to take because LJC was waiting for them. Dun sila nalalason. And even then, they're doing it again. Inaantay na lang may mag-push sa LB natin. And X3D, just patient. Buti na nandun si LJA to get that kill. And that opens now a new avenue para sa LJC.
Good names, though. Pero yeah, opening now for LJC. Lalo na kung maharap nila si Heck dito sa may top A. But he digresses. LJC in full control. At ito yung kailangan nila, no? Mid-take palagi. Para lang makuha ng easy pick-off. Pero Silent ngayon, looks like he's gonna be curious. Does do some damage. Pero timing of the essence, masyadong nakita ang katawan ni Skies. Silent activating dito sa may long side ng A. Here's the reload. So magpupush na si LJA. Makakapasok sila ng A. Heck nasa loob ng side. Pero Zolek nahanap din. Jake to kill off Heck. And Ajax falls down. That's an easy push towards A. LJC lalapit ng 3-4.
Pinisa-isa lang dito ng LJC yung mga laban. And that's what they needed, no? Well, it's a 4-man, 5-man push, kept it simple. As we said before, as long as they can keep control of what they want to take and they know their pathing, then things get much more simple. But Zolek's already here.
Oh, he's so fast. And he gets a one-tap. Onto Dre. What is that? Sasagot ng LJC. Kakagat. Isa ang makukuha. And X3D is still alive. Testing the waters. He still wins the fight together with Ajax. Mag-isa na lang si Skies. Nasa himpapawid yung mga kasama niya. Yung C4 wala sa kamay. Pero USP gagana naman. Pero alam niya ba na meron ng tutusok sa likuran? Alam pero hindi tatama. Ajax to get the kill. Sobrang bilis ng Eagle Eye.
Bipolar, these rounds are getting very, very scrappy. Mukhang galit na rin dito yung Acceptance. Gusto nilang tapusin to. And this 2-round lead might be what they need para tapusin yung series natin. Ajax now, 2-3 people coming his way again. May flash na rin na paparating. Silence already here to give him backup.
Yun lang, hindi napit ng Jakes. Makaka-double pa and he repositions now. Dre finds the kill but he also gets killed as Skies together with Chris doesn't get the kill. Does make Heck low. Pero makakapasok sila. Ajax, buhay na buhay pa rin. Almost very low in HP. Kita yung barrel. So Skies pushes to the USP. All up to Heck. Makakapagplanta pa ng C4. Kaso Heck, nakita yung mukha. Pero hindi tatama. And he repositions. Goes for the long route. A possibility of a kill can happen. Pero Chris, kumurbado yung bala na patay si Heck. It's another 4-5.
Bakbakan kung bakbakan. Yung dalawa natin kupunan dito, Bipolar. 4 and 5 at a half. Again, Acceptance, no? Meron pa rin silang advantage dito. Pero as we saw kanina, it does not necessarily mean na dito naman nanalo yung Acceptance. Kasi LGC, they do have some momentum. They do have some aggression na hinahanap-hanap natin na ma-activate galing sa kanila. And they are active right now. Look at Chris, look at Jake. Pati na rin si Skies. Tumatama sila.
They have a little bit of fire. Kailangan lang lagyan pa ng kayo para lumakas lalo. And all it takes is this mid push. Or at least, like, this holdouts, no? Pero Acceptance, playing with fire, playing pretty slow.
Really slow, man. Ako na yung space na to, X3D. Again, aware of the possibility of people on the other side. Pero nagpalitan lang sa Ecoms. That also leaves that LJC need to restore control ng mid side natin. So Acceptance, reconvening, and this push dahil kay Chris pwedeng malason.
Oh, yun na nga. Napatay si Chris agad. And he was just checking. Gusto niya lang ng information. Sky's left alone. Even sa mid, may nagpo-push at si Jake mahanap si Silent. Ajax, isang pinas na lang ng USP at mahanap pa ni Skies. LJC tries off of Chaos, pero this time, mag-isa na lang si LJA Solek, 1 HP, and that is it. LJC makakuha ng 5-5.
Wow. These gunfights para sa LJC. Pare, ang bilis ng backup dumating. Once na nag-collapse ang acceptance onto that A site, you just saw how fast it was. They had people in mid. They had people coming in from room. And it was some beautiful stuff to watch. Silent.
Dali! Pero may trade. Silent even gets a double. Might get a triple. Yun na nga, baby. He's just going in. B-side is so clear kasi meron si X3D dito sa may exit. What the hell happened for LJC there? Napitas lang sila ng singular player sa my hotel.
Tamang kachaw lang dito para sa acceptance, no? Channeling in the spirit of Lightning McQueen. Get all the way inside. Now, Chris. Kailangan niya ma-ice-break yung mga gunfight dito, but he's been spotted. X3D, gone, and acceptance restoring yung lead. It's in LJC's court, pare. Kailangan nilang siguraduhin na hindi makalayo ang acceptance sa BL side nila.
Yeah, LJC, I think though they don't mind that much kasi pantay pa rin. Swabe yung laban natin. It's still a back and forth. Wala pa nakuha ng 3-2-point lead ulit. So, a lot of things might still happen. But round number 12. LA push for acceptance possibility. But has been unsuccessful. Yeah, the rotation is very fast.
Yeah, that's 3 people here. And Zolek is in a really bad position.
Zolek! Parang si Dre lang nung nasa subbase. Easy headshot for 2. Pero look at Jake on mid again. And LJA, napitas yun na C4. Hindi makakapunta sa may A site. And Silent though, makakakuha ng onting damage in. But he needs to cross. Damage is there. It's all up to Jake. Silent and Ajax controlling and winning back the trades. At sabi pa sila pupunta. Wala silang pake dito kay Jake sa A side.
Ayaw na lang magpakita dito. Although at the same time, no, Jake sobrang low on the HP right now. All acceptance need to do is play Crossfire. Keep it simple and hit him with at least 1 bullet. But with 30 seconds in, Jake, depende sa maneuverability niya dito, yung rota niya, kung may makikita siyang kalaban. And yes, he gets 1! But Silent only needs him to hit with 1 bullet. 20 seconds to go. Time for Jake running out.
Oh, he's playing passive. Look at Silent using the... He hears the defuse, pero kumagat! Ayun lang! Masyadong mababa ang punto or tutok doon ni Jake and Silent gets the easy kill. 2 points up para sa AT.
At yun na, magde-develop na ng lead ang acceptance dito if they can continue here. But now LJC, just same lang yung itsura, no? Keep it default. But they are taking some risky shots. Zolek gets tagged up just a little bit, no? So magiging aware ngayon ang acceptance sa positioning nila. That's a lot of mid-emphasis from acceptance.
Yeah. I mean, ito kasing crucial point ng mapa. Dito, pwede ka pumunta ng A, pwede ka pumunta ng B so easily. And all you have to do is get 1 kill. Pero LJC doesn't wanna push anymore. Tignan mo naman yung passiveness nila. Nakadikit lang sila sa mga pader.
And look at Dre. Full commitment, no? There's literally no way out. If mag-overextend ka kay Dre, you're gonna be gone. But they want nothing to do with that. Dahan-dahan dito mapunta ng hotel. They actually back off now. Pero wala pa rin tayo nakikitang gunfight na itong nangyayari sa dalawa nating squads. They're really taking their time here kasi ang daming smokes nakaakyat pa. But now Chris caught out. Ajax finds an opening for acceptance.
Ayun na. Here comes the chaos pero they all stabilize. Mid, X3D doesn't push. Dre actually goes back. Pero long A push, ito na. Skies needs to get a kill. Yun na nga, Ajax gets picked off. What a shot. And Dre finds the headshot wallbang onto X3D. Pero si Zolek, headshot machine. I can only get 1, but Silent is still a threat. 1v2, Jake will back off.
He doesn't have the C4.
And they wrap around. Pagkikita sila. Can Jake find the kill? Pero Silent claims only 1. What a trade. What a 1-2 punch. And that is a 7-6.
Muntikan pa nga, men. Kinabahan ako ng konti kung nag-line up yung dalawang yun. That could have been an 8th round for acceptance. Luckily, it's not. But now, all in yata, man. Acceptance, we're gonna speed up now towards the hotel. And with one person inside here, aka LG AIDS. And sa may bar, Zolek has to be careful about this angle.
Oh my God! Sure kill para sa acceptance! They dismember everyone in B! Even on A! Kasi si X3D nandito naman to cut off rotations. Low in HP. Chris, Barag, Butas, another 2-point lead for AT.
Kaya natulog lang sa pansitan yung LJC sa sobrang bilis ng galawan, no? You see with Zolek, the way he pushed into hotel, literally jumping in his space, tapos tumuloy pa. He got 3 kills in a matter of seconds para sa acceptance dito. And now with only 2 rounds to go, pare, pwede na silang tumuloy ng semifinals if they can convert. And look at X3D. Ang ganda ng pwestuhan. I think he expects LJA around this corner.
Pero mabilis no? Hindi aware si LJA na ganito nakalapit sa X3D. So they can go for a surprise play. Ayun lang, mali yung clear! LJA dominates in mid! And that is one stopping power para dito sa AT.
Thank you, Sodre. Abangan niya lang dito. In the corner. Yes, he does connect. So meron tayong possibility pa. There is an opportunity. Lalo na si Silent. Tinan mo yung nakapuslit na to. Chris has no idea. He's right next to him.
Oh my! It's an equal trade ulit. 3 versus 3. And look at the players' HP. This LJC. Lows, LJA, Jake, half HP. There's the Skies. Finding players now. That's 2 down for AT. It's all to Silent. At ito na yung gagana na nga ba? Another 1v2. Health advantage for Silent. C4 taken, yun lang. Jake fast rotations at makikita dito sa long base si Silent. It's an 8-7. LJC doesn't want to give out.
It's getting so high pressure para sa dalawa nating kumpanan, man. LJC, they just need to connect more rounds. They need to keep this under wraps para ma-convert nila yung Eagle Eye. Acceptance. Look at this. 2 waiting in hotel. They plant 1 person inside. Ajax sa may ilalim din.
Two-prong push. They claim B. Is this acceptance time to go for a match point or set point? Zolek and Ajax! Mahanap yung dalawa! At natira ang sniper ng LJC na hawak ngayon. It's Chris with the TRG. Very, very peculiar sense. You rarely see this happen.
Oh yeah.
Ayun lang. He'll just be waiting. Ibibigay nila yung series point towards AT.
Series point, man. Semi-finals point para sa acceptance dito. So LJC from here on out. After this round, di na sila pwede magkamali, mga kaibigan. Otherwise, it's goodbye and you will be relegated to the battle for third bukas. Here we go. We have now series point.
9-7. Timeout now taken for LGC. Yeah, nalala nila na may timeout ulit. But, grabe no, just suave. Zolek, parang nagmalat Dre nung nasa sa base, triple kills, headshots every time. I feel like dalawa pa lang yung hindi niya na headshot doon sa buong kill score niya. He had like at 1 point 14 kills, 13 headshots. What is happening for AT? They're just mid-round these plays. Kahit sobrang bilis ng playstyle nila ngayon, they're making way. They're making a lot of progress.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the pacing of kung paano sila mag-decide, pare. Somebody dies, they already know what they're gonna do next. Mukhang sobrang flow state nila dito. These are the kind of situations na lumalabas yung chemistry ng mga players nyo, no? Because if you have protocols in there, if you have chemistry there, magtitiwala ka lang kung alam mo kaagad without even calling what the next step in the game plan is. That's where you're able to find the opportunities like this. Kaya ang bilis, pare. Kahit sobrang bilis na hindi rin sila makalat. So, yun yung credit na pwede nang ibigay sa acceptance is that despite the speed of these rounds, pare, they're looking decisive, they're looking cleaner than one would have expected considering yung decision making nila dito.
Yeah, I mean, they're aggressive but they're doing it right, no? Na parang yun na nga, sinabi mo, they're not cluttered, they're not they're not really chaotic. Alam nila na, kailangan lang natin ng isang player dito sa may almost close towards mid, tapos the rest of the players push on one side. And then you can create this kind of collapse. Mapupunta dito sa gitna ng mapa yung players natin mula dito sa LJC na what are we gonna do? It's always a 3v3. Yes, nakakuha dito ng backhand plays or backhand kills ang LJC, but makakapagplanta ng bomba palagi ti AT, and they have all of the map control at the end of the day. It feels like, again, from map 1 and map 2 na parang hindi alam ng LJC kung paano i-read out yung susunod na step na gagawin ng acceptance. It's happening again here in the Eagle Eye, and you hate to see it.
Yeah, and then looking at especially si X3D, always posted up in mid, despite the fact that he doesn't always win these fights, but there's 3 things that pwede siya makuha. Number 1, na kill. Number 2, information. And number 3, that space na kinakailangan na acceptance. No? So, just that constant mid-control from acceptance yung nagiging problema. Kasi pare, pag dumating ng RS, si Silent, ano magagawa mo? Ready siyang i-execute ka once na nag-over-rotate itong LJC. And he's doing it again.
I think we can add one more, no? That's pressure. I think 4 yung binibigay dito na X3D with this just mid-solo push every time. 2 minutes, Suave. Both teams playing slow.
Slow as can be, pare. Antayin natin na makumpleto yung niebe sa babaw ng mapa natin sa sobrang bagal. We will see winter. But Zolek, nagkasilisisin sila. Wait.
Oh my God! Zolek! OLGA! Makakahanap ng dalawa dito sa may mid. Wait lang, acceptance now, going full force, pero Skies with a dagger, with a push, with the TRG, claims 1, pero Ajax, unknown, dito sa may taas ng A-site, mapipitas niya yung dalawa, 2v2! Ito na nga ba, ang time para sa acceptance para makuha ang final spot, heck! Eats the grenade, LJA with a double to start off this round, pero delikado, flash, committed, Ajax close by, at mapipitas ni LJA. One more, that's a quad! At wala pang finals para sa inyo. Makakapag-defuse si LJA.
Muntikan pa, mga kaibigan. Holy. But what an opener for LJC, man. Itong double kill na nakita natin to start off this round really stacked the odds in favor of LJC. At yun most likely yung naging saving grace. But parang we are 1 round away. Ito na naman tayo, all rounds of regulation, either OT or katapusan na para sa LJC. Let's take a look. They already have control of hotel, and Jake, hindi na door.
Oh, yun na nga, signature pistol push mula dito kay Zolek and X3D. Mid-push na naman. Damage has been dealt. At ayun na, Skies with the trade. Chris as well is still alive on B. It's a 3v3, nilabasan na ng AK ni Dre. Ipit ang AT. We're going to overtime.
Yung maliit na hesitation dito galing sa acceptance para pumasok sa loob ng site is their undoing para sa round na yun. I love this. The response from Dre going all in on that long wraparound para i-backstab yung acceptance dito. And now we're going to overtime, pare. Not only have we gone all rounds in a map, we're going to overtime for the first time this entire series, pare. And it is the grand finals on the line for these two squads. Acceptance, kailangan nila makuha to, or LJC extend this all the way to new compound.
I feel like our predictions are setting into play, J.Swabe. Malapit na ata tayo umabot ng new compound. Iniisip na natin parehas kung ano nga bang pwede mangyari dun, no? Pero acceptance, this is kind of parang ito yung naging lesson din sa kanila in some of the matches sa pagdating dito sa group stage kung saan they cannot close out their rounds. They cannot close out a map wherein they had full control. And just like what you've said, there's hesitation in play. Yes, gumana yung signature pistol push ni Zolek dito with 2 more players behind him sa my hotel. Pero that singular second na pagtigil nila sa labas bago makapasok dito ng B-site, yes, gumana si X3D. Pero what happened? Nabuhay din yung players sa may B-site and nakapag-rotate pa dito yung mga A players natin for LJC, and everything played well for LJC. They had close quarter combats, they had easy kills, they had 1v1s that you know that they can win off. Pero overtime isn't set. First overtime sa semifinals here on Impact 2026 with the first scale going towards Silent.
Tutukan agad sa may mid, pare. Silent pushed all the way forward, catches Chris. And that's gonna be a problem, no? Siya yung isa sa mga mas impactful na players for LJC, and Zolik makes it even worse.
That's 2 players down. Scattered all across the board ang LJC, and this is not what we want to see because they just get picked up one by one. Tatlo agad, just suave. And look at Ajax, he's confident now. They have advantage. At 4 pa nga yun. Hindi lang 3, pero Sky's able to clear off 1, pero presence known. Heck, 1, 2, 3. Never mind, it doesn't work.
Ayaw niya pa muna.
Ngayon pa lang.
Yan.
Ayun.
Tayo pa yung na-fake out ni Heck doon, pare. But the acceptance, double digits now gonna be unlocked para sa ating overtime. They strike first. And LJC, they're falling back into yung same pattern, no? Na hindi sila masyadong active. Pinabibigyan na yung acceptance nila ng space. And that makes it so much more problematic for them.
And you can definitely, describe LJC as a big puzzle na 5 yung pieces. Pag magkakahiwalay yun, hindi sila buo. And they are now doing it once again. Pero sama-sama sila magpupush sa may mid. Silent actually gets off, pero may trade mula kay Heck. It's 2 players down once again. Pero Chris equalizes, makakapag-alis pa nga. Ajax de diretso, may kita. At ayun na, namatay pa si Chris. And Dre with the AK. Try to spray and tap their heads one by one. Pero ang hirap na ito, magiging disiplinadong AT.
I do. Mag-reconvene sila sa may likuran ngayon ng LJC. 2v2 could be disastrous, no? I don't think LJC... Oops! Muntikan pa! Huwag ka magpapalo! Kita ready si Sky's doon! 1v2 ngayon para sa LJC. Susuntok pabalik sa acceptance.
Oh, Heck. He's not known for these big plays in terms of clutches. Pero he might just do it now with Dre falling down. Sniper v sniper, a head-to-head matchup happening in Eagle Eye, and Heck found out. Quick scope mula kay Skies. It's a 10-10.
Magulat ka ba kung umabot tayo ng golden round dito?
Ay, hindi.
Kasi ako hindi.
Suave. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this kind of place.
It's hard to accept it. Pero LJC, ang dami na ng space na nakuha nila dito. They have left Hotel completely open. And Chris, magiging nag-iisang magpupush. Zolik. Dali ka dun.
Silent. Oh, they're just eating them one by one. Parang napunta yung virus dito ng LJC towards 80. Kasi hiwa-hiwalay sila, Dre, with the AK, actually. Makakapitas. Possibly ng 2. Yun na nga, headshot onto Ajax. Heck, once again, 1v4, pero 1v3 na.
Could be an insane play, pare. 1v3. It does have an amount of util na hindi mo pwedeng i-disregard. Puta na lang dyan si Skies. That is now the LJC lead in our overtime. 11 and 10 tayo ngayon. Konting push na lang, pare. We might be going all 5 sets for this series. And what a banger. Medyo nabagalan lang, no? Yung LJC na makapag-activate.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, all they have to do is find that breathing ground, find that positioning na makapag-activate ulit sila Dre at mga players natin mula sa LJC. But it took some time, yes, I agree with you on that, but it's overtime. What else can they do? They have to now, magsiswitch na tayo ng sides. Acceptance will now be on the BL side, I believe. So, mas madali siguro for LJC. They've been playing pretty well kasi nga si Dre is just in mid. Pero I have to correct myself later on. But yeah, mid is such a crucial point. Is such a crucial area for these two teams.
Yeah. Nakita natin on the BL side ng acceptance, si X3D laging nandyan. Minsan kasama niya si Silent din para manlason. And the same could be said about LJC. With Dre always watching there. Maganda nga sana yung makukuha ang timing doon, but unfortunately, quite a few times or more times than not, yung LJC pa yung nakahanap ng space doon sa mid. It's such an important part of the map. Kasi sobrang atrasado ng mid ng Eagle Eye, pare. Pwede ka mag-push all the way into the RS. Pwede ka mag-push all the way into the site. At ngayon, hindi nila alam kung paano sila mag-respond. Now that we're switching sides.
We're switching sides. This is getting intense. as every second goes, fast pushes, fast rounds, slow play stats, lahat na nilalabas ng ating dalawang teams. Double TRG on the BL side, J.Suave, para kay X3D pati kay Hek. Pero look at Dre. He's just pushing. May
Dre?
smoke. And he is undetected.
No way. Do they even check this? There's no reason to check this, pare. I mean, nangyari na to kanina. Di ba si Ajax at si Dre yung nagkakitaan dito sa awkward moment? And Dre already catches Hek. That's a sniper gone. And X3D has to make up for the loss of Hek now with the TRG.
May baka pa naman. Pero nag-hold lang eh. Ajax, mamamatay. Eddie can go for a 2-point advantage in overtime.
Oops.
At mahanap pa rin sa ulit si Dre. They find a crucial kill there. I mean, makakapag-antay sila ng onti dito. So they have 1 seconds. Pero what can they do?
Now, what can they do is the question, no? We go back to this mid-control discussion. Meron tayong LJA at Zolik na nag-aantabay kung sino yung unang mauubusan ng pasensya. And LJC, talaga nila magpakita kasi yung acceptance na we talked about. That slow play na inaasahan ng acceptance dito. And Skies over-rotating, gives away his life.
I mean, it looks like nagampanan nga ni X3D yung pagkapatay dito towards kay Hek, no? They're pushing now on LA. LJA, di man lang makakapitas. May investment sa may site. Look at Jake.
Do they check Jake?
Might get a possible here. They don't clear him off. X3D makakalampas still alive. He doesn't pull the trigger immediately. And Chris will get the kill instead. Pero yun na nga, hindi nag-commit si Jake. It's an 11-11. Just Suave, we might really go to round 213, no? Para maging golden round tong ating mga team.
Di talaga tao magugulat, men, kasi may mga misplays on both sides, but also both sides showing some new ideas.
Triple
from
RG.
Eagle Eye. Triple DRG? Ano, nagpalit si Ajax.
Pinalitan. Nagulat ako doon, sorry.
Ako rin eh. Baka may niluluto silang kakaiba. Eagle Eye man naman to, but not for now. A little bit slower from LJC this time, no? Dre is not pushed up to that same angle na nakita natin kanina, but acceptance trying to bait out some rotations kasi doon nila nauhuli yung LJC, man. Yung every now and then na mag-rotate off si Skies towards mid or whoever it is na mag-rotate towards mid na nauhuli ni Hek, usually yung naging opening frag ng acceptance in these rounds. But LJA will eat an HE momentarily. Konti lang. Wala muna makikita ang acceptance dito. LGC are giving them absolutely nothing. No info, no space, no kills. Nothing, pare. And they've used a fair amount of utility, considering, but they haven't been able to take any of this neutral space. Ajax now for the push.
What a shot for Skies, man. And you said quite clearly, they're not giving a lot of information, pero X3D finds a foot, finds it again, and he find it again. Yun na nga, head pa nga yung nakita. So that's a 1-for-1 trade. There's still a minute left in the clock. Pero LA push, isa lang nakadepensa. Dre needs to find at least 2 kills para maging maganda ang hold dito ng LJC.
Rotation.
Acceptance, rotations, pinapalampas lang. 35 seconds left on the clock. And as we say it, diretso si Zolek, sabi niya, tigil natin to. Ako na lang ulit ang kukuha ng mga ulo dito ng LJC. But Dre pushing now, he finds that instead. At naipit na nga dito, Hek with a double kill. And it's up for a 2v2, 20 seconds. Scrambling all across the board, exit now taken, silent pushes.
What?
Woo!
What? Bakit? Kung mati si Silent doon, they could have just played inside the site now. Hek has to make up for it. Kailangan niya i-trap ng 1v2. And he has the TRG na that!
Oh, that's one. Hek! It doesn't get the clutch again. Almost, but just too difficult for Hek. Una pang makaka-set point in overtime ang LJC.
Oh boy. Grabe yung mga round na to. Bipolar, sobrang down to 1v1, down to 2v2. Talagang wala tayong nakikitang malinis around sa dalawa nating teams ngayon. And acceptance, it looks like they want to keep it simple. It's gonna be a 4-man push up through A. And X3D! Ba't ka nang pakita, Jake?
Ang sakit nun. And Chris, he's hitting a lot of bullets but does get a kill. Nade inbound. Silent gets the kill, but low in HP, 7 to be exact. 80 with a little bit of breathing space, pero low dito ang place natin. Look at Dre. Malalampasan. At nahanap pa. How the hell did the X3D find him? At mapipitas pa ni Hex si LJA. Skies left alone as sniper versus 3 heavy fraggers mula sa Acceptance.
Nakaramdam si Heck doon, si X3D. Guys, now spotted. Not gonna be long for this world, pare. Wait.
What?
Okay. We're gonna move on. Pero meron tayo, golden round na tayo mga kaibigan. Eagle Eye. Literally, on this round will be decided. LJC, if they don't get this, then it's over.
You predicted it. Just suave, aabot tayo sa lucky number 13. Yan ang hahanapin ng ating dalawang teams. It's been, a lot of mistakes. We have to be honest. Pero anyone can win this right now. Dre looking at LJC to claim a bag. Not aggressive route. AT actually positive na makahanap ng top muna.
Kasi doon din sila nakakuha ng opening, man. It was, if I'm not mistaken, si Jake na nagpakita ng maaga. Nanuhuli ni Heck mid-rotation into hotel. But LJC, put a step on the brakes, pare. They need to slow down. They can't be over-rotating kasi doon sila nahuhuli ng Acceptance, no?
Yeah.
Acceptance, mukhang nakaramdam na sila na ayaw talagang makita ng LJC. They're gonna go with a 4-man push. And Hotel has only one person here. It is Jake. Will be the bellboy para sa laban na to. Acceptance, paparating na.
Solig. Doesn't use the USP now, pero makakapitas pa rin naman si Chris. 1-for-1 trade and damage onto Jake. Or Ajax, I mean. But the C4 still not moving towards a site here. Marami pang oras dito ang 80.
Yeah. Maganda yung mamba out dito ni Dre, no? He does get that trade and then he backs off. Make sure na walang man advantage yung Acceptance for now. But they've fully given up on Hotel, which is valid, no? They know that there's at least 2 people in this area of the map. But elsewhere, Chris din may maintain ng pressure para sa Acceptance para hindi sila basta-basta push into this B site. Again, with only 35 seconds and counting for this round, Acceptance looks like they want to go all in sa B site natin. And X3D, I think he saw LJA,
he can cut off the rotations. That's all it takes. At pwede nila ipitin dito si Chris. Pero undetected pa rin naman in a very good spot. 19 seconds. Kailangan tumakbo ng Acceptance. At yun na nga, Chris, maiipit ka yun. Pero nakapilas siya ng dalawa. Whoa! Acceptance claims the first spot in the finals. And there you go. Victory for Acceptance. 3-1.
Lamang na lamang dito yung Acceptance, no? 3-1 4-hour series. And what a time to activate for the players of Acceptance. We got X3D highlights, we got Heck highlights. Hell, look at your laundry list. Sino pa ba yung hindi pa natin nasasabi yung pangalan?
Si
Lahat sila may highlight, man. Zolek,
lahat sila.
my God.
Lahat sila. Amazing, no? I mean, just suave, sinabi mo yung pinakaunang set pa lang natin, hot hands for both of these teams. Pero mukhang lumagpas pa ng sobra-sobra dito sa Celsius pati Fahrenheit natin yung mga players natin dito for Acceptance na talagang mainit kung mainit. They know how to play up against the likes of LJC na can either go for aggressiveness and can either go for passiveness. At na-decipher lang talaga nila at the last 20 seconds. Dun pa mismo nakuha ng Acceptance ang golden round natin. And what? We could have gotten new compound pero sabi ng Acceptance, finals na lang muna ang bibigyan namin sa inyo.
Tama na, pagod na daw sabi ng Acceptance, no?
Ayaw na nila mag-isip. Ayaw na.
Ano oras na ba? 6:31 PM. Gusto na yata maghapunan ng Acceptance dito, pare. At panigurado yan, mamaya. Kain konti, pero practice. Kasi may grand finals pa sila kinabukasan. And the LJC, man, a valiant effort. We got a banger of an Eagle Eye. But in the end, hindi pa rin nila natapos. At nalabangan pa rin sila ng Acceptance.
Yeah, a banger indeed, no? Just wabe. Even for LGC, nung third map natin, pinakita nila na kayang-kaya. Even for Dre to hold his team together and claim a run, especially on sub-base. But it looks like Acceptance really is just ready for something possible. And we might see Heck once again going for that glory and for the rest of his team. No? But yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0 just really, gives out a lot of strategy and provides these like snipers, even for X3D, a backup sniper to become something of a threat with that ERG. But looking at the highlights now, what else can we say? It was a good round or a good map for both teams.
Yeah, we had multiple different tempos para sa dalawa nating squads. If we saw acceptance slow, we saw acceptance fast, and we saw the same para sa LJC. But acceptance, man, they had ever so slightly more discipline compared to LJC on this map. And if they can continue with this kind of form, then it will be very welcome na makita sila ulit on the master stage as well. Pero pare, hindi pa tapos. May grand final pa silang dadaanan.
Isa pa, no? At may kita natin yan mamaya kung sino nga ba makakalaban nila. But big ups to LJC. They tried. They really gave their best here, especially in second, third, and fourth map natin. But wala. Zolik show, X show, just like what you've said. We can include Silent there as well, no? Even X3D, lahat na ng acceptance dito. They accept their fate, and the fate is in the finals. And we will see them more tomorrow, no? But wow, you can definitely pick kahit sino dito MVP para sa akin.
Yeah, it's hard to say, pare, unless literally na mapupunta lang tayo sa numbers, man. I feel like the impact across the board for this team was so solid.
Definitely,
And Silent and Ajax head and shoulders above the rest for Eagle Eye. But man, for the entire series, pare, it's like this entire acceptance roster. Lahat sila, they had their moments. We had Heck, we had X3D, we had Silent, we had Zolek, and they really showed everything they could. Literally, pare, parang kadulu-duluhan ang strat book ng parehong squad yung ginamit dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0.
No, of course, man. I mean, we have to give our praises din towards LJA and Skies, no? And even for Chris, na talagang nag-step up. Sometimes LJA doesn't work out, but he did work out nonetheless. Kahit na 0.9 lang yan, the impressive pressure that he gave towards acceptance was really shown. But yeah, for X3D, Hex, Silent, Ajax, and Zolek, what a team, man. Acceptance, this is not the acceptance that we saw last time, or the bunch of players that we saw last season. They have really improved. They have showed their showcase of talents. And now we will see our set MVP. Sino nga ba yan, ㍍Match?
Sino pa ba kundi si Silent, pare? 1.53 on the KD. And 0.4 smokes per round. So you can see na it's not just a fragging, but he's always ready with the utility to help the rest of his team out. Supportive as always, and itong acceptance, yung itsura nila right now, very solid chemistry-wise, calling-wise, and that macro looks like it can continue to grow to play on even maybe a higher level.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a compact team. Nakikita mo, they have lurkers, they have set plays, they have dual pushes, they have whatever it takes to finally claim a crown or a trophy pagdating dito sa Impact. Looking at our match result, in Ankara, 10-8 close fight. Port was really dominated by acceptance. LJC, amazing mula kay Dre. One of the best performances in sub-base this year. And Eagle Eye 2.0, we didn't end it on set number 5, pero we ended it with a banger. 13-12, a golden round, a golden set pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye, and acceptance really did play well dun sa last stretches natin.
And they really got tested to the limit, and unfortunately for LJC, hindi sila napigilan para tapusin itong Eagle Eye 2.0. So congratulations to acceptance, man. Heck, hindi pa tapos yung career niya, mga kaibigan. He's just getting started, and the rest of acceptance as well. The veterancy of this roster really shows, especially sa matchup na to.
Yeah, you know what, Heck? I've had my doubts, but you made me become a believer once again. The first time I saw you, I knew you were great, and this time now, Cassie, you are amazing. Let's look at our MVP for the entire 4 set, none other than Ajax.
1.27 dito sa KD, man. And of course, we keep talking about Ajax, yung impact niya, whether or not he's the entry for this team, regardless of the round, lagi siya nag-aatid ng impact dito. Those pushes through mids, yung mga lurks niya na unexpected, and even the late wraparounds on the maps na ginagawa ni Ajax para mas complicated yung buhay ng mga kalaban nila dito. And in this situation, that is LJC. But man, yun nga, acceptance. Familiar names, familiar faces, but it looks like they have found their form once more para sa semis and making their way into the grand final.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for Ajax and acceptance for the final. He always finds the double kills. He always finds surprises and he gives a lot of performances na talagang kakaiba towards any kind of team. That is what Ajax provides you. Holds, pushes, and just body system na talagang hindi mo matitibag. From long range angles to short plays as well. Even up against LJC na talagang malakas short quarter combat, pinapakita niya na kaya niya mag-toe-to-toe, and I can't really wait for that finals para dito sa acceptance.
Kumbaga siya yung Mr. Consistent dito ng acceptance, man. Doesn't matter what map, he's gonna get at least one, maybe even two, possibly even three, perhaps in a single round. And that kind of impact is it's unquestionable kung bakit siya naging MVP for this first semifinal series. Pero, man, we do have one more semifinal matchup mamaya. Attras laban si SGJ. Tino's gonna have a lot of fun mamaya.
Yes, sir. Tino is gonna have a lot of fun, but I feel like everyone from these two teams will be having a lot of fun. Titignan natin kung sino nga ba mga kalaban ng acceptance. Will it be Attras? Will it be SGJ? But nonetheless, ̍Suave, I had fun. It looks like we're gonna be having a lot of fun more later on. But that is it. That is it for us. Bipolar and ̍Suave on the Caster's Desk. Makikita-kita tayo for more impact action after this short break.
Welcome back! Nagsaan na ulit ng mga malalakas dito lang sa CFS page Impact Spring 2026. Laban na ng mga gustong patunayan na sila nga ang tunay na malakas at karapat-dapat na sumabay sa mga gods ng Crossfire. Salvatore Sticky Frag nga pala para sa inyong caster sa parating na series at wala nang mas matinding series pa dito sa SGJ versus Attras. Two teams that already punched their ticket dito sa ating phase 2 ng summer qualifiers. Pero pre, ang pinakamahalaga kasi, sino nga ba ang mas may malakas na antas na level papasok doon sa summer qualifiers? At higit sa lahat, sino ang makokoronahan nating champion ng PH Impact Spring 2026? SGJ Gaba o Attras? Tigi, kamusta ka naman dyan?
Doing really good, no? Parang nagpapahinga lang right after Masters na yung kababalaghan na nangyari dito sa ating season. And ngayon nandito na tayo sa Impact once again, no? And I feel like both of these teams, Attras, not gonna lie, I feel like sila yung pinaka best bet at the start of the season, pero may nagka-plot twist kasi at the tail end ng group stage, so it creates a lot of questions para sa kanila, pare. Pero para naman sa SGJ, expectations and reality was different para sa kanila, but at the end of the day, na-qualify sila, pare, and the way they qualified was very exciting as well dito, men.
Ay, pre, para mahulma man lang natin yung matchup na to para sa dalawang teams, ilagay na nga natin sa image ng ano nga ba ang pinaglalaban nito dalawang teams na to. Let's take a look at the numbers itself, no? Mahalaga na makita natin kung ano nga ba yung performance ng mga players all throughout the 5 weeks of competition para nga sa Impact Spring, being led by the IGL RTA, who has a respectable 1.28 KD, pero my goodness, CRG 1.56 KD, the highest para dito sa mga members ng Attras. Feeling ko sana mataas sana si Kid o kaya si Kay, pero with that dip of performance from the series up against SGJ as well, para nagkaroon nga sila ng minor step back nga dito. But Attras collectively, lahat sila positibo at lahat mainit ang tutok.
Yeah, especially considering, no, yung masasabi naman natin na Attras realistically just had that hard time dun sa pinaka last series na yun, and I feel like it was really a specific thing dito sa LJC Salvatore, considering that Attras, they're full of structure, no, and napakagaling sila pagdating sa structured play, you know, the checklist CF na lagi natin sinasabi dito, pare. Pero yung LJC kasi, they're anything but a checklist, no, paminsan-minsan dito sa ating Impact, pare. So feeling ko na-disrupt sila doon, but it is also a good wake-up call para sa kanila na okay, kailangan nating agapan yung ganitong type ng play, considering SGJ, no? You have Tino as your IGL, pare, so he can think of basically anything pagdating dito sa kanilang play. Pero Attras still heavy favorites pa rin series na to, men.
Ay, you mentioned SGJ, no, knowing na ito nga talaga yung team na masasabi nating underdog for a team that has like what, the most experience out of all the teams dito nga sa loob nga ng Impact. Sila ang matatawag nga natin na parang pwede pang sumabit dito up against Attras. Pero malay mo nga naman with the veteran experience pala dito kay Tino at kay Evie, na pag pinagsama mo nga dekada na pag pinagtambal mo, really shows na SGJ is absolutely timeless, being flanked by one of the best trios na nakita nga natin sa loob nga ng tournament na to. Jared, Durs, pati na nga rin si Jay Hawker, who managed to, you know, be the pioneers of the triple lurk setup. Parang nagkaroon nga ng magandang pwesto dito ang SGJ sa tournament na to, na parang hirap ang mga kalaban, hirap din para makalakap ko ano nga bang magandang mid-round, kasi SGJ, one of the best mid-rounding teams up against na team na hinahanap pa rin kung ano nga bang pinakamagandang mid-round para sa kanila. And their star player so far, who is Durs, who had like an amazing series to cap off his week number 5, siya magiging head-to-head natin laban dito kay CRG. I'm seeing all the potential in the world para sa head-to-head na to, Sneaky.
Oh, for sure, man. It's a tale of two sides as well para dito sa dalawang team natin, Salvatore. I feel like Attras are more about the consistency, about the textbook dito sa laruan natin. SGJ, they have been in every part of the roller coaster dito, Salvatore. Sa taas, sa baba, sa gitna, every single way, but they still qualified at the end of the day because those highs look really high, Salvatore, when SGJ looks good, they look golden. Kumbaga, pwede natin tawagin. So, I feel like kung ma-approach ng SGJ yung gano'n na type ng level na nakita natin up against their series dun sa LSK, which in my opinion was probably the best series sa buong group stage despite it being a 2-0. Yung dalawang 13-11 is one of the more exciting CROSSFIRE 2-0s that I've seen in a while. And feeling ko, SGJ with that type of CF can really expose kung ano yung gagawin dito ng Attras. So I feel like both teams, meron silang argument dito, pare. Especially with the players that they have. There's obviously can be opening things up para sa kanyang team, but can also be the guy that can lead the charge when it comes to frags. But at the same time, CRG, we've seen what he can do dito sa group stage. And I feel like sa predictions, pare, we kinda sided with the favorites in this one. Medyo doubtful pa rin ako kasi personally pagdating sa level of play ng SGJ from time to time kasi yun nga napakaganda ng kanilang magandang araw pero nagkakaroon din ng problema na yung kanilang pangit na araw, Salvatore, ay napakapangit pare.
Ay, nako Snakes. They can have all the lurks, no? They can kill all the enemies sa loob nga ng mapa. But pag usapang close out na talaga, SCJ, talagang nahihirapan pa rin sila dun sa usapan na yon. Pero Attras, I really like how they develop all throughout dun sa series nga na nalalaro nga nila, no? Para makikita mo yung struggles pero ang bilis nga kagad nila mag-adjust. That with the exception sa last series ka nila up against SGJ. Kaya masasabi natin, kaya naman umabot ka talaga sa 3 sets pero kasi pre, eto, best of 5 na talaga. So I am sure na Attras is more than ready mentally para ka sa isang team tulad ng SGJ na marami tayong nakitang bago from their series against LSK and as well as Attras. Pero ngayon pre, map dito na nga tayo. We saw new compound, we saw a lot of maps na nalaro nga sa loob nga ng series nga even Eagle Eye. Pero ngayon, 5 map ang ating makikita as Attras will be prioritizing Ankara and SGJ will be getting their Black Widow as early as set number 2. And for our decider will be new compound. Wala nang mas SGJ pa sneaky sa tatlong magkakasunod na maps as Black Widow, Eagle Eye, and Port is made dito sa ating map dito.
And that being said, no, Salvatore, napaka ballsy ng Attras to actually pick Ankara themselves para dito sa map number 1. No? Feeling ko kasi yung approach ko dito sa mga best of 5s, at least when it comes to vetoes, is to try to pick the strongest and the weakest map at the same time for either team. Sabi ng Attras dito, we believe in ourselves so much. Alam namin na meron din galawang itong SGJ pagdating sa mapa ng Ankara, but I feel like Attras is trying to dare itong SGJ na medyo maaga-aga dito sa series natin and try and see anong level yung approach nila today, no? And what the map to do it if it isn't itong Ankara. Pero that also allows SGJ na makakuha rin ng onting init galing dito sa Black Widow, Salvatore, kasi not gonna lie, SGJ Black Widow, it is very very good pare.
Definitely, nakita naman natin yan sa mga series mula sa Vengeance pati nga sa Trapster no? Pero malay mo nga naman, now with the playoffs in line, mas magiging solido pa nga for SGJ. Especially Tino and Evie who fully activated sa series nga na yun where, let's say, the cornerstones kung paano nga ba nakuha ng SGJ yung mga magagandang plays. Pero pre, ang pinakamagandang detail na nakita natin sa loob nga ng map dito na yun is the fact that these two teams prioritize GR. Palagi nating nakikita, ang pinakamalakas na side ng Attras tsaka ng SGJ is definitely Blacklist, no? So nakakapagtaka na once Attras picked Ankara, itong SGJ, hindi pre, back off na muna tayo. We have to pick global risk. Kailangan natin makuha yung passiveness at timpla ng round bago tayo kumuha ng second half priority. Pero ito, SGJ picking our Black Widow. Sabi ng Attras, marami tayo na ipapanalo sa blacklist, no? Baka mag-GR naman tayo for a change. Nakakapagtaka lang sneaky. Now these two teams are dishing out all of the different styles. Ngayon pa lang sa playoffs ito na pwede ngang ikasira at pwede rin ikaganda. Pero hindi tayo nakakasiguro doon kasi pareho tayong tumitingin sa loob ng playoffs ito sneaky na blankong-blanko. SGJ and Attras prove themselves that they are good teams. Pero sa playoffs, ibang usapan na talaga kasi no sneaky.
Of course, man. Sobrang ibang-iba talaga yung playoffs. No? I mean, we just have to look at Masters para and how that went. No? And, wala talagang plot twist na pwedeng, or hindi pwedeng hindi mailabas dito sa ating semifinal. No? Especially, you have to consider so many factors, pare. SGJ, ayun nga, you have one of the few people na naandito sa Impact that actually has, best of 5 experience when it comes to Masters level na itong si Tino. But at the same time, yun nga, Attras on the other side, they have RTA. The guy's been around for a while, multiple, Impact playoffs and Impact finals already, no? So, saan talaga mas lamang dito pagdating sa level? But I feel like SGJ with their slightly more mature calling siguro dito pare, gusto yata nilang i-check poll muna etong Attras, and obviously na SGJ, they're kind of a field-based team. They're like, okay, medyo malakas yung kanilang approach dito, and Tino's gonna come up with a quick game plan. Maybe this will be the counterplay, parang ganun pare. So I feel like it does make sense para dito sa SGJ na magsimula dito sa GR side just to kind of check the level. No? Is Attras gonna be Attras today, or is it gonna be the Attras that we saw from last week, pare? Parang ganun yata yung perspective dito ng SGJ.
Ngayon, Attras, no? Parang masasabi ko na rin na they're more than ready actually, no? Mentally. Kasi hindi lang naman ito yung unang beses na makakaranas ng BO5 ang Attras. And not to mention, parang ito na ata yung pinakamabigat na makukuhang playoff experience ng nila RTA pati na rin ng iba. No? Kung maalala mo, Sneaky Impact 2024, nakalaban ng Exolo Q ang execration during the playoffs. No? Tapos fast forward, 2 years after, eto, makakalaban na naman ni RTA ang isa sa mga may init na teams na talagang nakaranas na ng international at higit sa lahat, no, has the best BO5 experience out of all the teams kasi nakakalaban niya na yung mga Q9 pati na nga rin yung mga King Zero dati. Tino already has eyes on the prize pag nasa loob nga siya ng playoffs. So yeah, bit of more challenge para dito sa Attras but their skill makes up for it. SGJ is prepared mentally and as well as pati na nga rin sa kanilang mga gunfights. Magkakatalo na lang talaga sa mid-round na yan, no, Sneaky. Nakakapagtaka nga talaga, out of all the teams, Attras is the struggling one. Sila nga yung ating number 1 dito sa ating standings. Pero SGJ, seamlessly going by sa ating number 4, defeating LSK wala sa kanilang strats na una na-expose, pero nung tumagal, gumanda ang pagkakaluto nga nito. No, with the series up against LSK, proved to be a better one para dito kay Tino at kay Jay Hawker na really steadily improved. No? Parang di mo masasabi kay Tino na steadily improve siya kasi talaga napatunayan niya na ang malakas nga siya. But hey, SGJ is taking their chances sa kung ano mang levels ang iaangat ng kanilang mga players at kakailanganin talaga nila yan with a firepower ready team like Attras. Kailangan talaga ng SGJ gulangan to with their mindset and as well as their decision making na feeling ko pwede nga nila makuha yung isa o dalawa map or better yet the series. Kaya sa prediction ko na Attras, no, Sneak, parang medyo may balance pa yun sa bandang gitna no?
Feeling ko dun nga din pwede sila mag-meet na sa gitna, no, pagdating nga dito sa mid-rounding natin, pare, kasi I feel like kung hindi nga masolusyonan yung Attras na yung kanilang problema nga dito sa mid-rounding, which is that small bit of proactivity, no, right after yung kanilang opening play, which kind of caught them dun sa LJC game na nakita ka natin the other day, pare. Pero feeling ko Attras probably saw that last series, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, as a wake-up call, and knowing si Ang, no, he's probably worked on a few plays or at least tried to converse with his captain na kailangan nilang may isang player na mas maging active or at least to lead the charge pagdating sa kanilang opensa, pare.
And now without out of the way, welcome to the Impact Battlegrounds. Ang ikalawang koponan na makakapasok sa ating Grand Finals ngayon nating kokoronahan. SGJ versus Attras. Attras speaking Ankara and with a very familiar setup na nakikita natin multiple times during Masters. They will be taking some priority dito lang sa ating LA with that defense mula sa side ni Jared pati na rin ni Durs. But meanwhile, Attras, I do feel like pwede nga nilang kunin yung isang magandang push dito lang sa may HM. EV nakabantay and he's anticipating 1 kill. Makakadalawa nga sana siya but he opted for the safe route. 1 kill para sa SGJ.
Grabe, napaka-agresibo naman ng checkpoint dito, Salvatore. Sila na mismo ang nagpipik paloob dito sa opensa ng Attras. And this is the problem that we were kind of talking about, no, Salvatore? That bit dito sa mid-round na kailangan ng may onting risk or onting gamble galing dito sa Attras. But they still waited for that mistake galing sa SGJ. Pero set play na yun Salvi, naka-set play na yun para dito sa SGJ to go for a pretty safe check into that mid-side. And they got a kill for it. Pero Attras, what is the mid-round gonna look like para sa kanila? Lumipat na sila papunta dito sa B. Pero kaya ba nilang lagpasan dito si Tino?
Men, kanina nagparamdam si EP sa may B-site. Lalaban at lalaban pa rin nga sila, no? Tino now with a reposition. Parang ito na ata yung mabruskong Attras sa kanilang mid-round decision. Kukoronahan na nga nila itong B-site nga na to with Tino already in front of batteries. Parating pa lang ang ating tatlo mga babata mula dito sa SGJ. Tino with a shot. And here comes Jay Hawker with a follow-up. Makakaisa dito si Bernard. But it's a struggling Attras na hindi man lang makalapit. The spray down from Jay Hawker. Hinahanap na nga nila ang nauhuli pang bata na eto na nga, nakita na nga nila pero hindi siya bibigay basta-basta. SGJ with that adjustment to B-site will be given them the first round.
Inaantay ko dun, Salvatore. Inaantay ko, okay, nakuha nila yung rampa. Let's get in there.
Diba?
Let's get it. Let's get in there.
Bro.
Parang nasa isip ko, pares, nasa na yung papasok dito sa battery. Someone has to pressure si Tino. You can't just give the site for free. And feeling ko inaantay nila kasi yung rotation din dito ni Kid from HM. But someone has to, play the distraction, pare. Kailangan may pumasok dun sa lima at kailangan may sumigaw para mapatingin sila lahat sa kanya, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, SCJ is like, okay, it's a bit quiet dito sa rampa. Tingin na natin sa baka ibang lugar. Baka may naglalurk or tibayan na lang natin tong HM. I feel like, Attras, maganda yung game plan pero di ako sold. Hindi sila na-sell dun sa ginawa nila dun sa B-side, pare.
May palo sana, pre. Mapipiga ka pa doon kay Bernard, pati kay Kay, no? Pero the fact na nakaikot pa si Kid just means na may hinaantay si Kid dito eh. And not just that, meron din tayong ini-expect wala dito kay CRG. Kasi pre, oy ako na magtatanim ha. Pero wait lang, itatanim ko na ba? Parang ganun eh, nakakapagtaka kang bakit ganun here for Attras. But here comes another force here of SGJ. Ibibigay nga nila dito yung site. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na epas na nga sila dito with CRG now with the pick. 4v4 na nga tayo, Sneaky.
Yun na nga. And this is the classic SGJ Tino calling, no? Meron na agad tao na nasa loob ng hotel. At meron ng dalawang entrada na nakanood dito. Ang SGJ, though, cutting off the rotation dito kay Jared. Meron pa siyang onting disruption sa mga high mid players natin pero mapapatakbo na siya pabalik ng TB. Meron pang 4 na nasa loob pero 3 na lang pala. Si Kay bumalik dito ng mid. 15 seconds, wala masyadong oras para sa SGJ. Nabubalik ng side pero 4 na segundo lang ang kailangan nila dito. Tino rumatrat ng USP. CRG nakita na si Jayhawker. CRG nakaulo na dito kay Tino. 1 HP on Durs. And a very nice post plant para dito sa Attras. And that's what I'm talking about. Pare, kita mo si CRG. Instant pasok dun sa B-site. Instant plant. And then, pwede na kayo magkagulo pag may oras na sa screen nyo, pare.
Wala namang masama kung papasok sila ng B-side to pre, kagat lang ng langgam yung mga bala na matatamo sa katawan nyo. At mas mainam pa pag nakuha nga nila yung space na yun para makorner sila Tino at sila Durs. Kung hindi makukuha ni Durs yung follow-up kill doon pre, baka nga mayari pa dito ang SGJ. But luckily enough, no, Attras finally getting the duels, no? Naitiklop nga nila lang maayos yung mga damit nga nila para preparado sila doon sa B-side take na yun. At tinan mo, nagusot ka agad. Just means na Attras really nag-effort talaga para lusubin yung site nga na yun. And not to mention, yung adjustment pala dito kay Kay was more than good para makat off yung rotation dito lang sa may HM. Good pick para nga dito kay RTA as EV is now down. Quick 4v5, SGJ. Wala munang aalis sa kanya-kanya mga pwesto. And oh my goodness, CRG. Nakakagulat na mga pangyayari. He usually wins those. Pero Attras seemingly blowing their position.
Do you have to do that? I didn't think he had to do that, pare. I mean, Jayhawker, teka lang, he low-key
Nakalampas, bro.
Pare. Low-key a flank dito sa may mid-side at high-key patay na nga dito si Kay sa may mid natin. Pero meron din tao na nasa loob ng B pero hindi makakapigil si Tino kahit isa. RS control para dito sa Attras. So pwede na magstay lang dito sa loob si RTA pero nakaplant kasi papuntang RS. So feeling ko may onting clue na may tao dito sa loob eh.
I-clear nga ba nila? Magandang tanong.
Ayun.
Hindi, Fred. Ako naman, Durs and Jared showing why they are. Ito na yung mga juniors ng SGJ. Clear the corners, my friend. Jayhawker now on the 1v3. This is where boys become men. Para makuha mo ang round para nga sa side ng SGJ. Pero Attras, seemingly with the experience. Look at this diabolical post plant, Sneaky. Hindi man lang makagalaw si Jayhawker. Finally, convincing round para sa Attras after the CRG mistake.
Of course, man. Yun yung maaasahan mo dito sa Attras, at least especially on the post plant na yung kanilang post plant will not get a bit too wild. Kaya na nakita natin nung 1-1 yung score when they are just allowed to set up and everything. In the site, it is a very hard site to penetrate, pare. Pero yun lang, nabutasan pa nga dito si Tino. And A site could possibly be wide open pero Attras mag-aantay muna ng ibang overextenders dito sa mapa natin. But at the same time, yung flank dun sa bypass kanina, that low-key looked very scary para sa Attras. And yun nga, the hesitation has come in once again. Pero nahanap naman nila yung butas this time. Pero di ako magsisinungaling, Salvi. That round looked really scary para sa kanila, pare.
Kahit sa ang angulo mo tignan, Sneaky, no? Napila si CRG, buti na nga nakabawi si Kid. That snowball really garnered enough attention para nga si SGJ. Kumbinsido ako, no, Attras, after that pick wala kay Tino, akala ko kuha pa kayo ng isa. Pero hindi. Talagang sisikuhin nyo na nga lang tong Vits na to. At lalinya na nga kayo para dito kay Durs. Walang nakiklear sa kanya. And now CRG with the trade. CRG with the entry. Grabe nga naman talaga, Attras. Napakalinis. SGJ hindi man lang makabawi. And they're now down naman para dito sa senaryo ng retake. Kaya nga ba ni Jayhawker at TEV, malalaman natin sa susunod na kabanata ng SGJ retake. Attras nakabantay.
Grabe, and naglilinis yata sila na buta dito sa first 2 rounds natin kasi napakalinis ng kanilang A-take at napakalinis rin ng kanilang pagtatapos dito sa ating round. 3-1 para dito sa Attras, and it is looking a lot more squeaky clean pare. Mas na-identify na nila yung priority dito sa mapa natin, and they are no longer going for reckless wins in this one. Yung gusto kong makita dito sa Attras pare, pag makuha nila yung first pick, gusto kong magdikit-dikit dito yung core and they look for other picks elsewhere dito pare. Pero Attras, or SGJ rather, they're tired of waiting around sa site. Sila na mismo yung magpupush.
Bah, Jared, no? Ibang game mode ata to bossing para gawin yan. Pero okay na rin, siguro. Isang magandang control para sa yellow. Kung may magko-crossman, for sure, walang mag-check dyan para nga sa side ng Attras. Kasi pag onti na lang yung oras, hindi mo na iisipin kung titingin ka pa kaliwat kanan, rerekta ka na kagad ng site eh. Pero payong kaibigan para dito kay Jared, huwag ka lang gumalaw dyan sa katatayuan mo kasi may 5 sasalubong pero hindi mo makakapag-anak yan. Handa nga ba si Boy Scout Jared? He's gonna get 2 beautiful shots para kay Jared. At okay na yon, pinalakpakan na siya ni Tino sa ginawa niya.
Yeah, good enough for the angle that he had dito sa long lima. Yung nakapush sa kanya pero kailangan din ng 5 para patiin siya dito. Pero there's on the backside finally getting one on Kid EV. Wrapping around dito sa spawn. At trap na dito yung Attras. Di na sila makakaback dito para kasi pati yung nasa likod ay meron na ring tao. And what a nade from Tino all the way from Arco into bottom side ng terrace natin, and it's a 3-2 galing sa SGJ, and this is now the problem, Salvatore. Attras, maganda yung kanilang checklist. Once again, post plan looking really good, but what happens when SGJ throws you the curveball, pare?
Akalain mo nga naman no, sa isang round na hindi nag-LA ang Attras, kuha tayo HM pre, dun nag-forward si Jared. No? And that gave them a lot of space para magkaroon nga sila ng kumpiyansa. Nakaka-mid-take nila pre. Yung LB pati LA, pabayaan natin yan. Total, kaya naman natin labanan, no? Kasi makangas tayo, Attras, sabi nga nila. Pero, malalampasan nga nila tong TV na to. Gusto ko to, pre, ha? Teka lang, EV, you are cooking something. Pag nakuha nyo yung mga picks, nagpapaulan na kasi dito ng bagyo sa loob nga ng mid. But now, Bernard, with the follow-up, init na nga siya ngayon. But he's gonna get cornered, and Jayhawker with the trade. SGJ, handang-handa sa delubyong dumating. And they get 2 major players. Kay with the insane shot sa ating tower player. Siya pa yung nanalo dun. It's now a 3v3. Attras now needs to make a decision. At A na nga yung napusuan nila. Headshot over to Jared. Talagang pumik ka pa. Nasasayang na yung ginawa ni EV at Jayhawker kanina. It's now Durst on the recovery. Pero mapapatay din siya. 2 piso para sa Attras. Isang buong buhay para kay Kid. Now down to the 1v3.
Grabe pare, CRG with the lock-in of the century dito sa mapa natin. Dire-diretso lang sa A-side kahit sino man magpapaka sa kanya. Hindi siya nahuhulog dito, and it's another one para kay CRG. Attras, they were looking for a hero dun sa round na yon, and it came in the form of him pare. The HK417 in his hands. Napaka-deadly pare.
Ay nako, Attras naging marumi. Tas naging malinis. Maling marumi magtrabaho ang Attras. Ang linis na nilang nakuha yung round na yun, pre. After a fumble slight doon sa HM take nila Evie at Jayhawker, nakabawi pa nga sila. Bernard with the play na gusto niya nga bawian yung mga pumaslang sa kakampi niya. Really showed na Attras wants to go for the 1-for-1 spray. Hindi sila kapabayaan nga dito na okay lang na may makuha sa kanila kasi babawi kami sa retake. Pero no, pre, they want to equalize the numbers so much na kahit anong mang mangyari, pre, kailangan nyo kami labanan ng pantay-pantay. SGJ, big tila umatras na nga sila doon sa TV na yon, and they need to make an adjustment quick kasi nagpaparamdam ng Attras.
Uy, okay. Nagawa nila yung conga line pare. Tamang yuko lang para makadaan dito ng second mid. At Attras na nakapasok na ng hotel. 3 guests entering and exiting in the same time. Problema nga lang, look at the smoke. Galing dito sa SGJ, Tino will miss the first shot gamit ang kanyang sniper pero meron rin retaliation galing dito sa TB. EV with a nice cover pero si BD makakabawi naman ng isa dito sa ating ilalim. Pero Jayhawker getting Bernard in return. Kay nakita na si Tino in this RS side. 3 versus 3. Smoke is now down dito sa spawn para makaharang sa tinitignan ng mga players ng SGJ na ngayon gusto na mag-retake.
So far, the retake, pumapabor to para nga kay Attras. With that one pick over to J-Hawker, mahihirapan na nga silang makabuelo nga dito unless makuha nila si K at si CRG na puno-puno ng buhay. And SGJ just getting outclassed from the duels dito ni CRG. Kakampi niya lang yung sarili niya, pre doon. Attras 5-2.
And ito na yata yun, Salvatore. From what we observed and what everybody said dito sa Attras, it seems like CRG took matters into his own hands, pare. Pero si Tino, may ibang game plan naman. Papasok dito ng A-site natin. Just a quick peek into K. And an immediate 4 versus 5. Ngayon, ito na yung tunay na test dito ng Attras. How do you operate a 4 versus 5 mid-round? A point that you have struggled with this entire group stage. Mapapatay nyo si EV. That's a great start to the 4 versus 4. Pero mapapatay nyo pa si J-Hawker. J-Hawker with a good spray dito kay Bernard. Pero kailangan mapatay sa dito ni CRG. Pero CRG hindi makakabalik ng isa. Pero Kid, on the retaliation, Kid, gustong tumulak. Tino, stuck sa loob ng site. Wallbang, di man lang natamaan ng isa. And here comes Tino from the top side, from the top rope. Nako po, binadislam na dito ni Jared si RTA and SGJ finally a reply.
Grabe, pre, nababatista bam na nga ngayon ng SGJ from the elevated positions. And that is an amazing... Oh my God, K!
Oh
okay,
my
ano
God.
meron sa LA at saka
Oh
sa
my
HM? Naglalabanan tong dalawang mga Arctic na to. Hindi naman RM, hindi naman 8v8. Playoffs to mga bossing. Ba't tayo pumipik ng ganun? Grabe, nagsisilakasan na ng ego tong dalawang teams na to at hindi mo masisi. They want that W so bad sa Ankara kagad, Sneaky.
Sim, and now one piece of advice, pare. Para kay Tino and or KK. Trust me, pare, KTRO8. Sa HM 1
He said it, sinabi niya na. Sinabi niya na.
I said it, sinabi ko yun. Best weapon in the game. Shout out to the KTRO8. We'll see you very very soon, no, Salvatore, feeling ko. Pero with that kind of opening on Tino, that'll be a lack of information para nga dito sa SGJ. Now they have no idea na may 8 nangyayari.
Parang wala pang kabuang-buang kasi si Ders pa lang yun nandito. Wala nagro-rotate ni isa, pre, at kailangan niyang bumakop papuntang exit. Kasi sobra-sobra na. Hindi na kinakaya ni Ders yung paligid niya. And it's a 4-man Attras field A site. Kung saan wala pang pagpaparamdam dito para sa side ng SGJ. EV gets cornered and EV gets taken down. And now, SGJ, ano nang gagawin nyo? Dalawa na ang nawala sa inyong mga veterano. Kailangan nang gumalaw na mga Atoms. And Bernard lining them down. RTA with the last kill. Attras gets the finisher.
And yun na yung inahanap natin galing sa Attras, man. Those kinds of clean post plans. But at the same time, the entirety of the half dito, Salvatore, it was just straight up impressive galing kay CRG. We were trying to look for the guy to do it, to lead the charge pagdating sa offense, to be the X factor para dito sa Attras. And it seems like si CRG, pare, he took the task and ran with it, pare. At napakalayo niya na kanyang natakbo dito with a 12-4 performance on 9 headshots. Grabe, nagising siya sa tamang side ng bed today, pare.
Nagiging si Rondo na tong si CRG, no? Playoffs na, pre. Kailangan ko nang gumana. Unti na lang talaga. Sana yung contribution na lang, hindi yung deaths, no? Para talaga maging solido triple-double. Pero Attras.
Avatar of Vengeance yan, par.
Well, Attras, no? Buti na nga lang may masasandalan kayo dito kay CRG, pero ano naman sa SGJ? Meron tayong J-Hawker na mainit-init, pero parang ano pa eh. Parang hindi ka napapaso eh. Parang pwede pang isa lang ulit sa ating microwave para talaga tuluyan ng magpakitang gilas dito ang SGJ. And they've now made their way to hotel. Slowly but surely, pwede nga nilang unahin tong second mid na to bago nga silang mag-entrada papuntang B-side. Pero Kid now, nakapwesto na. And SGJ opts for a second mid. Nakabantay nga ba si Kid? Hindi, pre, na backstab nga nila. Batay now, EV has RS control.
Grabe naman to SGJ na babatok ng bata dito sa B-site. Pero meron pang isa na nasa loob. Bernard still trying to keep hotel occupied. Nice headshot ka kay RTA para mawala si EV. Pero si J-Hawker, napakalaking space na nakukuha nila dito. Pati na rin si Jared na nakukuha na ng high mid control. Piso pareho. At napakadaling deposit na yan para kay Jared. 2 for the price of 1 at RTA. It will take a miracle for the captain to get this, pare, and a nice post plan para sa SGJ. And what a way to start off itong second half natin, Salvatore.
Kung ano namang kinaganda ng post plan kanina ng Attras, medyo tinagilid ng retake nga nila. Parang sa sobrang kalat nga ng Attras, naging madali para si SGJ pumilas ng mga prutas sa puno no? So now, Tino and CRG plus RTA. Posible nga makipag-bakbakan nga dito lang sa may iipre, pero SGJ hindi nagtitipid ng oras. Kausap nila ang kanilang mga Rolex nga ngayon. Buwelo na nga kami ng onting paramdam, pero ang timing dito ay na kay Jared. Ito na yung ingay. At entrada na nga siya, pre! No holds barred! And CRG gets counted out. Jayhawker kukuha ng pass lang. Bernard with a follow-up as well para sa mainit na Jayhawkers now at 3v3.
Pero tignan mo naman yung pressure ng Attras. Nandito na sila sa side. Pero Bernard, kid down immediately. K will get the trade. Pero si EV with the quick cleanup. Alam mo, honestly, it was a good attempt para sa Attras. Low-key, that was kind of yung galawan ng SGJ back in the day, Salvatore. Nagpe-pressure na sila before the plant is even down. But speaking of pressure, Salvatore, Attras gustong umabante dito sa hotel. Pero pinabalik sila agad. Pina-U-turn. Pabalik sa kanilang base. Bernard, RTA, and CRG out of the picture. Cropped from the B-site. Problema nga lang, meron pang gustong sumali dito, Kid and K. Can they get into the frame, Kid? 1-for-1 trade. K still. Can they get it? Mukhang hindi. Salvatore, SGJ. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvi. They are turning up the gears. And this is the danger of going up against itong SGJ. Tino can go fast, slow, medium, 60 in a 60 zone, pare, safely, parang ganun, men. He can go any pace that he wants, and that is now the challenge dito ng Attras. Now they have to, once again, solve the Rubik's Cube na kailangan nilang i-shuffle every single round, pare. And this will be a difficult one para dito ay RTA, pare. I wouldn't want to be in this position, man.
Wala nang mas press W pa sa ginawa ng SGJ. Pre, nakakabaliw yung ginawa nyo sa A-site. At higit sa lahat, no, hindi nyo lang ginawa sa isang parte ng mapa. Ginawa nyo pa talaga sa B-site nang hindi nyo man lang kaalam-alam na hinaharapan na kayo ng tatlong miyembro ng Attras, no? So that is a very good positioning para sa side ng SGJ and good timing as well. At wala nang masaklap pa sa Attras na nakakapanghinay na nga yung mga mid-round nila. Talagang i-double up pa nga nila yung early rounds nga nila, no? The setup needs to get some work talaga dito sa ating opisina, no? Na kailangan pa nila pag-aralan ng mabuti kung ano nga bang sistema ng SGJ. Kasi post-plants were your forte. Nung first half, kailangan nyo ding makita na yung post-plant nyo kailangan nyo rin kailangan din maging effective doon on their end of the retake naman. So, every time Attras wants to make a play, nawa-one-upan sila ng SGJ. Kaya feeling ko doon na lang nagkakatalo talaga eh. Attras is ready naman for the retake. Kaso nga lang pre, post-plant ready ang SGJ din, kaya hindi mo sure kung ano nga ba talaga ang kailangan gawin ng Attras. It's an SGJ control game dito sa ating second half. At ngayon, buti na nga lang may timeout nga tayo kasi kung hindi, ang bilis ng lumalaki ng panganib dito para sa Attras.
Yeah, and I think we also see yung kind of the shades of yung lumang SGJ, no? Especially
definitely
yung second to last round bago tayo umikot ng half dito, pare, yung si EV kapit na kapit dito sa hotel, men, as in ayaw na talagang bitawan at all. And I've seen that kind of hotel priority before, no, Salvatore, with the SGJ back in the day, and I'm glad na yun pa rin yung priority dito ng SGJ, opening up as much entrances as possible para makapasok sa mga sites and creating as much options as possible para sa team mo. And when the Tino gets the shot like that, pare, nako po, mahihirapan talaga kayo. Pero yung bata naiwan na ka dito sa B-side, 1 HP na lang dito si Line. At hindi na sa makakatakbo, pero yun lang, nakabawi pa sila na isa dito sa Albi.
Nauli ka na ng tanod, kaibigan. Curfew ka na, kid. Doon ka nga dito sa black and white. Tino nakapasok. Gets the adjustment. He needs to get the second daw para hindi makakross si RTA. Nagtayo ng campsite si Tino at walang makakalampas. SGJ gets the lead.
Grabe, there is no scarier version of SGJ, pare, than SGJ that is no longer holding dito sa mapa natin. Di na sila nag-aantay ng option galing sa kanilang kalaban. Sila na mismo na nag-open up ng options dito sa mapa natin. And Tino, what a 3K galing sa kanya. Option, all the options sa kanya. Space created as well dito sa RS. Men, dun sa exit, pumili pa nga siya kung sino papatayin niya dun eh. Pero, SGJ, this is the part of the game na pwede kayong mas lumakas pa lalo. Now, this is what we call crunch time dito sa laruan natin as we approach the second half, nearing itong map point natin. Pero SGJ, B-side, kanina pa nila inaatake. A naman ang hunin RTA. Nasa loob ng fence. Nakuha siya ni Jared Craig. With the trade, Jared. Nakuha pa ka na isa dito si CRG. Dito kay Durst. Pero Jayhawker will get CRG in return. A-site. Wide open. Pero KHM. Quick scope galing kay Tino. Pero meron ring info kung nasa na last player potentially. Bernard
My
goes
goodness.
down. And kay galing sa exit team. Man lang makakapasok and SGJ. Just like what I said, Salvatore, pag nandito na tayo sa late game, this is SGJ territory, pare.
My God, pre, yung pako doon sa kabaho, hindi matanggal ng atras ka dito. SGJ is firing on all cylinders. Literal, pre, every gunfight na ipapanalo nga nila. And the Arctic player is down again. Siya na lang ang napipilas palagi, Sneaks. Kita kabantay ng TV at nakakalampas yung dalawang miyembro ng SGJ papuntang HM. Durst now with the split push dito lang sa may B-side. What a play! Pwede ba corner si Kid? And Kid is now down. It's now down to the 4v3. Mahirap na to para sa side ka ng atras. Dalawang piso pa nga talaga ang natitira nga
Nice
dito.
shot.
Jayhawker threading the needle. Lahat tumatama. Lahat sakto para sa side ng SGJ. Atras, kayo pa talaga ang naging dehado after taking first half. SGJ match point.
Grabe, Attras suddenly drowning dito sa second half natin. And SGJ relentless sa kanilang pagsuntok dito. Para hindi nila pinapapahinga itong Attras B or A side ng mapa. Dapat active talaga kayo. And active is what Attras might be doing. In this one, gusto nila i-push yung LA, gusto nila i-push yung Vents. Pero nag-steady sila bigla nila looking for the opening. But is it actually a bait? Di na mahuhulog. Pero tignan mo naman, nasan yung SGJ? It's an El Clasico SGJ move, Salvatore. The A fake into B hit.
Handa nga ba ang atras para ka sa fake nga na to, pero unti-unti pang gumagala dito si CRG para wala ata silang kamuwang-muwang, Sneaky. It's now a cornered up K sa loob nga lang ng tower at wala siyang ibang pwede mapuntahan. Janu the fiery hot entry and Durst gets the target. Jayhawker nakita ang rotation. This might be it, Sneaky. There goes the finisher. Na RKO na si CRG sa HM. SGJ meron pang maisisingit dito na team na to sa loob nga ng Ankara as they take the map pick of Attras.
And this just goes to show, Salvatore, that experience is a currency that is more expensive than anything else pagdating sa laruan natin, pare. I mean, Tino, those last 5 rounds, those last 4 rounds, I wouldn't just want to commend si Tino, no, but also the other members dito ng SGJ for being so well knit together, no, dito sa mapa natin ng Ankara. I mean, the aggression was non-stop galing sa kanila dito sa second half. I mean, itong Attras, they tried to go for a counterplay. Nakita natin, meron na nagto-2-3 dito sa second mid. They tried to go for their own fight dito sa mapa. Pero SGJ, pakiramdam ko dito sa second half, parang di man lang sila nawalan ng control dito. Man, they had Attras on the ropes in the second half and they didn't stop punching, pare.
Grabe, pre. Nakatali na't lahat dito ang Attras. Pitiglas na lang kayo ng onti, pre, o baka mayroon pa talaga kayong buhay para man lang makawala kayo dito sa kandada ng SGJ, pero wala talaga. After all the attempts para maging agresibo din tulad ng SGJ, even going as far as pre, maging passive na lang tayo, hold tayo ng mga magagandang angles, TV pati tower, hawakan na lang natin, it was still not enough. How could you stop an SGJ na wala namang mawawala mentality? No, SGJ is firing in everything na may tao at may nakabantay. SGJ just happens to have like the best time possible kasi nga Jayhawker and Jared was paying their dues. Parang kailangan na ata magbayad ng renta dito ni Jayhawker at ni Jared, kaya kailangan na nga nilang galingan. SGJ, you can never go wrong with that kind of play. And Attras clearly na pag-iwanan. Goes to show, no, na totoo nga, Sticks, mahal nga talaga ang experience. Attras, meron naman kayo, pero parang mas nakakaangat sa maraming perang tinatayuan dito ang SGJ because they are right on the money. Kita mo nga naman from Tino and Evie alone from their shot calling on the early round all the way to the mid round. At nandyan pa rin ang sakit ng Attras, Sticks. They cannot come up with a final decision.
Grabe, man. I mean, this is the SGJ that I expected going into yung playoff natin. Yung SGJ na preparado, kumbaga, pagdating sa ating playoffs. At the same time, man, nakikita mo yung stark difference, no? Between itong SGJ dito sa BN side at yung Attras dito sa kanilang BN side, pare. May nakita ka ba bits of hesitation galing dito sa SGJ sa BN side nila? They just kept on rolling, kept on going forward kasi alam nila na they're good for the trade at the very least para dito sa kanilang mga setup. Pero pagdating dito sa Attras, there's a lot of mini hesitations na pwedeng exploit ka dito ng SGJ, which at the moment are more siding towards yung timing-based play, no, rather than yung reactive. That doesn't mean that they cannot play reactive, pare, but they can play both kinds of plays, kagaya nga ng ganun na nakita natin on screen dito sa Ankara, which is SGJ firing on all cylinders, pare. At lahat nakita natin dito. And we will see the set summary. Of course, Jay Hawker nagwala sa Ankara. That's the headline, pare.
At hindi makatarungan yung numero ni Evie at ni Jared, pre. 0.7 and 0.9 invade B. Pero mas matimbang yung mga nakita natin sa loob nga ng Ankara kung paano nga nila pinapangawakan yung TB during GR at paano nga nila naiisipan na, pre, rektahin na lang kagad natin at sagasaan ang Attras papuntang B-site. Nakita nga din natin na parang kino-coin flip lang din nila yung A, pre. Pero okay lang din sa kanila yung, pre. SGJ, kayang-kayang isugal yung pwesto nga nila just for the sake of a very strong entry. CRG, pre, you had an amazing first half. Umonti ka lang ng taas doon sa second, pero at the end parang humabol pa ng onte yung deaths mo laban nga sa iyong kills at hindi na nakarecover lahat. Hindi lang si CRG, lahat ng members sa loob ng Attras. And Jay Hawker sa birthday boy, no? Birthday niya nga pala kahapon, mga bossing, pero ito ang kanyang regalo ngayon. 1.9 KD as the MVP sa loob nga ng Ankarang. Tamang-tama nga lang naman ang pasok ng blessings. Baka ang wish talaga dito ni Jay Hawker, mag-champion ng Impact.
Grabe, pare. That sweet spaghetti still flowing through his veins dito sa ating laruan, men. And it seems like he is very, very busog right after this very hearty meal na kinain lang nila dito ang ating Attras team dito sa Ankara. Honestly, very impressive macro-wise, very impressive micro-wise from both teams. Even yun nga, no, Tino was hitting some unreal shots dito sa mapa natin. So, SGJ in the form that we kind of expected them to be, pero for some reason nalagpasan pa nila expectation na yun, Salvatore.
Ay nako, wala na mas nakakatakot pa sa kamatayan, buwis at sa SGJ na preparado para nga sa series nga na to. Attras, makakabawi nga ba sila sa ating Black Widow? Malalaman natin mamaya. Mamamahinga muna kami at pagbalik namin, tuloy ang laban ng SGJ at Attras dito lang sa CFS PHT Impact Spring 2026. paghahasik ng lagim at pagbawi ng SGJ sa lahat ng mga nagduda sa kanila ay ipagpapatuloy nga natin dito lang sa CFS Impact Spring 2026. Wala nang mas mainit pang set kundi sa SGJ na makukuha nga nila ang Black Widow. Attras, gumalaw nga kayo. Pakita nyo kung kayo nga talaga ang number 1 sa ating group stage kasi sa ngayon pa lang SGJ is already convincing us na parang mapapasa kanila na ang panalon to.
Yeah, yung gusto ko dito sa last game rin, no, Salvatore, especially nung second half natin, di na nag-antay dito yung SGJ. You know, the usual SGJ thing, we will hold for like a minute and 30 pare at mag-aantay tayo ng isang magpupush. Di natin nakita yun from SGJ at all. They ran straight into B-side. Nakita nila yung immediate weakness na galing dito sa Attras, which is yung kanilang trading dito sa HM, yung kanilang trading din dito sa B-side. Obviously, Kid having a hard time defending, no? Dito sa B-side natin, they just straight up pressured it time and time again. At yung masama pa dito, may tempo na si Tino nung time na yun. So after those 2B rounds, balik naman tayo dito sa A. And at that point, you are playing SGJ's game kung kayo yung Attras. And that is yung pinakamalaking worry para sa akin dito na, you know, Tino's already, you know, in the head dito ni RTA pare. And I wouldn't be surprised kasi, ayun yan, that's what experience does. You can kind of read situations like this kasi Tino has been in this situation again and again, pare.
At ito pa pre, no? Kailangan nang dumaan dito ng Attras sa loob nga ng Black Widow, which in fact is one of their most shakiest maps, no? Siguro Eagle Eye sa base, pero Black Widow, parang hindi mo pwedeng i-associate talaga yung pangalan ng Attras nga sa mga pangalan to. Granted talaga na in this matchup, SGJ is definitely, no? Para mas lumalawang sa kanila ang odds nga dito. Pero Attras with sceneries na nakita nga rin sa loob nga ng group stage, parang pwede naman pero hanggang pwede lang. We need more firepower. Kailangan natin ng decision making na talagang ikakalason ng SGJ kasi they already come up with some plays na kinapigil talaga ng Attras during the second half, and that one singular play, isa lang yun isang play lang inisip ni Tino, pero buong syudad ng Attras na shutdown na parang nawalan sila ng kuryente dito. Kaya ngayon Attras, kailangan nyo nga magpailaw ulit kasi kung hindi, this is going to be a series na kailangan nyo nga talagang isipin na pre, parang wala na ata. Hindi pre, hindi dapat ganon. Attras needs a recovery mission sa loob nga ng Black Widow, and we need that series to go towards the distance. Kasi Attras number 1, we have high expectations. They are the aces ng series nga na to. Pero SCJ clearly taking all the cards dito sa mga binigay nga sa kanila. And they're making a good run of it, no? Parang itong Black Widow na to, pwedeng maging testing grounds kung ano nga bang pwede natin makita sa Attras sa loob ng Black Widow o kaya sa loob ng Eagle Eye.
Just to recall, no, Salvatore, no? Di ba 2 taon na yung Impact? If I'm not mistaken, we started
Yep,
back in
2024.
2024. I can't believe na we have gotten to the point dito sa Impact, you know, a Filipino league full of Filipino teams na a Filipino team in Impact, yung advice natin, kailangan nyo pang asiman. Dude, kailangan nyo pang asiman, pare. Laglagan nyo pa ng sinigang mix doon sa loob ng laruan nyo. Kasi, Attras, not gonna lie, you know, we need a bit more sourness dito sa kanilang gameplay, pare. You know, the ratty plays from time to time. It did come in the form of CRG, pare. Pero, it quickly dismantled dito ng second half. Pero Black Widow na tayo dito sa Alvi. PL side para sa SGJ. NCR para dito sa Attras. Kalma lang. Unti lang naman. Medyo nawalan lang ng buhok dito sa mukha.
Asim! Ang bilis kaagad pre. Nagpaparamdam nga sila kaagad. Pero tila Attras lang din sila pre. Okay na, natikman na nga nila yung sabaw. Kailangan pa ata ng konting asin. SGJ goes back. Attras, sabi mo nga pre, kailangan nga nila nga mas lakasan pa. Pero parang hindi sila decidido sa kinatatayuan nga nilang mga poste. And now SGJ is back to the default with Tino handling Ter. Naku, nag-double scope siya. No. Hindi niya nakita si Kay sa tren. But either way, pwedeng bumawi pa dito ang mga kalahok ng SGJ kasi piso na nga lang yung Arctic player nga nila. And now, wala pa rin pre. They still want to go A-site.
Yeah, it's all about that reaction, no, Salvatore. You can get the first pick dito sa SGJ, pero kaya mo bang labanan yung kanilang secondary or reactionary action right after that first kill? Pero Bernard, mapapacheck dito sa short. Siya ang una mahuhulog para dito sa Attras. Pero Kid with a quick trade in that mid side. Kid stuck na nga dito sa double doors, pero meron na nanonood na sniper para sa kanya. So safe pickings na para sa kanya, pare. A good scenario para sa Attras to start things off.
Piso na nga lang din dito si CRG. We have 2 low players here for Attras. Na parang nagmumukhang 3v2 na nga to. Kid still fighting. May laban pa dito ang bata. Batang may laban nga kangay ng Attras. And now a 4v2. Still, a possible round for SGJ. Hindi dapat pwede maliitin to ng Attras. They need to win their duels. Eh nung dinoble pick si CRG. Grabe nga naman, CRG inasiman nga ng gusto. And now EV the veteran will be doing it para sa mga namayapan niyang mga kakampi. 15 seconds. Kaya nga ba ng braso niya umabot sa punong dulo? Hindi pre, masyado pang maikli. RTA gets the last kill. Attras, good start. Medyo magulo, pero good start.
Yeah, medyo magulo pero good start. Pero naagapan nila yung kailangan nilang kunin dito sa mapa. Okay, nakuha na nila si Tino. Then they got the reaction right after it. No? Granted, namatay si Bernard dito sa short, but still, you can kinda see the direction kung saan papunta dito yung SGJ sa mapa natin, and Attras just reacting accordingly with this one. Really good pickoffs rin galing dito kay Kid, creating a lot of chaos para dito sa SGJ. Pero SGJ, nakatingin naman dito sa B-site natin, CRG na nakatunga dito sa pintana, pero attack na lang dito, RTA, a bit suspicious. May onting movement dito sa B-side, pero mauna na nga si Jayhawker papasok dito na HB. RTA with the flash, and it will be the peak potentially, pero wala tayong nakita dito sa B-side. CRG mapapahulog na nga dito, and Jared nakita na si Kid, fully cleared na agad itong B-side. Dalawa lang nawala dito sa SGJK on the bottom side. USP gagana dito kay Tino, 38 seconds on the C4.
1v2. Nag-i-scale up na nga dito ngayon si Kay, pero mas malabo ba to sa taong nagpapagawa ng salamin? Na makakalapit man lang siya sa isang player kasi nakapag-set up sila ng crossfire. Sneaky! Kung anong default ng SGJ, dun pa sila natalo. Pero the moment na brinusko nila yung LB, aba, nakakuha sila ng round.
Grabe, they might have learned the valuable lesson, pare. Hold on. Baka kailangan natin i-brusko lang dito yung V-site. Wala nang setup dito, men. Pero okay. A bit tight on the angle, double scope dito sa may terror side natin. Baka gusto na lang makuha kung sino man na mag-cross dito. Pero napaka-delikado ng angulo mo, boy. It will be Dino for K, which is
a trade.
An all-right trade, no? Wala nang sniper yung kabilang side ng mapa natin. Pero may short control kasi itong Attras eh.
Yung nga pre, sobrang lalim na kinuha nga nilang LA. Tapos dami pa nilang oras na ginugol doon. Ayan. Nakapag-ES na kagad dito sila Kid. So wala na ibang pwedeng gawin dito ang SGJ kundi i-force na nga lang to o kaya kunin ni Durs yung laban doon lang sa may ES para mawala dito sila RTA at sila Kid. Inuunti-unti na nga nila to. Onting nades man lang. Pero napakaganda na ng setup dito ng Attras. Sneaks parang lason na lason dito ang SGJ. Hindi sila basta-basta makakapush. And now Kid, unti na nga ginagapang at ginulat ka si Jayhawker daw. There goes an amazing setup pero naitabla pa ng SGJ. Nagkita pa sa gitna. And now 2 full HPs Attras. Isang duguan para nga sa SGJ. There's now wanting to make a move. Not on the best peripheral vision nga ngayon when RTA is gonna get the shot in. C4 drop. Now down to the 1v2.
That is not good news at all para dito sa SGJ. They've gotten themselves a really good scenario sa mapa natin. Pero spotted na si Jared! What a turnaround! One tap on the HK. Namatay si Bernard. Problema nga lang. Salvatore, RTA, is also hunting in this mid position, Jared.
Double jump.
The wiser, double jump. Hindi. May ingay kasi eh. Baka marinig yung kanyang pagtalon dito. Pero RTA, naku po, yung smoke. Yung smoke ba ang makakasalba dito kay Jared? Jared can go for a silent drop down pero nakatingin si RTA. Left, right. Naku po, timing! Salvatore! RTA, narinig yata nag-top walk. Naku po, 15 seconds. Sa mid pa dumaan. Naku po, Jared. Jared, tumalikod ka! Jared, tumalikod ka! Oh, no! Oh my God. The wild goose chase is finally over. Salvatore, RTA finally catching the rat, pare, and it's a 2-1 Attras with what a doozy of a round, pare.
Grabe, the most comedic round sa loob nga na Impact. At tanging sa Impact mo lang talaga makikita yun. Ano, SGJ, kailangan daw ulit bilisan, pre. Talagang sasobra na naman tayo sa speed limit nga ngayon. Overtime na nga daw. At ayun, Kid gets taken down by 3 pushing members. Kay, naugulat na nga lang, he's might gonna be overwhelmed. Pero naka-second pillar na yung mga members. Tino now with the pick-up auto the Arctic player ng Attras. Bernard with the flank as well. At kailangan na nga nilang kunin ulit dito yung S. Good duels for Attras. 35 seconds, tumatakbo ang oras. Pero Jared, masyado ka na mga ambisyoso kaibigan. Look at that push. Jared still 1 HP. Tino naka-hard scope na nga ngayon and he's gonna land the shot. Playoff Tino is built different. SGJ 2-2.
Grabe, what a round by Jared as well. No? Salvatore parang na-recognize na, okay, we're running out of space dito sa A site. Namatay na si Durs, kailangan ko mag-short. And space has been created indeed. Dito sa mapa natin. Pero si Kay, more than space has been created. It's more like death. EV already out of the picture dun sa left side swing ng ating RS and SGJ. Isa na namang 4 versus 5 para sa kanila pare. Parang china-challenge talaga sila on purpose.
Pre, possible push na naman dito for SGJ pero it's not a split. It's just information na okay naman kung makakuha nga sila ng isa. Jared, Tino missing the shot and Jared still with the adjustment. Double kill pa yun. Paano niya nakuha si Bernard, pre? Insane shot! At tumabla pa yung laro dahil doon. Attras na gulantang.
Grabe, and I was thinking of a very creative solution, no, Salvatore. Paano kaya nila magagawang 3v3 to or at least a 4 versus 4? Pero sinimplihan na lang nila dito. Let's go for short. Sabi dito ni Tino, bait mo na lang ako pare. If I start shooting, just shoot whoever's in front of me. At yun nga ang ginawa ni Jared. Back-to-back rounds na maganda ang kanyang play dito. Pero RTA spotted sa waters. He could be possibly stuck. Kaso walang sniper na naka-hold dito sa HP min. So makakataka siya in time. So bit of information para sa Attras. And that's gonna enable itong si CRG na lumapit ng alley. Pero problema, tignan mo ang spacing ng SCJ. Lahat kaharap mo! CRG goes down. And RTA, naku po, napakalayo sa kanyang kakampi na si K. And RTA will be going down as well. And look at that, the SGJ classic mid-round. The core of 3 players is moving around sa mapa. And that is the mid-round na sinasabi natin. Pero may namatay na naman para sa SGJ.
5 linggo ng groups. Isang linggong pahinga mahigit. Wala pa rin tayong mid-round Attras. Nakaka-first blood kayo. Pero hindi nyo na i-convert into a round kasi tingin nyo pa isa-isa ang pasok ng SGJ, pre. Dapat alam nyo na ang kara pa lang na grupong SGJ na parang 187 lang yung mga yan. Attras, it's time to activate, pre. Bolt in. Nasa na nga ba yung mga piyesang yan? Hindi pa rin ata buo hanggang ngayon. Binabasa pa lang nila yung manual, pre. Paano maglaro ng playoffs eh. Attras, banking on K sa kanyang mga first bloods. Pero hindi rin tatagal sticks na mawala ng gasolina si K kasi pick after pick, hindi naman nagiging round. And they need that standing on business mentality, pre. Pag lalaliman nyo yung pwesto nyo, kailangan may follow-up. Kailangan i-double pick nyo nga talaga. Kasi hindi naman maganda na isa lang yung kinukuha nga nila. They are GR at the time. No? So pwede sila mag-retake. Pero wala, pre. Talagang pa isa-isang ibon yung lumilipad dito sa loob ng Black Widow eh.
Sa lahat pa namatay sa simula ng round, Salvi, si Tino pa. Si Tino pa yung namatay. So, he is kind of playing the director right now no, dito sa kanyang mga kakampi ngayon. Nanonood lang ng CCTV dito sa kanyang screen. So, this is possibly best case scenario para kay Jayhawk or J-Red at kay Durs. The exact execute with your captain commanding it. Flash grenade in dito sa B-side. Jared, wala makikita sa loob pero may makikita sa ilalim. CRG down. One tap galing kay EV. RTA nakabawi kay Jared pero nakastuck na nga siya dito sa ating kabaong HE. Mapapalabas pa ba sa BD? Naku po, nakabawi pa nga ng dalawa dito si RTA. All he needs is a distraction. Pero yung C4 nahulog dito sa B-house.
Hindi nakapag-scale up ng maayos ang SGJ. Kahit nga napilas na nga si Bernard at talasan na nga, wala pa rin nga silang nagawa. Tumatakbo oras pero hindi to kaibigan nga ni EV. Kailangan mo nang itanim yung C4, pre. 4 seconds lang yung allowance po. RTA nakatago na ka sa metal. So wala na ibang pwedeng gawin dito si EV kundi labanan na nga lang. He's gonna get the flick. RTA, ikaw pa yung nabata. Oh my God, SGJ sumabit sa round na yun.
Grabe. And EV, even reverting back to his old playoff mode dito, Salvatore. Nakakuha na mga 1 versus 1s. And the aggression is still there para dito sa SGJ. B-side na naman ang kanilang target. RTA already down. Pero bait pa ba to? EV spotting yung push dito ni Kid. Down to 72 HP. Pero nasa rin tulong galing dito sa talunan. EV will go down. Tino will go down as well. Pero green light na ba to para sa B-side? Kailangan na nila pumasok, pare.
Kailangan na nga nila, pre, at wala na kang oras dito, SCJ! Oh my God! Matutunaw sila dito sa kamay ni Bernard. Attras na finally putting dividends sa kanilang round nga ngayon. Hindi pwedeng makakuha pa ng isang puntos dito. SGJ, there's na piso na nga lang. Pinaglaruan na nga ng bata para may pambili sa tindahan. Kid now puts Attras to just 1 deficit laban sa SGJ, and finally some firepower para sa Attras.
Oh my God. Tino.
8v8 pre, 8v8 talaga to.
8v8 drop shot. Bernard goes down. So, I think advice ko lang no kung sino man nagra-rifle para sa magkabila ang team dito sa mid doors, kasi ayun nga, this is getting a bit risky para sa dalawang snipers natin, pare. Pero si Bernard yung naging biktima. Pero SDJ, I mean, now they have the 4 versus 5. And feeling ko ngayon na sila magsuslow down dito, Salvatore, kasi ngayon gusto na nila na ma-realize yung Attras naman yung may urgency para kumuha dito ng kanilang 4 versus 4. And yun na yung plano dito, man. Antay lang.
Okay. One of the few rounds na na-convert naman ng Attras yung isang pick nga dito, no? Pero ngayon, kayo naman yung napilas. Kanina pa kayo nag-iinit nga dito, no? Muntik na nga kayo madali sa default ng SGJ. The code is, pag namatay si Tino, magdi-default kami. And now, SGJ, despite Tino still alive, parang kinakapapangalan nila dito yung round. Walang bomba na mid, walang bomba ng LB. 1 hesitation lang si SGJ. Pwede nga silang bayari.
Nice shot.
And now, Tino opens it up. Nagpaliyab na nga siya dito ng torch, pre. Pasok na nga. RTA now with the pick over to EV. As he just wants to get a counter rotation. J-Hawker nakita. Pangat pa lang sana ng slope. With RTA with a quick rotation for those 2 kills. CRG now with a flank. Tino mahuhuli nga dito. But still, makakapasok na ang SCJ with the planted C4. They need to win the fights. Jared, ang buhay na kala. Isa na lang. Jared with the clutch. 1 after 1. Attras natunaw sa kamay ni Thanos na nagnaalang Jared.
Grabe, you can do everything right dito sa mapa, Salvatore. Get early long control, get the short control. Pero pag nabanggaan nyo si Jared, you have no choice but to go up against these fists. And these fists are deadly, pare. Sabi niya, what a 1 versus 3 swinging left, right, and center, pare. Just so he could live. And back-to-back clutches yan, Salvi. You cannot say this isn't tilting para sa Attras.
Alam mo, nakakasira yan, pre. Na parang gusto mo mag-escape, double enter ka agad, pre, at mag-isip-isip muna at mag-nilay-nilay. SGJ with the most cheesiest entries pa. LA, hindi nga nila i-full commit to, pre. Sa ngaling i-off angle nga lang nila, RTA Waters Control. What is this diabolical split, pre? Para nga sa side ng SGJ. RTA, napakatagal kunin yung isa. And that costs him his own life. And now EV, entry na nga lang, parang siya nga lang ang mag-isa. And he's gonna get the kill kay hindi nakakaramdam. Muntik pa madali si CRG, piso na nga lang. But still, SGJ, pasok na sa A-site.
It was all a distraction, Salvatore. At napakagandang distraction yun. Bawas pa nga sa buhay yung mga players dito ng Attras. Kid, alam na nga dito sa S, pero pasayaw-sayaw na lang si Jared dito sa loob ng Ecoms. Pero makakalapit ba? Si Kid, can he spot him at the right time? Si Jared una makakita. And Jared with a double kill cleanup. And it's a beautiful round para dito sa SGJ. Once again, distract B, just going A-site. Lahat ng Attras na pa-react dito. And they were left confused sa end ng round natin, pare.
Parang sinasabuhay nga talaga nila yung team nga nila. Pre, hindi sila paabante sa retake na yun eh. That hesitation from Attras para talaga lusubin na lang yung Storby sa mga natitira pa. RTA, nilalaban niya na yung sarili niyo, mga demonyo doon para lang depensahan yung BR. Pero walang nagre-react, walang gusto tumulong sa kanya, pre. Oh my God, Attras, hindi nga pumapabor sa kanila ang mga trades now. SGJ is going to get their best side of the whole tournament. kailangan pag-igihan to ng SGJ. Gantong-ganto yung scoreline no, na ibaliktad nga nila yung series sa Ankara. Pero pre, Attras, we need some signs, pre. Kailangan natin ng ilaw balanga sa kanyo at kailangan nga nilang simulan sa isang magandang entry papuntang S if they want an early control papuntang mid. And now Bernard scaling up. Evie with the headshot. Hindi nila mapigilan nga talaga ang mga harang ng Tondo. With the pick over to Evie, finally, mananahimik ng bahagya itong SGA natin.
Yeah, 4 versus 4 situation na we haven't seen in a while for the past few rounds, pare. Pero SGJ, no reacting just yet on A or B side of the map. Maganda naman yung kanilang default, no? Linders nakaharang lang dito sa mid. And itong si Jared, tamang talon-talon lang dito sa B side. So they're not really going for any semblance of deep control dito sa mga sites natin, Salvatore. They will just assign one guy to go hog crazy para madelay talaga kung sino man ang papasok. Pero napaback dito si Jared. So suddenly, they're now playing retake para dito sa B side, which could be a good idea kung makaisa dito si Jared. This would be big, Jared. Nakita na nga dito si Kid. Pero nandito na ang retake or not even a retake. Here comes the backup ng SCJ. Lahat na sila na nasa loob ng B side. Jayhawker with 2. RTA nakabawi pa ng isa. 1 versus 2. Pero SGJ, they've already swarmed itong B side natin. Mag-isa na lang si RTA. And it will be a full spray galing kay Jayhawker. And what a game plan. Not really a game plan, Salvi. They just told Jared, hold them back as far as possible, as much as possible, pare. At bigla na lang kaming lalabas sa likod mo. What a defense.
Agalan nyo lang ng onti, pre. Parating na yung mga kawal ni Generous Douglas MacArthur. SGJ.
Oh my God.
Holding the line, literal, pre. Hold the line, sabi dito ni Tino. Jared needs to get that delay in. And now Attras couldn't do anything. Where's the timeout sticks? Wala pa rin sila tinatawag na timeout. The huge deficit is deficiting. At talagang susubok taka sila dito lang sa may S. Nakalinya ka sila lahat pero wala. Isa lang ang nakuha nila dun.
Go in, gang! Someone has to go in!
And now Kid flashed in. Jared parating. Kid now standing on business. He's gonna get the kill. K now with the pick. He's not gonna get over to Jared. Doon nga sa ating win A. And Jared, ikaw na naman ang natitira. Nakita na natin to. Finally, binaliktad nila ang kwento. Attras 4-7. And this has to be a timeout for Attras. May hinga pa. Nakatanggal na yung swero. Buhay pa ang Attras sa series na to, Sneaky.
Oh my goodness me. And finally, pare, nasira na ang curse even for just one round, no, pare. But man, the amount of work na ginawa ng Attras just to get that round back in their way para lang makuha nila yun was absolutely massive, no? And this is, once again, El Clasico SGJ. They are, you know, they will lose rounds exactly like that. Pero yung the way na matatalo sila is that you're gonna have to fight this one tooth and nail, pare. 2 versus 1, 1 versus 2. And it's very stressful para dito sa Attras, especially knowing na gaano pa kaliit yung pause natin in between rounds. So, you know, you have to be in the game immediately. No time to think about ano nangyari dito sa last round. And that's the danger dito ng Attras, pare. I mean, Attras, granted na post plans have been very, very good para sa kanila dito. Problem is, yun nga, no, the random plays na ginagawa dito ng SGJ, the gamble plays from time to time. The one guy pushing dito sa likod ng buong enemy lines randomly, no, parang it feels like SGJ is exercising more of these gamble options kumpara nga dito sa Attras. But you're also starting to see yung mga ibang members dito ng Attras, no, try to get ahead of the timing. Kagaya na nakita natin kay Bernard dito sa short. And I feel like those kinds of ideas could really work, no, kung may mas maayos na spacing or kung mas malapit na player sa kanya doon. And I feel like if we can get just, you know, just a bit of tweaking, no, parang mas may body system more than anything para dito sa Attras, I feel like these entries could definitely work. Pero SGJ, man, they every single round na nakikita natin sila on defense, yung unang contact pa lang papasok ng site and you can already tell that this defense is annoying, pare.
Hindi pwedeng nasa ER ka ngayon, no? Lalo pinapanood mo yung laban ng SGJ dahil sa pag-atake talaga ng puso, no? Sobrang dikit. Pero Attras just finally breaks free, no? Umangat na nga yung mga kamay nga nila mula sa hukay na kinalibing nga nila kanina sa Ankara. Pero finally a breakthrough, no? They finally made that one entry. Pero was it really an entry na alam mong magagamit nga nila palagi, pre? Now finally, maagang nagpaparamdam na nga ngayon ng Attras para sa mga parating na pagpasok. Wala pa rin talaga. 21 kills para kay Jared. At hindi pa siya tapos. Lilinya na nga ngayon ng SGJ for a possible retake of A site kasi nakakongolay na ang Attras.
Grabe. EV still very safely tucked in dito sa may pillars natin, so he doesn't have to move anytime soon. And here comes the backup galing dito sa SGJ, and here comes the pressure as well. Top side of the map, nagkagulo na nga dito sa A site. It's now a 3 versus 2. Okay, lalapit na nga. Spotted dito si EV. He's still alive and he still hasn't moved an inch dito sa pillar natin, and he doesn't have to. He just has to be the distraction. He just has to be the guy blocking the way, and EV tatalo na lang dito kay Kay. RTA mag-isa na lang dito sa rampa at may headshot pa nga siya dito ni Jayhawker, and once again just a full denial para dito sa Attras, but at the same time simple problem, simple solution. Jared,
May iwan si EV. No snowball, no scaling whatsoever, Sneaks. Tatauhan lang talaga nila yung site. Now EV is not gonna get anything, pre. Wala man lang siya nakuha dito sa dagat na puno-puno ng mga isda. As SGJ still playing for that retake. Alam nga nila doon nga sila malakas. Kay nag-ingay nga kagad. That puts him in a very good position para makapag-repos nga ulit. And now Attras with a flawless round after punishing SGJ doon sa overextension na yun. Was it really a round na naipon ng Attras para makuha yun, o talagang nahinaan lang sila sa SGJ? My goodness, Attras.
and yeah, and I really wish we would see a lot more of that galing sa Attras, no? The hit towards long as 3, tapos yung re-hit na naman as 3 players. So they're using their superior teamwork this time, pero nasobrahan yata ng peak itong si CRG kay Tino. And once again, Attras in a 4 versus 5 situation. Pero yun yung sinasabi ko, Salvi, the tighter spacing in that last round really caused itong SGJ to kind of fight an unfair fight every single time na mayroong lalabas sa kanilang screen, pare. So ayun nga, I feel like if Attras approaches the game exactly like that, man, baka kaya pa nilang comeback tong SGJ.
Mga naman, no, with these kinds of positions, they can definitely get the picks done. Hindi pa talaga na itinag ang Attras. They still want to go for the fights. Alam naman natin SGJ, they bite harder, pre. EV nakabantay, Bernard forward, nagpaulan, at natin di man lang nakagalaw doon si Bernard at nasira yung bahay na tinayo ng Attras doon lang sa may SGJ with a stamp of approval sa loob nga ng Black Widow na parang sa inyo na nga to, pre. And they get the set point, Tino. Pinatamaan sa puso ni Kay kasi doon mas masakit.
Oh, yun lang. Ito na yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore. These heads-up plays all over the place. Para sa SGJ, they have probably gotten the green light. Galing kay Tino, sabi niya, F it. Just push forward. They are down and they are almost out. And probably the ref will start counting very, very soon, pare. Malapit na tayo sa 10. And if we do make it, that is an Attras fully knocked out. 4 versus 3. Still, very capable pa rin yung Attras. Last 3 players, Bernard, Kid, and itong si RTA, they have shown prowess for the past few games. Pero pressure is on to perform this time. Kid now spotting itong si EV, pero mag-isa lang siya dito sa may talunan. RTA will try to help his teammate, pero alam yata siya dito si EV. There's EV actually getting info para sa kanyang teammate, and the bait and switch working na naman para dito sa SGA. Or SGJ, what are you doing here, man? Pero, Kid, Bernard, last 2 left alive. No free throws para dito sa SGJ kasi walang libre dito sa Black Widow. And it seems like SGJ, they have come to play. And, ayun nga pare, the experience, once again, an expensive currency. And it seems like solid gold jewelry has plenty of it, pare. More than gold, more than jewelry, pare. Experience talaga ang nagpapapanalo sa kanila dito. But at the same time, you could see na yung parang may insurance policy yung mga ibang players, no? Dito sa SGD, nakikita mo yun, Salvatore. The best example was at short earlier. Jayhawker, man, dalawa na yung kaharap niya, pare. But no, he just tucks himself into the corner, and his insurance policy just so happens to be named EV. and he is right there with him, pare. And feeling ko yun yung small detail that really creates the difference between itong SGJ at Attras. The tighter spacing, the better system, and overall, parang mas gumagana yung teamwork dito ng SGJ kumpara sa Attras, who is, once again, relying back on their textbook CF, pare.
SGJ, no? Para sa kanila, pre, they are just fearless. This series just means a lot to them, no? Para patunayan sa mga manonood na dumaan man ang isang taon na magpapahinga, mas malakas naman ang pagbabalik nga namin. Grabe nga naman talaga, SGJ really activated sa ating second half. Pero hindi natin sila maalala sa second half. Pre, grabe yung naging first half ni Jared with one of the most impressive individual performances na nakita natin so far sa loob nga ng Impact, no? Akalain mo nga naman ganun kataas yung pwede mong ilabas sa loob nga ng Black Widow. Kahit ilang rounds lang yung may kita nga natin sa series nga na to. Attras tried their best once again, pero sumubok lang sila. They couldn't find the answer, and their decision making and mid-rounding is still an issue. SGJ still shining na parang ang nagbebenta nga talaga ng mga alahas dito ang SGJ, no? Sing original lang ng place dito ni Tino yung mga alahas na binebenta nila, Ate Jo, and you could really see through it, no? Sa sobrang kinang ng SGJ, kitang-kita mo kung gaano nga talaga kapulido yung mga pinaggagawa nga nila. And Attras, time after time, pick kayo ng pick, pero after that pick, puro na lang tanong, paano na? Susunod nga ba tayo? Do we scale? Do we retake? Do we get this skill? Ita-trade nga ba natin? Sinasagot yan sa laro nga mismo. Hindi dapat pinapasa yan sa mga kakampi. So SGJ, they always have the answer kasi nga they follow this system kung meron nga man. They follow this system na pag if everything goes well, we need to one-up it. Parang pag nakuha natin itong pick na ito, kailangan natin masigitan pa. And SGJ is proving to be a winner of those gambles talaga, Sticks.
Grabe, na-shoutout ko pa si SGA, no, Salvatore. Kasi honestly, it is looking like yung the 4-0 dito sa ating second round up against the Lakers, pare. Pero ironically, it's actually the Golden Ones who are winning this time dito sa ating matchup, pare. But this kind of domination just goes to show na there is layers to this. And yung layers go deeper than most people expect, no? Yun nga, just like what we saw dito sa SGJ, spotty group stage games. So kanilang macro was kind of all over the place. The fighting was all over the place as well. Pero nag-lock in sila at the very tail end up against LSK. And then, ngayon natin marirealize, Salvatore, it was all a preview. Yung nakita natin sa tail end ng group stage. This is the real SGJ, and they have finally shown their true faces dito sa ating playoffs. Jared, 2.63 KD statement performance galing sa kanya, pare. But at the same time, Jay Hawker, you cannot help but credit him as well. Grabe yung mga openings na, pare.
Na para bang nag-drop ng 50 points si Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, no, up against LeBron James. 2.63. Aray mo talaga, tama sa leeg at sa malalang parte pa nga dito, no. Attras, second half nag-time out kayo, pre. Ginawa nyo na nga lahat. 60 seconds, pinag-iisip na nga kayo dito ng coach nyo. Pre, eto kailangan natin gawin. Tas ang isasagot lang dito ni Jared, aba, papasok ako sa loob ng pintura at sasabit ako sa inyo para makaisa pa ako. Jared, kill after kill after kill. Kada buwelo niya may +1 siya, pre. SGJ is using that kind of tactic para talaga ma-outnumber palagi ang Attras at wala na silang magawa dito, pre. Natawagan na nga sila. Attras graduate na, palabas na ang Black Widow. And this is the MVP na sinisigaw na ng buong tondo nga ngayon. 2.63 para kay Jared. Kanina si na the rookie out of SGJ nga naman talaga, the second rookie out of this season. Actually hindi, nag-impact na nga sa last year, but still Jared, a young gun na para naglalaro, nakala mo veterano na kung kumilos. Ayun, Jay Hawker, ball on your court, pre. Birthday boy, baka gusto mo maging MVP na nga rin. 2.63 para kay Jared. He's that amazing talaga, Sneaky.
I mean, yun nga, no, it's a very, very young talent that is coming out of one of the absolute best places, no, to really make new CF talent, which is Tondo, pare. The environment is doing wonders para sa kanya, especially, and it seems like Jared, for the past few years dito sa Impact, has finally realized that, hey, maybe I'm the next guy up, and he might just be Salvatore. We're gonna take a look at him, no, soon.
Ito nga pala mga pinadala ng SGJ at ito na nga ata ang kanilang panalo. No? Malalaman nga natin sa ating set number 3 kung makakabawi nga ba ang Attras. Salvatore Sticky Frog nga pala para sa CFS PH Impact Spring 2026 o mamahinga muna kami saglit. Welcome back sa inyo mga bossing dito lang sa CFS PH Impact Spring 2026. Tinatatakan na ng SGJ yung libro para ibigay na nga sa mga manonood at basahin nyo na nga kung paano namin tatapusin to. O malay mo nga naman makuha pa ng Attras ang panulat nga dito at makabawi pa nga sila sa ating ikatlong set. Kasi 2-0 na tayo sneaky at naghahanap tayo ng rebat para dito sa Attras. Pero sa ngayon kasi pre, parang medyo kulang pa eh.
Yun nga men, hindi naman pwede ma-bodybag lang kayo ng basta-basta dito no. Dito sa ating series kasi honestly, you have expectations. Kung kayo Attras pare, you are the team that did come in first dito sa group stage. You are the team that has, the most youth sa lahat ng teams dito sa liga natin, but at the same time, that could also be a disadvantage nga. Like all that youth, all that immaturity dito sa team natin despite all the experience na meron nga dito si RTA at si K. Ayun, it was really evident na itong SGJ, they really came into yung series na to prepared and they already knew what to expect basically pagkalaban nila dito yung Attras. They are expecting, really good textbook CF, yung mga positions nila hindi sila magsusugal masyado dito sa mapa. But then, ayun nga it's a double-edged sword na also nilalaro rin dito ng SGJ coincidentally, yung double-edged sword of playing really passive without too much information at magre-rely na lang kayo kung ano mang makita nyo dito sa mapa or ano mang makita yung reaction dito. So, It's a very dangerous game to play. Pero it is definitely doable, no? Pero yung nakakagawa pa lang nun na definite dito sa ating region is itong SGJ. So they're very familiar with this kind of style, Salvi.
Definitely. At wala nang mas nakakaganda pa para kay Tino, no, na kung ano pa yung mapa na makukuha nga nila, yun yung pinaka-familiar nga para sa kanila. At dito pa talaga matetest ang Attras sa kanilang composure. Kung meron na nga ba talaga kayo naipon at handa nga ba talaga kayo para sa default ng SGJ. No? Kasi ito yung pinagmamalaki nga nila. Ito yung pinagmamayabang ng SGJ na ito yung branding nga namin. We can default at kaya din namin maging aggressive. Kaya namin mag-bid round at kaya din namin mag-post plant. No? So lahat ng checkboxes dito para sa SGJ markadong-markado nga, whereas Attras meron naman yung iba. Yun nga lang no? Meron naman yung iba. SGJ kasi kompleto. So Attras, the question is right now kung papalag nga ba kayo sa mga ibabato ng SGJ sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, kasi kailangan nyo pumalag nga dito. Disrupt the timing. Ipakita nyo na meron nga kayong firepower. Tapos sabayan nyo talaga. Yun ang pinakamalagang number dito para nga sa side ng Attras. Eagle Eye, pinili pa to ng Attras Esports, Nikki. And SGJ now, nakakaramdam na kaagad ng onting paginig dito lang sa may Dorbid. Pino hindi makakatakas sa kamay ni Kid. First blood para sa Attras.
Uy, nakakuha pa sila na isa dito sa hotel as well. There's gonna be going down. SGJ forced to play a bit reactive dito sa mapa natin. Jared, wala makukuha dito kay Bernard. Climb up on the box, still getting the headshot dito kay CRG, pero mamamatay lang din siya dito sa B side. SGJ trying to go a bit more aggressive than usual dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, and they will pay dearly for it. Pero si Jayhawker has been clutch for the past few times. Pwede siya maging X-Factor dito sa mapa natin. EV getting CRG. Teka lang, naging 2 versus 2 pa nga, and don't tell me Attras round number 1 pa lang ng ating Eagle Eye that you will get out mid-rounded only by 2 players dito ng SGJ.
Hindi pwedeng simula pa lang may pinapahiwatig na kagad kayo, Attras. Dapat kagad na agad to, Jayhawker. Naka-timing nga ng OT. Pilas na sana yun. Kid now, first contact. At una niya makikita nga dito si Bernard. Jayhawker nakalampas. What a flash from EV. Oh my God, Kid Boy pa nga rin. Pero pisa na nga lang ngayon si EV. He's hit the shot. EV clutches it once again for SGJ at Attras. Napakalaki pa rin ng butas nyo.
Grabe naman yun, and napakasakit ng daliri dito ni Evie after that fast tap on the HK, pare. And oh my goodness me, medyo naging tense yung round na yun, Salvi. That could have went either way in all honesty, but I feel like the flash blinded more than 3 people dito sa B-site natin. So nagkakaroon ng bit of headless chicken action dito sa B-site natin. And just like that, SGJ, another 1v1 na naipanalo nila Salvatore. This is getting heartbreaking para sa Attras, but they need to stay composed. They have no choice in the matter. SGJ, the luck of the Irish on their side right now, pare. Pero Attras, they need to not rely on luck, pare.
SGJ, grabe ang kanilang matematika, no, is 1 is greater than 2. Palagi na lang SGJ, paminsan-minsan 1 is greater than 3. Pero hindi natin alam paano nabubuo yung mga numerong ganun. And now look at the pre-aim angle ni Tino at ni Jayhawker, Prede. Clear down the lurk of Kid. Ayaw, Attras, mag-iingay pa rin. Dito lang sa may LB. Pangat na nga sila.
There's ganda ng flash dito sa LB. Napaklear pa nga dito ang Attras. Pero suspicious na tong SGJ. Or suspicious na tong SGJ. Since patay na nga ang lurk. There could be only one side na pwedeng ipasok dito ng Attras. They're showing his head K, getting EV through the smoke. Pero hindi nila alam na meron na nasa kanilang likod na si Jared. Jared quick on the step on the backside. Nakuha na dito si RTA. Bit of pressure para dito sa ating Attras on the side itself. Pero wala palang pressure at the end of the day. K, CRG, and Bernard got into position and got the kills. Really good post plant galing dito sa Attras. But ayun nga, they need to be careful. Especially itong si Kid Paris now starting to get found out.
Sigh of relief para nga sa Attras. You could say na it was a win para nga sa Attras, but it was not that like convincing win na every duel was really, really good for them. You still have to give props para nga sa Attras. A win is a win nga naman. Pero the fact na parang nahirapan pa nga sila makabuelo papuntang cable, parang it's now really the usual Attras that we see from their aggression during the groups. Bakit nga ba dito pa sa playoffs tayo nag-hesitate ng onte? And there needs to be that kind of attitude para sa Attras na masasabayan nga talaga nila yung galit ng SGJ just for the duels alone. Ayan, yung nga yung sinabi ko kanina no, sa Dean's List natin, Attras needs to get those aggressions in. Hindi lang dapat kayo sumusunod sa sistema. Kailangan pag pumasok na yung sistema nga sa inyo, meron kayong gutom na kailangan nga makapasok itong mga miyembro nga ng Attras. So jump spotting na nga lang ngayon dito si Kid. Hindi na daw kasi makatao yung ginawa sa kanya doon sa ating Woodbox. Mali mo nga naman, masipat pa nga siya dito. Tino, akala mo ata Pasko pre, hindi mo nga makukuha yun, masyado na atang malabo yun kaibigan. That's one pick off already. Jared, nabawi nga dito yung namayapan niya ang kapitan. 4v4 na kakagad. Kid with a fight, disengage nga mabilisan. He's gonna go for the rechal. J-Hawker piso na nga lang. 2 low HP players for SGJ. And they're gonna get the re-engage in. Jared na napiso. Siya pa mismo yung namatay. Sneaky. Evie gets the headshot. Sino ang next patient sa clinic ni Evie? May isa-isang appointment ng Attras. Palabas ng Eagle Eye. Evie with the triple kill. SGJ, mamarkahan na naman yung round na yun.
Oh my god, and just when I thought na Attras finally got SGJ in a checkmate dito pare, all of a sudden Evie out of nowhere, the queen piece just eliminating absolutely everyone. Na one tap ang buong team dito ng Attras. And all those plays down the drain in an instant pag may nakaharang na Evie dito sa A side, pero dito na siya sa B. And Evie, he has been a problem as well as itong si Jared, no? Para dito sa opensa ng Attras. Can they finally find him in this position? Whoa.
Okay. Good pick nga dito, no? Attras now leading ang ating kill feed nga ngayon. SGJ. Parang masyado daw ata malawak tong Eagle Eye at pwedeng mamasyal. No? Papakita kagad nga tayo ng mga katawan. Kid. Oh my god, Tino. Sayang, no? Piso lang dito si Kid. Pero makali mo nga naman, J-Hawker with a 1v4 of the century. Kid, nakapwesto na nga ulit nga dito. And he's gonna get the headshot in. Tino, hindi nakatingin. Caught lacking ang SGJ sa round na yun. Sneaks. Attras capitalize it.
And yeah, I was actually curious kung ano yung nagpa-spark or nagpasimula ng fight dito sa hotel, no? Kasi feeling ko mas incentivize itong SGJ na i-catch na lang tong Attras dito sa mga forward angles nila pare. Especially knowing na itong si Jared naka-surprise angle yan para dito sa stairs player. Kaya siguro nagkagulo sila because probably one of the players ng SGJ overextended and probably found 3. Panic in the way dito ng SGJ actually hitting them. Pero ngayon di na sila kinakabahan. There's harap-harapan na kalaban si Bernard dito. Finally gets him. CRG. Let's get the trade. Jared with the re-peek. Would not advise that whatsoever. At nawalan pa nga sila ng defender dito sa B-side pare. Pero that could have been a 4 versus 2. Pero J-Hawker.
He's still gonna get the win. He's gonna get the headshot. Pero may isa pang susubok ka dito, no? And he's still one on the last bullet. J-Hawker. Ubus to yung swerte mo para sa susunod na taon. Nabuhay ka pa nga talaga. And he switches to the TRG. Oh my God, Siki. May pinaporbahan si J-Hawker. At nakatama to sa target audience. 3-2 SGJ. Paano niyo nakuha yun?
Grabe men, ang ganda na ng halo ng kanilang game plan, no? Doon sa round na yon. Granted, they were a bit damaged but they still got some minor map control. Pero sabi ni J-Hawker, what if I just top walk behind the enemy base and malay mo look yung C4?
My
And
God.
Once again, yung napaka-komplikado na problema na pinipresent dito ng Attras, it's just a simple solution para sa SGJ. Let's just send J-Hawker somewhere pare. Grabe naman dito.
Overlord na yung pinapakita dito ng SGJ. Sobrang risky na nun sa GR side. Pero pinapakita pa nga rin na Leon. Good pick over to Tino para sa Attras. At ngayon, si J-Hawker naman ngayon na magiging Tino now picking itong Arctic nga natin. Pero rekta na nga ng LA ang mga miyembro ng Attras. J-Hawker gets the shot in. May trade na magaganap. Jared nakabuelo pa nga rin sa tao. Si J-Hawker na corner. Hindi na nga siya makakilos nga ngayon. Evie, nananaga pa rin ngayon. Hindi pa rin siya nagpaparamdam. Kailangan metikuloso ka dito kaibigan. Nakataling ang C4. Wala. Hindi nakita ni Kay sa skopa niya pre. Kay tingin-tingin din tayo. RTA. Kailangan mo makuha to, and Jared
no
gets the
way!
shot! SGJ with the diabolical retake. Attras, nasa inyo na. Pero bigla na lang kayo pumiglas. Oh my God, Siki.
Si 21 Savage ba yung kaibigan nila? Kasi they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 clutches, pare. 8 clutches na dito sa series natin, men. And this is just unreal. Attras doing everything right. Pero SGJ, the rebels ng liga natin, rewriting what's even right in the first place dito sa mapa natin. And Tino having to back off with of hotel control para dito sa Attras. CRG finally catching him on the behind. CRG getting Jayhawker. And B-side na naman nilipat itong Attras, and they finally got a bit of space, but it's not over yet.
Di pa nga tapos kasi si Kate susugod na nga dito nga ngayon. K with the kill as well. SGJ finally may nakita na nga daylight dito ang Attras. EV, kanina ka pa. Kokota ka na, pre. Sobra na, EV. Kumalma ka na nga ngayon at pinatahimik na nga nila dito si EV. And finally, Attras with a breathing room para makabuelo pa kasi masyado nang masikip ang silid para sa Attras.
Yep, A-site looking pretty much doomed para sa kanila dito, pero mas may konting hope pa dito sa B. Pero kailangan maging careful dito ni Durs, para feeling ko Attras, they've gotten the memo na kailangan namin i-clear itong hotel as a 3-man para makakuha tayo ng guaranteed trade. Pero you can't really be so sure, no? Baka may secondary player na nasa corner, baka may isa pang player na nakatago dito. So Attras are now playing extra careful pagdating sa kanilang map control, pare.
Now, simple position para nga sa side ng Attras. Ito yung parang pwesto na buwelo sila ng onte, poporma para makapasok nga ng B-site. Mainit na entry para nga kay Bernard, pero Durs gets a spray down. Entry player down, RTA nakita na sumusobra na nga rin ngayon si Jared. Durs also taken down as well. Wala silang makita nga ngayon sa separation smoke na binato dito ng Attras. Beautiful position para sa Attras.
Tanong nga lang, kaya ba nila i-hold to Jayhawker from the backside? CRG aiming, Tino nakapasok, pre-fire dito sa cable car pero wala pa siya mapapatay dito. 20 seconds left. Tino mukhang stuck siya dito sa Ares, napatapon na lang na pa to Jayhawker. Tino, naku po, tinamaan dito si CRG. That's rin sa 1 versus 1. Nilabas na nga ang kutsilyo, pero sino una masasaksak sa kanilang dalawa? EV, you have to hold it. You have to start praying. Pero nandito na ang bata para patukan ka. And what a save from Kid. Grabe, napaka-intense ng round, pare. A back and forth with all the twists and turns. Pero finally, Attras, the twists go their way, pare.
Padong mainit si Jayhawker, pre. Parang di niya ata nakakalan yung spray down na M14 doon. And Attras finally breaking free dito sa mga kandado na nalalagay ng SGJ. Buti na nga lang may buhay pa. Paano kung wala na? Baka di na nga natin nakikita na Attras na makakabawi. Pero with that breakthrough of a round sa isang magandang post-plant ni Kid, pre, there is hope. There is light for Attras. SGJ now. Parang tila they're now amplifying their passiveness. Wala nang double lurk na magaganap nga dito hanggat walang nag-iingay para sa side ng Attras Esports. SGJ calming down. Wala munang mangyayari nga dito. Attras now with the armada of smoke. Sirerekta na ata sila for the split push.
Yun nga, this is the split that I was looking for, pero si EV yung nakaharang dito sa second lane. CRG, good trade. CRG, good double kill para sa kanya, pero sumagot naman dito si Durs. Nako po, sagutan lang ng trade dito, pero si Durs buhay na buhay pa sa loob ng B-site. Kid spotting him sa cable car, pero di pa napapatay si Durs. That's for his third. Can he make it a fourth para sa kanya? Kay tap walking paloob, pero yung USP hindi makakasalba sa kanya. Durs with a solo play on the B-site, creating a point para sa SGJ na 5-4, 1-point lead. And BL side pa nga dito SGJ, pare. Attras, this needs to be your best defense.
Definitely, Attras, you are given the best side of the map. Kailangan nyo nga magamit to at hindi lang dapat patapon kumbaga. Pero SGJ though, of course, it's the LB stock na naman. SGJ, talagang pinapakita nyo na buwabalik nga tayo ng mga nakaraang 2 taon na kung saan si SGJ lumabas ang Eagle Eye 2.0. Siyempre, kailangan tayo mauuna kagad nga dito. No, CRG with a good adjustment para sa parating na Jayhawker. A 4v3 in the mix of Attras. Pagkatapos mag-ingay ni Jared, pinalayas nga siya dito sa hotel.
Yeah, plays left unfinished dito sa hotel. Parang gusto pa yatang mag-push dito ng SGJ pero nakakuha na kasi ng damage. I mean, CRG already down to low HP but they're wishing na makuha nila dito yung second hotel na player but still, situation workable para dito sa SGJ EV. Possibly has to be the mid lurk and or itong si Durs pero hindi na yata sila makaka-afford ng lurk dito pare. It's just a 2 versus 3 on the A site. A split. Tino from long. Pwede siya mag-serve as distraction para sa kanyang team pare. Could also go for the B option kung confused sila dito pero Tino una mahulog para sa kanyang team. Here comes the B option. EV will go down. Si Durs pumunta ng A at mukhang nagkamali sila ng split dito pare. I feel like that hotel LB stacked with more damage than expected dito sa Albi.
Grabe, dami nang nangyayari pre. Parang tila SGJ, they can no longer do this very hyper-aggressive early round. Nagiging delikado nga at ito nga Attras sila naman mismo dito yung nagiging tahimik nga. At napakasimple lang naman talaga kasi nagagawin nila CRG. Patamain nyo lang talaga pre. Patamain nyo lang naman. Nothing still happening here for Attras. And now RTA is gonna get swung by Jared. Di ratulan ka lang pre. Yun ang pinakamasaklap na pagpaslang sa loob nga ng Crossfire Kid. Nilalampasan pero Tino with the hard scope. Still gonna take him down. SGJ umuubra yung paniniko ng LB. Patay na nga ngayon si EV. Bernard, ipakita mo na singclutch ka lang din ni Jared at nila Durs. Ikaw ang sinasandalan ng mga kakampi mo para mapasa inyo ang lamang. 1 down, 2 na nga lang ang natitira. Of course si Durs na hindi mo nakikita sa mapa ang papas lang sa'yo. SGJ gets the lead once again.
Grabe, they had the rough idea after yung nangyari sa hotel dito sa last round sa Albi. So feeling ko, why not just go for the re-hit? We just had a bit of a mistake dito kay Kay. Pero mag-peak na naman si Kay. Durs will not get hit this time. So it's a perfect 5 versus 5 para sa kanila dito. Pero kailangan na yata tumakbo ng Attras. But a good shot from Kay. Hitting Durs pero na-stuck na nga siya dito sa corner. Hindi na siya makakaalis. And HE would be the cause of death para sa kanya. Maybe a crouch peek would be nice. Pero headshot na lang ang makukuha na dito. Jayhawker with a nice find. 4 versus 4. Nandito na si RTA para tumulong. Pero last time na tumulong siya pa rin, na one-tap siya ni Jared.
Ngay mahirap dun pre. Wala nang nakakasiguro dito para sa side ng Attras na makakakuha nga sila ng contact pero it's not the Attras. Na mananalo nga sila doon sa 50-50. RTA, CRG taking their chances. Baka sakali man lang ma-disrupt yung entry ng SGJ papuntang hotel. CRG on contact duty iniswingan ng 2 o baka 3 pa nga to at naglilalinya na nga sila. Good trade here for the side of SGJ. RTA nagparamdam nga kagad and they cancel it down pero EV gets the reposition and they make it a balanced game once again. Sneaky.
Grabe. That find would have been great para dito sa SGJ. Making this a 1 versus 2 would have been ideal pero padaan na rin na second mid. Hotel. Attras, they're deciding to fight this instead pero si Kid, making patient ka ba para sa laruan? Tino spotted already pero alam na nila kung nasa yung 2 players due to the noise. EV getting one. EV versus Kid. Vet versus Rookie. Kaya bang gawin to ni Kid? EV hesitating. EV faking. EV with the hezi pero si Kid pa nga ang makakuha nito. 6-6 Attras. Kinailangan nila yon Salvatore.
Dapat lang naman talaga ipanalo yun ng Attras pre. They have the upper ground, they have the elevation. And finally, the defense paid off dito sa hotel pre. Gone are the days na nakakalampas ang SGJ nga dito. Oh, baka isang araw lang ang nakalipas para makita ng Attras. SGJ now opting for a passive one. Doon lang sa may B kasi papasukin na nga nila to na walang kinakatakutang mga tao nga dito pre. EV nila sa ng doorbid and they find the late player. 3 instant kills para sa SGJ.
Grabe, how poetic it is now, Salvatore, that the one strat that they used for the comeback, man, looked really similar dito sa Stallions one na nakita natin from the last time, and that is the aggression that strategy requires, Salvatore. As soon as that smoke is thrown, you have to run into the site at walang hesitation na nakita natin from SGJ. They knew that plan was solid. Goal.
Ah, nako, Attras still, no? We will di natin madala. Tino. Parang hindi man ganoon, no? Ka-game breaking yung shot, pero at least alam natin, no? Nagigauge pa natin na si Tino mainit-init pa na pwede pang ihain, no, para sa hapunan. And definitely SGJ. My God, what an eagle eye. Parang a year of rest. Marami nagsasabi na SGJ definitely napapanahon na para sa kanila kasi syempre no, yung mga players hindi natin ganun na active natin nakikita na nagko-compete. Evie and Tino, we're unsure of them. Yung tatlong players na dalawa of which nakaranas na nga dito ng impact pero they're still unproven pero para sa kanila eagle eye is seamless. No? Wala silang nakikita gusot. Dumaan man ang matches, execration, Virtus Pro at Stallions, pero SGJ showcasing na itong brand nga nagpanimula talaga. No? And good start para ka dito sa side talaga ng SGJ for that second half na parang mainit talaga. Pero it's that complete for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, itong SGJ, you can really tell na yun nga, no, Jayhawker and itong maybe not so much si Durs, pero si Jayhawker, he's already been in this position before, yun nga, playoffs and everything with multiple tournaments already down with his name. So he's been, alam niya na kung anong gagawin niya sa ganitong setup. No? And it is kind of reinforced by, having a solid game plan. That's why, having Tino is such a big value para nga dito sa SGJ kasi yun nga, kung wala na kayong maisip, you can always fall back to your captain to kind of think of something dito sa mapa natin. But at the same time, yun nga, no, Jared and Jayhawker, man, they have matured a lot compared sa last season na nakita nga natin sila na, it was still rough around the edges, pare, overextension, still left, right, and center. Pero kita mo naman pagdating dito sa ating 2026 playoffs, they are different players entirely, pare. I mean, Jared especially, man. Grabe yung transformation niya.
Yeah, the growth of these players, no? Parang the last we've seen Jayhawker and Jared was definitely 2 years ago. Pero pre, hindi sila tumigil sa pag-grind, hindi sila tumigil sa pag-google talaga ng mga oras. Nanonood lang din sila ng mga tournament at nagpapalakas din behind the scenes. Ganoon naman talaga dapat ang pag-arangkada dito sa ating mga tournaments na to. SGJ definitely showing na they are solid gold at the end of the day at hindi nangangalawang ang mga solid gold dito. No? Attras, ball on your court. Kilos-kilos ka din tayo. South time to move. It's game time at fourth quarter na nga dito sa laban ng SGJ at ng Attras na mala Thunder Lakers galang. Pero parang hindi na ata papayag na magiging sweep lang to. There goes the trades. Evie with a quick headshot. My God! Kid, pwesto na nga pa-exit at nakakita ng Jayhawker na napakalawak na nga. But he will be able to reposition. Durs na lang ang natitira. Piso para dito kay Durs. CRG paangat. And he's still alive. 1 HP na nga lang. Durs is doing it. 9th clutch of the game, Sneaky. Malay mo parating. And he's not gonna get the shot in. CRG gets the headshot. And Attras ties the game. 7-7. Kumakapit pa ang Attras.
Yun nga, a bit more misses galing dito kay CRG, pare. Would have been, possibly the last player just running around dito sa A-site natin. Pero Attras now starting to win these 1v1s as well. Okay, nasa long side. Pero stuck na naman sa dito sa corner, pare. Nice leg on Durs. Smoke's gonna go through. Okay, nice shot on Jayhawker. Napakagandang pick off na yan. That means one of the two attackers is already gone. Na 4 versus 5.
Versus 5, Jared. Now possibly going in for the entry. Oh my God, what a pick. Sa full blinded nga na kay. Akalain mo nga naman, sa likod pa nga talaga ng mga usok pre. CRG now repositioning and they might be able to do this 4v3. And I do think na it's possible that Attras might be able to get this round at baka mapasakan nila na nga to.
Uy. Good position though by Kid. Right side ng pinto. Push lang. Pwede siya makakuha ng dalawa. At yun na nga nakuha niya pare. Durs and Evie. Down for the count. Tino na lang natitira. At yun nga, USP hindi na makakalaban dito si Bernard unfortunately. Attras finally. Bit of a break from the monotony nga dito ng ating laruan. Finally, breaks of the game para sa kanila dito. Pero one more point is all that they need para makuha nila yung map point. And SGJ, they have been struggling for the past few rounds and hindi nila nakukuha yung same aggressive opportunities as before, pare. And that's probably thanks to yung iba na yung reaction ng Attras dito sa tinatapon ng SGJ.
At baka sila na ang kailangan ng timeout dito, no, Sneaks. SGJ, once again caught lacking in their entries, no? Kanina okay naman, pero this might have been just a case of Attras finally finding their groove, pre. They can now make everything happen at para pumabor nga para ka sa kanila, and they're taking these fights very methodically, no? Paunti-unti nga lang din. He's gonna get sprayed down with little to no trade spray. Walang heroics na nagaganap para ka sa SGJ unless mag-activate si EV at si J-Hawker. Tino, hard scoping, unscoping, scoping in once again para ka sa kill. Now to the 2v1 RTA, the captain ay malulubog sa kanyang barko. SGJ ties the game.
Yun nga, bit rough on the shots para kay Tino, but he still hits it at the end of the day. 8-8, and honestly, I would have still called the timeout para sa SGD sa round na to, no, Salvatore, pero I think they're gonna try to roll with the punches dito, pero that could be the wrong choice para sa kanila. Nawalan na agad ng buhay si Tino. K is still alive, and SGJ meron na silang bagong problema, pare.
Palaki na ng palaki nga ngayon. Hanggat hindi pa nga nila to sinasagot, SGJ relying on their entries and not on the early picks. And they're tapping into a very dangerous zone, Sneaky. They want a 4v5 fight for an entry. Ayaw nga nilang tablahin nga to. And this is just the case of Attras, na hindi masyadong nag-iingay at hindi na nga proactive para nga sa mga laban. You know, SGJ might be able to get an entry or two dito lang sa may A site. Makakadalawang subok nga sila. Malay mo nga din naman, lahat manggagaling ng House A. And here comes the entry. Jared now going in. Bernard tumatalon. Hindi naman bagong taon. 4v4, 4v3. K and Kid gonna get the kills. Nurse gonna get taken down as well. 1v2 para kay EV. And RTA is still fighting. Punong-puno pa nga rin ng buhay. Parating pa lang ang backup. At si EV may handicap na nga ngayon.
1 versus 2 pa nga, pare. Naubos ang kanyang mga kasama dito sa A-side. Honestly, the push look good. Di lang nila makuha yung house player agad-agad. Pero CRG, bawas na nga. May mapulot kaya dito si EV na TRG or something. Pero feeling ko HK pwede na para sa laban na to eh. But CRG, isolated. House A, papabalik. Walang choice dito si EV. He's gonna have to go all the way around. Forced to take these mini fights kasi 46 HP na lang, kahit 20 HP lang mawala, laking kawalan yan sa kanyang buhay. In these 1 versus 1s, 28 seconds, the time is ticking for EV to take a shot. Spotted na kasi ni RTA, that's a good headshot. CRG, hinahanap na nga dito sa loob, bawas sa House A. Suddenly they're both the same amount of HP, pero si CRG tatangkihin na lang. Ang tira dito ni EV survives with 3 HP. And that's a timeout that should have been called the last round, Salvatore. At ayan na nga ang sinasabi ko. That's what I was saying.
4-second rule. The 4-second rule, pre.
But at the same time, Salvi, like 8-8, it was looking unstable para sa SGJ. That's prime timeout territory, pare.
Ay, nako, pre. Bakit naman ganun? Kitang-kita pa yung discam. Kaya nakakasenyas pa si RTA doon. And would you believe it, no? CRG with 1 HP. Wala daw mawawala sa kanya kung susubok siya, pre. Aba, ayun. Talagang sinunggaban niya na lang talaga yung pick nga dito ni EV, and kung naging ulo lang talaga yung tutok dito ni EV, it would have been a different story. At wala nang timeout na matatawak dito ang Attras, and SGJ now cornered into a wall sa map pick ng Attras, pero parang map pick na rin ng SGJ. We can never be too sure about what SGJ's outcome will be dito sa ating timeout, kasi Attras finally nahanap na nga nila yung formula, pre, para mabuo ang sistema sa loob nga ng pag-retake at sa pagkuha din ng mga pilas para hindi makapasok yung blacklist.
Yung problema dito, Salvi, they're towing a fine line. Dito sa mapa natin, they're towing a very fine line itong Attras, men, kasi if hindi nila makuha itong last point, then they are entering very dangerous territory, which is overtime up against Tino, which is, I think, no one wants to be in that position kung kayo yung Attras ngayon. So this next round has to be the finisher, or else be stuck in a very bad scenario dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Para naman dito sa Attras, you already recognize what is weak para dito sa SGJ. No, they're a bit, nakakagat rin nila yung mga ibang fakes dito sa isang side ng mapa. Maybe try to use Kid somewhere else, pare. Baka i-send mo yung maybe another player, maybe itong si Bernard to go for the lurk to try and maybe get a curveball going dito sa mapa natin kasi ayun nga, Attras, they need to be the least readable that they can dito sa last round kasi feeling ko SGJ, they probably will go off of vibes dito sa last one and we'll try to see if they can send it probably sa long or dito sa may LB hotel natin. So Attras has to be prepared, pare.
Nako. SGJ, no? Will it be vibes? Will it be default? Will it be kill one? Or will it be, just shut the hell up, no? Huwag muna tayo mag-ingay. I don't know. Isang malaking bawas para kay Tino pero parang vibes nga ata ang Banana X Nikki. Rekta sa lane pero natulaw sila kay Bernard at KK. A 2v3 na parang wala pang kaalam-alam ngayon si EV Tino with 1 HP. Parang papunta na ata tayo sa ports, Nikki. Tino, pwede mong editor to at dito na nga magtatapos ang lahat pero Attras. Magbabago na nga ang kanilang mga pangalan dito, pre. Abante na nga sila papuntang port. With just 30 HP. Hindi ka nakakasiguro, Sneaks, na si Adjen RTA is just holding RS na okay na yan. Pero to be, okay na sa akin yan.
Honestly, I was thinking na dediretso dito sa RS itong dalawang membro or tatlong membro ng SGJ noon trying to wrap around galing dito sa stairs pero hindi yun yung nangyari unfortunately. Tino gets one! Nako po! CRG, he just gets it. Buti na lang nagdikit yung last two players natin and that will be the win para sa Attras. Finally collecting one dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Very hard fought map between yung dalawang teams natin pero Attras, they finally cracked the code up against the SGJ. Pero still, there's still a lot of rounds na pwede nga natin sabihin na SCJ was really just fully in control. Pero Attras, feeling ko ngayon, na-realize nila, okay, we can still kind of play our playbook a bit pero kailangan natin maging creative na onti dito pare. And feeling ko mas nakita natin yung dito sa Eagle Eye compared dito sa first two maps natin.
Oh, for sure, pre. SGJ really thought na everything is seamless. Lahat talaga malinis lang. Pero this is Attras that finally, inside of Eagle Eye, may mid-round sila, pre, na maayos at tolerable din kumbaga. Hindi mo maiisip na, pre, wag ka dyan, hindi ka dapat nandyan. It's actually a position for Attras para pababor nga sila sa trading, pati na nga rin sa high positions dito. No? So every elevated position na kinuha talaga ng Attras was really nice. Siguro kung naipabuti lang talaga ni EV yung pagkuha ng top A players, he could have gotten that adjustment papuntang exit and the kill as well. Pero Attras had the better timing, had the better position kasi nga GR nga sila. At higit sa lahat, that mid-round para hawakan lang talaga yung RS at magulat ang ngalan si Tino. Pretty good if you ask me. SCJ, nakakapagtaka, how did the second half falter to you guys? Nasa inyo na nga yun. Pati nga yung paggulong nyo for that first time out ng Attras was already good enough pero parang hindi ata nila na-convert yung kahinaan dito ng Attras which was definitely decision making. It was all reactionary at napaka-proprietary naman talaga ng pinapakita ng Attras para ma-make sure na may port pa tayong makikita, Snake.
And port's not gonna get any easier para dito sa dalawang teams natin. Obviously, Attras also has experience on that map as well as itong SGJ historically. But what we saw dito sa mapa natin, I actually have more hope dito sa Attras dito series natin. We are now starting to see just like what we said, the creativity but also the denial of options nga dito ng SGJ. Just like what I said, SGJ is a very options-based team. Naghahanap sila kung anong, they look for as much opportunities as they can sa mapa bago sila makakuha ng execute. So that means taking LB control, taking hotel control, taking mid control or taking long control, either or neither pare. So ayun nga, kung hindi nila makuha yung mga objectives na yun, I feel like sa second half nangyari to na Attras got a lot better at holding itong hotel and SGJ no longer had that constant option na okay, pwede natin kunin yung hotel constantly. We can use this as a pressure point dito sa mapa to force some rotations. Pero ngayon, with a bit of adjustment galing dito kay Attras and also some very, very nice shooting galing dito kay K at kay RTA para feeling ko na kung nung na-deny yung option na yun, I feel like the SGJ choices were a bit limited dito sa Eagle Eye natin.
Oh, definitely, pre. Parang naliitan ng gusto ang SCJ nga dito when in fact na they were the ones who were just lambasting everyone dito sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye after those amazing plays sila Jay Hawker at Jared, but they just really had to step back. Kailangan nga talagang mangyari to because it is a canon event. No? SGJ not coming up with a finisher na nasing bigat talaga ng Ankara at ng Black Widow is just another form of SGJ theatrics, pre. Alam mo nga naman, Attras really had the answer and they had this collective experience talaga sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye to make this their game. Kailangan nga talaga lang pagbutihin yung pag-hold nga ng A-site and this was just the case of SGJ. What default no, sa ating blacklist? We just have to entry everyone. At yun nga ang naging punishment nga dito at hindi na nila nakita yung daylight. CRG, Mr. Consistent na hindi talaga nawawala sa mapa, pushing 1.82 para ka sa Attras, but at the end of the day, it was a close game and Attras clearly no para nagbe-benefit lang talaga yung mga kakampi dito ni CRG from his ability para kumuha ng multi-kills.
Yeah, I think it's also a big addition as well na medyo nakaka-frag na rin si Klein dito sa mapa natin with a 1.46, 1KR. I feel like he was kind of missing dito sa map 1 and 2 natin, but I feel like itong Eagle Eye was more up his alley. Granted, medyo brutal yung kanyang role no pare of being, the solo lurker sa kabilang side ng mapa minsan, being the last player left alive, having to clutch from time to time, massive pressure to perform no para dito kay Kid, but still he delivered dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 natin. So very very happy about his performance na nakakatulong na rin ito, at least may katulong na rin dito si CRG pagdating sa mapa natin. But also have to credit kay he kind of held down itong hotel, but the MVP will go in the way of CRG.
Oh my god. CRG, no? Definitely the MVP. Hindi mo talaga mapagkakaila na this man was just tearing apart SCJ kahit nga ba Tino, EV, and as well as Jay Hawker was proving to be the greater forces para nga sa SCJ. Pero they were able to get taken down by just one single man during the second half. Grabe nga naman talaga CRG was like SCJ during Black Widow, no pre, wala siyang kinakatakutan and his entry was just that amazing. Pero history na nga tong Eagle Eye natin, Sneaky. We have to support kung ano nga ba ang pwedeng mangyari kasi nga pre, mali mo nga naman SCJ na putting the stamp for Attras, pushing it to new compound. Pero that is it for our third set. May kita nga natin kung paano nga ba ang ating fourth set maya't maya kasi mamamahinga muna kami at pagbalik nga namin tuloy ang laban ng Attras versus SGJ dito lang sa semifinals ng CFS PH Impact Spring 2026. Welcome back mga bossing. Ito pa rin ang CFS Pitch Impact Spring 2026. Walang magbabago. SGJ at Attras pa rin ang laban. Pero ito talaga, no, Attras sumusuntok pa rin. May palag pa rin ating mga kaibigan dyan mula sa Etibac. Attras Esports fights back sa ating Eagle Eye. Pero ano naman ngayon sa loob ng balance map in between SGJ and Attras, showcasing during the group stage na meron nga silang bitaw nga sa mapa nga na to, but this is playoffs, we're talking about sneaky. Kung Attras ng Black Widow sa loob ng group, sila ang mananalo, pero parang di nga nila nakuha yun. Ngayon, it's a different story now sa loob ng port.
Alam mo yung irony dito, Salvatore, yung ironic thing about Port that this game will be decided depending on whether or not maganda yung BL side na pinakita dito ng SGJ, because they will be up first dito sa ating BL side, and you know the main team, we can say quote unquote the main team pare, pretty good on Port, getting CA, getting Z constantly. Pero pagdating naman dito sa SGJ, they have had their struggles, no, pagdating sa mapa na to, but they do know their priorities, Salvatore. They do know na kailangan nilang kunin yung CA, mid control is very important, Z is a constant thing that they have to think about. So ayun nga, SGJ, if they can get all three of those objectives in just one round, pare, nako po, you might as well just be asking for it kung kayo yung Attras. So Attras, once again, we need to see that exact same hunger for map denial na nakita natin dun sa map number 1. Possibly we will be seeing a lot of fights dito sa CA, maybe fighting for BR or itong LB. So yun nga, that's the ironic part dito, Salvatore. Attras actually have to play a bit more aggressive than usual dito sa mapa na to, kasi kailangan nilang agapan yung plano dito ng SGJ before they can even set up.
Okay, so the tale of the story is kasi SGJ will be starting on blacklist, no, which is the side na I do feel like is a struggle for them still. Meron, pero parang kung ikukumpara mo sa mga ibang teams ng Impact, para mas papabor yun sa mga ibang teams kumpara dito sa side ng SGJ. Pero Attras on GR, it is handed to them in a silver platter, sneaky, na the strongest side of the map is GR. So kailangan nga nilang mapaigi na every round is a retake scenario. Pinalakas nga nila yon sa loob ng Eagle Eye. Hindi nila kailangan pumik, hindi nila kailangan bumrusko. They just need to calm down. Wala silang ibang kailangan gawin kundi tumingin ng diretso, magbantay na magbantay, abangan yung mga lurks sila Jay Hawker at Jared, and then they will take us to new compound. No? Regardless kung gaano nga ba kabigat ang SGJ sa loob nga ng mid-side, it should be reactionary na Attras should be more than prepared kasi papasok mismo ang side ng SGJ. Pero ibang kwento na kasi pa nag-second half nga na tayo. Kaya Attras, nasa inyo pa rin ang pressure. Kailangan nyo lang mapaiging nga ito kasi SGJ will be having a field day ng pasok ng HB kahit hindi naman Lunes, Nicky.
Yun nga, and that's the biggest worry dito sa GR side, and I'm just thinking once one thing goes wrong para sa kanila dito, but never mind, nothing goes wrong. Possibly the opposite, Jared, natigil ang kanyang pagtalon dito sa LB. And CRG, what a way to start itong port map natin on the GR side, already getting 2, plus with the help of his teammate getting another 1. So 2 versus 4 agad, and SGJ may be a bit too fast para dito sa LB, pero ayun nga, no, Attras, that's what you have to expect from SGJ, pare. Especially that early map control from LB or CA. Papaglaban talaga nila yan, pare.
Okay. Parang nasimentohan na kagad ng Attras dito. Yung LB nga natin. Walang papasok, pre. Ang laking harang kagad nila CRG. And once he got the double plus yung follow-up dito ni RTA, Tino and Navy now on a standstill. Nothing sure. Wala nang kasiguraduhan na makukuha pa ng SGJ nga itong round nga na to. Sabi ko nga, pre, tahimik lang dapat ang Attras dito. Wait for that golden opportunity. As now Kid fires it down. And this is most likely sneaks the round already para nga sa side ng Attras.
Yeah, Navy. Yeah, middle of every single player dito. Kid already spotting him sa baba ng CA. RTA naghahanap. And makukuha na nga dito si EV. And that will be the first round para dito sa Attras. But yun nga, no, the point that I was trying to make earlier dito, Salvatore, para sa mga GR players. You know, granted, you do have the advantage, no, dito sa GR side, pero one thing goes wrong for any of the GR players, or B defense or A defense could be split open. So pressure to perform para sa kanila is at an all-time high. Pero round number 1 pa lang, parang di sila naapektuhan ng pressure.
Ay, nako, pre.
Uy, EV?
Pressure. Ito na nga yung pressure na sinasabi nga nila, pre. Pero full court. Tayo gusto nga nilang gawin dito pre literal sa court, nakabantay nga ngayon si Evie pero nakakalampas pa rin siya. Oh my god, Attras. Anong nangyayari nga sa atin? Separate match nga dito para kay J-Hawker at Kikid. As J-Hawker is gonna get lifted up in the air. EVP, so literal. Panghulog ng 5 minuto yan sa loob nga ng com shop. Pero Evie still alive. J-Hawker. Siya din napisuhan nga din. M14, my friends, no? Bitin palagi ang pagkamatay ng mga napabalahan dito na M14. And SGJ got the better end of the stick.
Yeah, that was okay looking somewhat puppy, no? Para dito sa Attras, no? Salvatore just multiple court pushes just to try and take out itong si Evie. Pero I think Evie has seen those too many times already. So he knows how to handle those types of situations, pare. And Attras trying to be the aggressor dito sa mapa natin. Unfortunately, SCJ catching that. And ito na ini-expect ko, Salvi, from both teams. And honestly, holding on both sides. Priority para sa Attras is bottom B at may nakatingin dito sa curve. Problema ka lang dito sa ganitong depensa, Salvatore, ay naipibigay mo yung CA potentially for free.
Well, masasabi ko lang dito, no, pre, na SGJ doesn't have that, presence dito sa ating LB. So, it's most likely going to be a catapult of action dito lang sa ating LA. And ang mahirap nga dito, no, is if J-Hawker gets that one bit of presence sa CA, pwedeng ikasira to ni Kid. At yun ang magiging masaklap nga dito. Pero ang mangyayari, pre, it's a 3-man CA position. Oh my God, SGJ. What are we actually cooking? Ang pwedeng mangyari dito is si Evie ang magtatanggal ng rotation ng kalaban and it's going to be an entry na mainit nga naman talaga ang pagkakaluto ng SGJ. Attras now scaling up at least 2. Yung mga nasa B-side, pre, ayaw pa rin magparamdam. So now, J-Hawker Jared, hindi na ispatan dito ni Kay at yung 2 Agent 47 natin, pre. Kumikilos pa nga rin ng libreng-libre na walang binabayarang mga upa. And now, Attras gets the defense na 2 nga lang ang nakatao. Bernard now with the scale up dito sa ating bodega. Attras making it happen sa LA. May nangyayari na sneak.
Sayang yun, Salvi. Ganda na ng setup, no? Pero I have a gut feeling na feeling ko dapat si J-Hawker na iwan dun sa CA, pare, and they should have jumped on the box. So create a bit more pressure para kay Kay kasi Kay was just chilling dito sa top A right after that flash. And speaking of both names, Kay getting itong si J-Hawker to start things off. And that's what I was saying, no, Salvi. I feel like they needed more pressure dito kay Kay more than anything kasi pag napabayaan lang siya dito sa top A, he has all the onus to just delay kung ano man push yung nangyayari dito. And SGJ, yun nga, got a bit blindsided dito sa A site natin, literal, but it's a very nice hold from the exit player as well.
Probably, no? SGJ just a scenario na drinowing nga nila sa utak nga nila tapos akala ata nila maganda yung kakalabasan. Pero, with the lack of utils para man lang madelay yung mga nasa exit at bodega, syadong mahirap sabihin na SGJ, kayo'y panalo dun. Pero now, a turning of the new leaf sneaky. Hindi man gumana sa letrang A, dito tayo sa letrang B. Para sa side ng SGJ CRG. Playing the smoke still. Nilalaro na nga lang nila yung bahay dito, pre. Wala na silang ibang pwedeng puntahan. Masyado na silang malalim para umatras pa. Laban sa Attras. CRG forward, blinded. Pero si CRG pa rin makakakuha ng kill. At buhay pa rin siya. Finally, a breakthrough sa sistema ng Attras. Lahat sila tumataba na, pre. At pinaulanan na nga lang nila si Tina na titira pa lang. Attras finally 3-1, a convincing defense na pwede nga nilang magamit ng paulit-ulit.
Yun gamit. Ang ganda pa ng off angle ng ni CRG dito, no, sa harap lang ng house B, making sure na there is angles that you have to worry about other than the usual dito. At yan ang hinahanap natin galing sa Attras, that bit of randomness that can offset kung ano man ginagawa dito ng SGJ. And SGJ, honestly, B-plan could have worked, pare, kung nakuha nila dun si CRG. Unfortunately, they didn't, pare. And with that being said, SGJ now having to figure out the puzzle of Attras, pare. Now they're scrambling again and again. Pero mas aggressive na sila sa mid. Kid is now showing himself in this mid side. I think yung problem na sa defense na to, Salvatore, medyo vulnerable lang yung CA. No one's checking.
Well, sabi naman kasi ng Attras no, it's not our issue. Hindi namin CA yan. CA ng SGJ yan. Kaya wala tayong usap-usapan para makipagdikita ng ulo dyan. So let's see. Ano mo nga naman, another breakthrough here for the side of Attras. Uy, Bernard! Tinutusok na yung mga oso nga dito at gising na. Ang mga miyembro ng SGJ, nakaramdam sila pre. Na baka i-doorbid na lang nila. Sige nyo na lang, triple swing sana pre para wala talagang mabubuhay. And there goes the raid down on Bernard. Jay Hawker now with a very fiery entry. Boy pa rin si RTA pero not for long. As Jared now will be getting the kill. Evie gets the rotating kid. CRG nakikipaglaban dito kay Jared. Laban nga sa 1 HP. And CRG wins the fight of course. Panalo siya doon pre. And now a 2v1. Evie, ikaw na naman ulit. Give us the clutch. Para sa side ng SGJ pero Attras hindi pa lalampasin to. 96 HP to work with. Full load of magazines para sa kanyang M14. Sprays down yung godbox nga natin. K buhay pa rin. Switches to the USP and pushes it 4-1. Attras hindi nagpapatinag sa usapin ng depensa. Sila ang mas nakakaangat ngayon.
Grabe ang roller coaster of around SGJ trying to go for the straight up curve hit into the B-split pare pero nagapan pa nga yata dito ng Attras. Bernard was already the early warning system, no? He was already peeking for that bit of information. And those gambles, yun yung sinasabi natin, Salvatore, those small gamble plays, pwede ba ipapanalo ang mga round kagaya nga ng ganun. And with that information, naka-react ng maayos yung Attras doon. And they got a favorable 1 versus 1, pare.
Okay na pre. Attras.
Pwede na.
Finally. Dapat lang naman maging ganun. Sticky nuts food. Yun yung hinahanap natin sa Angkara, pati Black Widow kanina pa eh. You know, yung parang dahil base namin to, hindi namin kayo bibigyan ng kahit anong pwesto. Sige, kunin nyo yung LB, kunin nyo yung LA, pero pag oras na, kung nakapasok kayo ng site, hindi namin kayo pagbibigyan. Pero CRG, hindi sumusunod sa mga patakaran at palatuntunan sa loob ng port. Rule number 1 pre, hindi mo dapat tinitignan yung mga long angles sa mapa kasi for sure may mga 2-3 na nagbabantay dyan. Attras, with their star player down, they have to rely on Kid na pangalawa sa nagiging solido sa kanyang mga entries. RTA nagmamalalim na nga ngayon.
Hinahanap natin gani sa Attras, men. These types of plays, the gambles, the stack na pwede makakuha sa kanila ng 2 or 3. Dito mo naman si Durs! Tabang tingin lang kay Durs, but it's called a gamble for a reason, Salvatore. Pwede kang matalo, pero pwede pa rin matalo dito SGJ. 2 down on long. Good collat galing kay Kid. Evie, manggagaling dito sa bridge. Mapapansin ba nila? Mukhang hindi, Evie. From the bottom side, nakuha na nga sniper. Pero si Kid, mahuhulog. Kid on the exit, getting EV. 30 seconds, inahabol na kung saan papunta si Jared. Pero mali ang kanyang tingin. Jared, nasa bridge pala. 2-4, SGJ with a round back. And that's a timeout para sa SGJ. Para gusto pa yata nila makakuha ng isa pang round dito sa BL side. And honestly, napakalapit na nila sa threshold na magandang half dito sa port eh.
And I couldn't believe that this is the SGJ that found the reason to call a timeout in the first half when in fact nakita naman natin ang mga nakarang maps Nikki na hindi naman issue sa kanila ang first half. Ang nagiging issue sa kanila is decision making during the second. So right now, gets naman na nagkukulang ngayon ng SGJ when it comes to firepower, just taking duels sa loob nga ng site. Pero tignan mo naman kung anong duels yung tinake nga nila pre. Mula sa BR mismo ng SGJ pati sa exit ng Attras. It was far away from the site itself. So SGJ, ang kanilang winning formula pre, ang win con nila pre, kuha kagad ng picks habang wala pang nakatanim na C4. Ito Attras nga naman ang win con nila pre, pag nakapasok na yung SGJ, tunaw na yung mga yan. SGJ needs to find an answer na hindi lang sila dapat umaasa sa picks. They need to win those entries as well kasi si Jared at si Jay Hawker hindi nila na-utilize ng maayos. And Attras is seeing this as a golden opportunity pre para nga makuha nila yung first half ngayon. At lalaki pa yung lamang na yan at nakakatakot ang Attras pag meron silang malaking lama.
Oh, amen. And Attras, all they have to do is kind of just baby the lead that they have right now, no? I mean, 7-2 would be very ideal para sa kanila pare, pero knowing itong SGJ, they really did cook up this time at
this timeout para lang makuha talaga yung third point na to, pare. But at the same time, I think na-recognize na rin ng SGJ that it is actually very important na, you know, you actually use these timeouts, especially pagdating sa mga tense na games. Just like what I said, I feel like they could have timed out dito sa 8-8 scoreline natin dun sa Eagle Eye, similar sa nakita natin sa timeout ng Attras when the score was 6-6. And feeling ko yun yung nagpapanalo dito sa Attras, and that small mental reset na nakuha nila, you know, bit of a words of encouragement galing dito kay Ang, giving them a bit of hope. And I feel like SGJ is now attempting to have that reset. Pero yun yan, no, objective is clear. Para dito sa SGJ, get those last few BL rounds para mas maging madali yung kanilang second half. But at the same time, opportunities as well para dito sa Attras pagdating ng second half natin dito, pare. Reality is, you know, Tino will possibly be the top A player, pare, and, you know, a point of pressure could be created there para dito sa Attras. But, you know, medyo malayo-layo pa yun, men. They still have a BL they still have a GR side to play.
Ay nako, pre. It's not over till they say it's over. SGJ, buti na nga lang nagtawag nga kayo ng timeout. They became humble na hindi nga gumagana yung mga gantong-gantong pambabrusko. Attras, you still need to work on the offense a bit. No? Parang okay na rin na nakatayo lang kayo sa site, pero ano na pag kayo na mismo ang magfo-force ng fight. At least give us a bit of an impression pag nag-second half nga tayo at nagsilipatan tayo ng mga side. SGJ, namamahinga at nakasiesta dito yung mga miyembro ng Attras. And now J-Hawker goes in. It's a 4v5 sticky. Ganyan-ganyan lang.
Grabe, CRG straight up walked into yung crosser niya, pare. Pero okay. K will get Tino in return. J-Hawker nag-iba ng barrel. Pero hindi pa rin sa naspatan dito sa baba ng B. He gets to K right around the corner. Gets the headshot to J-Hawker. Nagwawala na naman in EV with the backside play. And what a nice hold from this kid, pare. Naka-apat pa nga gamit ang EBR.
Iso, by the way, para kay J-Hawker and Attras. Sabi ko nga, pre, pag kayo naman ang mismo na lalaban, kailangan handa nga din kayo. And clearly, pre, hindi sila handa para sa nangyari, no? And that's why SGJ won the round. Attras had the defense, pero that doesn't mean na magiging okay na yung kalagayan nga nila. And now they finally made it happen dito nga sa ating LA na dapat nakatao lang ng ayos sila Kid at si K with the high-low. Lason na lason nga kayo na nag-iingay na nga sila, full blinded Kid, pero walang nag-clear sa kanya. Magsitinginan tayo. Buhay pa rin si Nurse. But now Tino is now getting the trade. EV, buhay pa nga rin ngayon, pero hindi rin tatagal as RTA melts him down. Last round bago tayo magsilipatan ng pwesto as Attras gonna get the lead.
Grabe, about 20 flashes pop dito sa may double box natin ng LA, pare. Oh my goodness me. Everybody was blinded pero hindi nabulag si K. And that shot, J-Hawker out of the question once again para sa SGJ na having to operate another 4 versus 5. Golden opportunity para sa Attras to at least secure a 3-point lead bago mag-iba tayo ng side sa half. Pero SGJ still could be a quite dangerous team in this 4 versus 5. Pero Kid now approaching this next side. Jared, mapapacheck at mapapapatay. Yun lang, if Kid got another kill, pare, naku po, golden na sana to para sa Attras, pare. What?
Okay, K, hindi dapat sa playoffs.
We had to resort to some dark techniques, pare. Kailangan eh.
Para manalo, no? Para manalo. Okay? Yung ganyan tinatago pag pub game, pag playoffs. Ay, nako. Ang kapal nun, Sneaky. Ang kapal nun. Ay, nako. Pro players and their smoker era, no? Parang
some pixel lang gumalong sa smoke.
Pero sa POV kasi namin, pre, ang kapal talaga. Pero mali mo naman sa 800-600, iba yung kwento. Pero at least yun. But they will still never beat the allegations talaga, pre. Mga nag-aakyat bahay ng SGJ para makalampas ng BR. At dahil doon, piso na, ay, nako, sumabit. Pero hindi rin pala, pre. Si Durs mamamatay lang din. Jared now entering. Kasama na nga rin ngayon si Evie. Nadiretolan lang ngayon si Bernard. Si Jared pa nga makakuha noon. CRG, quick flinch. Dito lang sa loob nga ng curve. At si Evie na naman ang natitira. Kanina kumaklatch ka. Pero sa ngayon, ipakita mo ulit na mainit ka. Hindi talaga, pre, EV na panahon na ang kanyang mga clutch attempts dito, Sneaks. And we now head into a side switch. Attras gets the first half.
Grabe, parang never naglo-lower yung intensity, no, ng game 1, 2, and 3, and even yung game 4 natin, pare. And I feel like this is on purpose para dito sa SGJ and sa Attras at the same time, no? It's about the stamina game as well. We've been playing for a while, and at the same time, it's been very stressful crossfire, no, para sa dalawang teams natin, pare. It's been a lot of 1v1s, it's been a lot of 2 versus 2s, pare. So, really is about the stamina at this point para sa dalawang teams natin. But at the same time, ayun nga, Attras, they did secure the 6 dito sa first half natin. Objective has been gotten. Problema nga lang, SGJ will now be on the defense. I think points of weakness onti siguro, no, for SGJ. Kung mahanap ni si Tino in a certain spot, maybe cause him to miss, maybe, force an error, no, galing dito sa SGJ na mapapareact talaga sila dito. And Attras might have a game plan going into the second half. Problema nga lang, SGJ, ayun nga, once they can kind of hunker down dito sa site and start turtling, no, dito sa mapa natin, that's really where they operate the best. Yung mga bottom B defense lang or dito sa top A, tamang chilling lang, maybe checking CA from time to time. But now, this is SGJ's opportunity, pare, para bumalik sa game natin.
Dapat na naman dito bumalik ang SGJ, no? If not, we might be seeing a different type of SGJ na sa simula lang, no? Sana naman hindi ganun. Do not prove us right na sa simula nga lang talaga ang SGJ, and at the end, overtime, talagang hindi na magiging ginto dito ang SGJ. And now with the side switch, Attras parang we're still canvassing them, no? Kinakapa pa rin namin kung eto na nga ba ang pinaka malakas ng Attras sa kanilang mga entries, no? At si Tino, this is not the safest spot anymore, no? Na pagpanawanan ngayon top A na yan, pre. Hindi na nakakagulat na binombahan na nga si Tino. And that is just the taste ng mga lahat na nakakaranas ng pag-aartik dito sa loob ng port.
Yun nga, and that is you kind of saw it coming from a mile away, no, Salvatore, na it's challenge nila dito si Tino sa top A with the mountain of EBRs na meron sila dito sa BL side, and they have successfully got him off the map. Problema nga lang, now Jayhawker is the one sniping dito sa top A, and what is the game plan para sa Attras? Re-hitting dito sa long? I think I would have wanted to see naman na may kumuha sa kanila ng CA dito, but I think ina-assume nila na baka may naka-deep na dito from the side of SGJ, para kaya maybe it's a bit more of a raw A take, kumbaga, pero hindi. They will take CA. This is good.
CRG.
Checklist na nila.
Babuelon ng Opkid, nakita namin yon. It happens to everyone, pre. Jayhawker, it's gonna be the first contact here. Pero siya ang madadakdakan nga dito. RTA, wala nang brake fluid. Pero nilapagan na nga dito ng spikes ni Ders. At titigil na nga yung kotse na inaararo ngayon ng Attras. Papasok nga ng A-site. Ders. Ngayon, iisip niya pa rin, pre. Paano lang naman tayo makakapasok ng exit, pre? Punong-puno na ng mga tao. Jared kinakapa pa rin, yung HK hindi pumapabor nga sa kanya. Bernard on first contact duty. Pumorward na yung dalawa, pareho nga sila piso na second frag kill. Bernard nagpaliyabat, sasabog si Jared sa exit.
Oh my goodness me, parang di na nahiya tong Attras, no? Straight up LA, 5-man swing dito kay Tino, and then let's take CA knowing that the A defense is a bit more weak than usual, pare. And what a way to start things off para sa Attras, knowing their priorities and maybe a bit of a overconfidence, no, galing dito sa SGJ na kayang i-hold itong A site with only the defense that they had. Pero yun iniisip ko, Salvi, pagkuha dito ng CA offers more than the CA angle itself, no, pare. Meron ka ring onting swing papunta dito sa long to go the checks. And ayun nga, medyo nagkulang ang kanilang depensa dito sa A site, pare.
Okay. SGJ, it's not the best position to be at, no? Parang nakita naman natin na defense wins you games kanina, pero right now, that's not going to be the case. Masyadong malalim para ka kay Jayhawker. Ibang game mo dati nilalaro niya nga ngayon. And Attras now getting the punishment. Tino with the trade. Buti na nga lang Jayhawker ang alay pala para sa isang patay. Oh, Jared. Now on defense duty sa may B site. Walang umuugang miyembro ng SGJ. Hindi sila kumakagat hanggat wala pang pagkain.
I think si Jared, kukunin niya lang yata isang player dito at bababa agad eh. Kaya still very vulnerable ang opensa dito ng Attras. And SGJ playing reactive more than anything. And K spotted na agad. Pero tuloy ba ang play na to? Bit of quietness dito sa B side. could be the cause for concern. And rehit na nga to dito sa ating B. Pero Jared with the spray. Nakuha na nga si Kid. Nakuha na si Bernard. Dalawa na agad low para dito sa Attras. Double jump. On the backside. Nakita niya na nga na wala ng tao dito sa B at napaback dito ang Attras Salvatore. They got nowhere to go.
Pero may pupuntahan pa dito si EV, si Kay. Hindi mo sure kung makakaisa pa nga ba siya. Mali mo nga naman, off angle shot. Ino, hindi handa sa parating na Kay sa pagmumukha niya. Pero may nangyayari pa naman. They are still gonna get the kills. Ang RTA makakapag-rotate pa nga. Now a clutch attempt. RTA nalibot na nga. Walang alikabok. Malinis na malinis. Bakanteng bakante. Pero parating na. EV, spray down, piso literal, and there goes the one tap here for EV. Wala doon sa ilang lumabas na bala, di ko rin alam. Pero SGJ, tatatlo na nga lang ang agwat, and Attras slowly getting exposed on how they entry. SGJ getting the defense.
Yun nga, I think Attras is gonna be somewhat reliant no dito sa possible like 4-man swing sa isang side ng mapa, maybe to try and open up itong LB. But if you keep doing that exact same thing, pare, feeling ko SCJ is gonna come up with maybe a crossfire or two na pwedeng pang break ng ganun type na offense no. Pero there's and the boys this time. Full on. Flash dito sa long. Walang bulag. Pero mamamatay si Kay. Walang nakabantay sa long. Pero lahat sila nasa CA. Bababa sila sa kamatayan nila. And there's Jared. The combination of the two. Getting the entire offense. At kakasabi ko palang Salvatore. Makakaisip sila ng crossfire. Pero hindi ko naisip na ito yung mangyayari. Bernard down. Kid's gonna go down as well. It's Durs and Jayhawker with the teamwork. As well as itong si Jared, pare. What a nice A-take. Grabe inarin si Jayhawker.
Yun, malalang crossfire talaga, pre, no? Talagang sinabuhay nila yung pangalan ng laro. Top A to metal. Nakalampas. Yun ang pinaka kailangan pagtuunan ng pansin ng Attras, no? Nakawakan niyo yung LA na sobrang tagal. Tapos nakapag-metal. Yung si Jared doon. My God. SGJ. We are slowly, no? Hindi pa naman tayo kumbinsido na parang full-on na comeback na nga to. Kasi SGJ is just getting by these rounds. Pero Attras is crumbling under pressure nga dito, no? And once again, they're mid-rounding sneaky. Kung ano yung naging sakit nga nila ng new compound nung nakaraan, we're seeing them once again. And the closer for Attras, parang hindi pa natin makita.
Yun nga, that's the scariest part of this. Mid-rounding is now starting to work para dito sa SGJ. Uy, tamang peak lang. Nakita ng tatlo dito si EV and that's information para sa SGJ. And they will be adjusting accordingly. Tignan mo, tignan mo sino nandito sa metal box, pare. Nako po. Pumikit na ako, pare. Nasa metal box na si Jayhawker and SGJ securing the whole long side of the map. Pero bakit nag-peak si Durs? I think they could have played safe dito sa B-side. Maybe a bit of a stack, pero onting sugal siguro on the side of SGJ. Pero Jayhawker wanting to put the pressure on dito sa mid players natin. Jayhawker wanting to attract, wanting to bait. Bit of a peak galing dito sa Attras, especially on this A side. And EV has a huge job to do as well. They keep itong mid control. Pero K spotted! Sakto ang timing dito ni Tino.
Saktong-sakto lang din, pre. At kailangan na nga maging individual nga ngayon ni Jared na kaya niya kang tumaya sa sarili niya pa. Finds him. Napababa pa lang ng under. EV gonna get the spray down. And SGJ is slowly crawling back into the game. Tino gigilitan nga ngayon si Kid. Jayhawker. The triple lurk setup sneaky. Gumagana na para si SGJ. Of course gagana yan kasi SGJ ang nag-originate yan. 6-7. May nangyayari na for SGJ as the defense mas na-amplify pa nila.
Grabe, men. And the entire time nanggugulo lang si Jayhawker no, dito sa mapa natin. Yung pala gumagalaw na yung mga ibang SGJ members to try and adjust for this defense, and adjust they did. Grabe. Dito sa B-side, men, it's like Attras is chasing ghosts. And the ghosts are shooting back pa rin. And they just so happen to be bulletproof. Grabe, ganda ng... You just have to sit and appreciate that defense, pare. You know, and honestly, I mean, SGJ, if they can serve up that exact same level, no, Attras will be a bit wordy dito sa mapa natin. And once again, SGJ, same old, pare. EV has been doing God's work, just checking itong mid. Despite being only 3-1 yung
information na nakukuha niya kasi Ben, yung nagpapakuha dito ng SGJ.
Bit of a fallout now for Attras. Di nga nila alam kung anong tatauhan nila, Sneaky. It's just that confusing, kid. Ano akala mo sa mid? Libreng-libre? Wala nang libre sa panahon ngayon. At talagang bata pa yung makakaintindi nun, Sneaks. Klein gets taken down. Attras, yung informant nila, yung asset na pinadala nila sa mid-pre, wala na. Kailangan nila magpadala ng bago. J-Hawker, diabolical push, hindi dapat ganyan. Pero my job here is done, sabi ni J-Hawker. CRG nakalampas.
Uy, Jared, no spotted sa double box pero pangit ang position dito ni CRG. He could be caught. But he could be out as well. Nakatakas pa nga sa loob ng Z and he could be the cause for concern. Especially with the late push na kaya niyang i-provide. Pero si Tino, hinaharas na nga dito sa A-side. EV still wary about this mid player and he should be wary. CRG with the kill. Pero si Durs, makikita na si RTA. Drops the C4. Low pa nga dito. Ang isang player natin. Pero si Bernard, nakita na nga. Itong si Tino. Durs will get Craig. But Bernard catching Durs on the climb up. That was a pre-fire. He knew. Naaakyat dun si Durs. A desperation is there for the last kill. Attras inching closer to map 5 pare.
Naamoy na nila ang simoy ng new compound, Sneaky. The map destined for Attras. Tino missing the shot. LA tinatauhan na ng Attras. And Tino gets the shot. What a quick scope by Kapitan. And now SGJ needs to calm down, pre. Isang pilas pa lang yun. Kailangan nating i-continue mga emosyon natin pag pumasok na yung mga follow-up ng Attras. And they are slowly climbing back into that re-hit ngayon. CRG, maglilinis muna ng bahay nga dito kasi gusto niyang papasukin yung mga bisita papuntang mid dito, pre. EV, nakaka-alarma na. And this is just too much for SGJ.
Pressure's on para sa mga mid players natin. EV recognizing that mid is now a bit weak para dito sa SGJ and alam ng Attras na isa lang yung naka-hold dito. Pero J-Hawker, kanta ng angle. Problema nga lang, tama ba ang kanyang tingin? Tama ba ang kanyang oras dito? J-Hawker naharangan ng baril but he checks the second time and he gets kid. In return, CRG forced to push mid para makuha ng trade pero Attras napaabante at napaatras ulit dito sa mapa natin. 8-7, SGJ with an answer and Attras having to solve another problem dito, pare.
Oh my God, pre. The problems now stacking for Attras. Attras, you had a sequence of your life, literal, pre. You had mid-control na sana pero nabitawan pa nga Jared with the bullet na rumekta sa puso ni CRG. The top fragger is now down. Evie, cricket na follow-up. 5v2 Sneaky. This has to be it. Naririnig ko na. Timeout na sabi ni Ang. Sobra-sobra na ang nangyayari sa amin. And now, ayan na nga, natibrehan na tayo, Sneaks. Attras calling timeout. Kasi SGJ, 4 rounds ang agwat. Pero they tied the game 8-8.
And this is the macro that you worry about if you are the coach of Attras, pare. Once they start getting LB control, once they starting to confuse yung mga players natin sa kabilang side ng mapa, this is where SGJ operates the best. And yun nga, SGJ, nandito na sila sa kanilang depensa. Feeling ko hindi sila masyadong naapektuhan nung nakuha na dito ng Attras yung 8th na scoreline natin, pare, kasi ganun sila kakampante sa kanilang sistema, pare. And that system has been working wonders para sa kanila dito, mapa A or mapa B site. And ayun nga, it really is yung mga anchors, no, really stepping up heavy dito, pare. Like a really big shout out to EV especially. He's really keeping the glue together dito sa ating SGJ defense, man.
Grabe, pre. SGJ now found a solution to what it means to play against Attras that follows a system. Pero sa port lang, pre. Nasagot nga nila yun sa Ankara at sa Black Widow. Sumabit sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, pero port, it just had to be in the second half na re-recover nga nila yung sarili nga nila. Attras can get the kills, pre. They can force those 1v1s. Kayang-kaya nga nila magpa-delay ng post-plant dito, pre. Pero ang tanong kasi, kung pagbibigyan nga ba sila ng SGJ para makapagpandelay kung may post-plant pa na magaganap. Honestly, no, SGJ just really opting for the defensive plays para walang retake na magaganap. And I feel like SGJ needs to get rewarded by that kasi there's Jayhawker, hindi nyo dapat ginagawa, pinagmamalaki nyo pa, no? Sige, double lurk lang tayo ng double lurk hanggang sa magunawang mundo. And SGJ proved to be like the better team sa pagsalubong talaga ng mga plays dito ng Attras. And Attras, if you're listening right now, pre, the game plan should be as simple as doing it the SGJ way. Ginagawa ng SGJ kanina, ba't hindi gagana nga sa inyo? Just need to hit the shots. And I feel like kailangan magsimula yun kay CRG.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the ball is already in their hands, eh. Not gonna lie. I mean, Attras, meron kayong napakalalim na playbook na pwede niyong kunan. No? Maybe now is the time para makita tayo ng textbook CF natin sa Alvi. Because I feel like, especially on the BL side of this sport, pwede kayong mag-checklist. You can get Z, you can get CA, and then get your options from there. Para naman sa SCJ, may disruption, chaos, everything pwede nila itapon. All the curveballs, split balls that you can throw up against Attras. And ito na yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore. The curveball is curving.
At kumukurba na nga talaga at parang hindi ata ito makikita ng SGJ. Hindi ito rekta kasi makaliwat kanan na nga yung bola. Pre, Tino mabubulag ng gusto. At wala na bang handa dito sa SGJ. Si Tino makakuha nga ng isa. Quick scope para kay Kay. Pero si Jared, nakalikod sila. The triple lurk once again. Natauhan ang Attras na akala ata nila madali. Pero walang madali sa buhay. Sticks, they did it again. Match point SGJ.
Yan, nasanay kasi kayo sa fastball galing dito sa SGJ, pero nagtapon na sila ng curveball, pare, at hindi nila in-expect yun. And here comes another curveball, pero okay, now fully aware of it. SGJ a bit aggressive, pero nawalan na ng buhay dito si Bernard, na bulag dito sa bridge. Nagtatapunan na sila ng flash dito, pero gusto na yatang tapusin ng SGJ, but they calm it down. There's has metal box control, pare.
Ay no, pre, nakita na nga natin to, pero may separation smoke. Si Durstan talaga makakita nito. CRG now pushing, pinapaulan na nga nila dito si Evie, and Evie gets taken down. 4v3 na magaganap dito. Sneaks, lamang na ng tao dito ang Attras, and they need to calm down. Ang daming piso. Durst pushing, cold-blooded play para dito kay Durst. Nabubuhay pa rin at pinagdidikit-dikit pa yung mga buntot at mga braso ng SGJ na pwede pa nga lumaban. Habang may laban pa, Tino, kung merong panahon para tumama lahat ng bala ni Kapitan, eto na yun. Sneaks, SGJ looking for the closer, pero Attras has the man advantage.
Grabe. Tino may hit. Tino may miss. And this could be possibly for elimination or survival. Tino, one shot could make all the difference. He misses! And ayun lang, sa kamay na ni Durst ang ating labanan. 39 seconds, pero bulag na bulag ang ating last player. Attras, the fight of a lifetime. Hindi pa tapos dito sa port, pare. Gusto pa nilang pahabain. And it seems like we might have lost a certain Salvatore. Pero ayun nga, that doesn't mean that this battle is stopping anytime soon. Obviously, SGJ with some very, very good rounds, 4 in a row dito sa first half natin. And doing a very, very good job itong si Durst and itong si Jared, especially just holding down dito sa B side. And Jayhawker being enabled to be a bit aggressive dito sa may metal box natin sa A. And it is now creating a lot of confusion para dito sa ating dalawang teams. Pero of course, Attras is also starting to get a bit more frisky sa mapa natin. It is no longer the Attras that is, usually just kind of hiding or at least kind of holding for quite a while and then waiting for the answer. Sila na mismo yung lumalapit dito sa SGJ at sila na mismo ang naghahanap ng solusyon para sa kanilang problema. So this is a very, very nice baseline that Attras has gotten themselves into. Pero SGJ still is a team that you have to worry about at the end of the day. So, Attras, ayun nga, still really good job para sa kanila dito, doing really good when it comes to baiting yung mga ibang SGJ members natin papasok into making the plays. But at the same time, they really have to parse whether or not is this a fake play or is this a weak site or is this actually SGJ, just like what we saw dun sa 9-8 scoreline natin with their own counterplay ongoing. So that's the gamble that you have to think about kung kayo yung SGJ or kung kayo yung Attras dito, kasi ayun nga, if you cannot gamble the right spots, if you cannot go for the right angles dito, then that could be a done deal para sa kanila. But the Attras priorities have been right. Problema nga lang, it will be overtime in Port. SGJ dito sa BL side natin. GR para dito sa Attras. K, top A position. Kid na andito sa exit. Pero CA control para dito sa SGJ. Walang nag-check para sa kanila dito. So that means K will be possibly caught off guard dito sa top A. And K, tignan natin kung kaya niya i-hold to, pare.
Yan natin, pre. Mali mo nga naman, no? Okay? Ikaw ang nagiging pillar no mga nakaraang rounds. Ipakita mo ulit na isa ka sa mga pros na inaabangan ng ating sisters ngayon. Down. Sige, try. Tama-tama lang naman dito. Good trade here para kay Jared. Nakaangat na nga na top A. And there goes the quick scopes from both sniper players. Bernard gonna get sprayed down. CRG and Jared, the Young Guns. Sino nga ba ang mas angat na Young Gun nga dito? C4, pinupush na nga ni Jared. CRG gets spotted. Jared swinging. CRG gets outclassed doon sa ating Mexican standoff sa bodega at BR. SGJ unang tatawa sa overtime.
Yun lang, mas kumapit yung EBR dito ni Jared kumpara dito kay CRG in that round. And honestly, yun nga, the A defense was looking a bit weak. Walang nag-check dito ng CA. And SCJ with just a easy full clear dito sa top A natin. Could take a bit of a fight. But at the end of the day, it was a done result. Tino, first one down para sa kanyang team. Wala nang pa-check dito sa long. So, medyo kulang yung information dito ng SGJ and they might have to recheck long, no? Just in case na, you know, naka-forward dito si K and possibly is denying so much of the angle dito sa A side natin, pare.
Is it a truth para sa SGJ? Na ang katotohanan talaga is kada round, no? Dito sa overtime, pre. Siko-siko na lang talaga. Padaan kami, papasok kami. Pero Attras is ready nga naman. Definitely. Pero is it the truth as well for Attras na ang lahat ng mga rounds na may kita nila is 1v1 na nga lang palagi? Not really sure for the side of Attras. Nagganto-ganto nga yung mga nangyayari. But at least, no, magbago man lang ng approach dito ang Attras. Kasi SGJ is doing the same thing over and over again and they need to be prepared for that. Kid nakaangat na nga ng CA nga ngayon. Pero pre, Jayhawker with the spray down over to Kid. And a 3v4 na pwede pa ngang ikaganda ng Attras. They took 2 down at si CRG hahanap ulit na pwedeng ikasira ng momentum ng SGJ ngayon.
I think they kind of recognize na baka may play na nangyayari dito sa LB and that is what I was talking about, Salvatore. That bit of bait. CRG will go down. Onti lang yung bawas na dito kay Durs. Only down to half HP. So 3v3 looking realistic. Bernard naman ang magsasala para sa information. Wala siya nakita sa bridge. So pwede niya i-confirm na walang paparating dito sa A-side. Pero tignan mo naman kung saan nakaposisyon dito si EB. Mid doors. Someone's already on BR. Jayhawker can get 2K spotted rin dito sa curve. Jumping USP. Jayhawker will get it. 2 key kills para sa SCJ.
33 seconds, pre. Tumatakbo ang oras. Pero si Bernard tumatakbo nga din, pre. Hindi ba rin na yung umiikot? Ang umiikot ay si Bernard! At 2v4! Attras! Pumiglas sa kanilang mga kamay ang round na yon, Sneaky. SGJ, 11-9.
Grabe, it's the mid-round once again, Salvatore. This was fixed already on the side of Attras, pero yun lang. Mas naging problema pa nga yata dito sa overtime natin. K going down, no more opening snipers para dito sa Attras and they have to operate on a 4 versus 5. So that means may isang point ng mapa na napaka-weak para dito sa ating Attras.
Oh my God, K. The vitals are now being seen. Evie gonna get the kill. Wala nang CA control para sa inyo, Sneaks. Wala nang madali para sa Attras. Lahat dapat pinaghihirapan. And Attras will not be getting any CA control anytime soon. Now, SGJ is now opting for a possible play na pwede kang ika-entry na nga nila dito lang sa may A-side, but Attras, the hope is still there. May pag-asa pa, may nangyayari pa para sa inyo. 3 pang buhay at si RTA ang magsisimula.
Oh, RTA getting actually caught dito ni J-Hawker. Problema nga lang, CRG. Backside.
Uy, nakalagpas.
Nakalagpas. Problema nga lang, may 4 na tao na nasa site pero may titikin ba ng HB? J-Hawker, una magiging biktima pero there's with a very nice trade. Bernard na lang, man, and I think they know exactly where he is. Here comes an HE and the smoke in his direction. Tino with the kill. And at 12-9, SGJ, ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore. This is what I was worried about pag umabot tayo sa overtime. SGJ, nakakailang overtime na sila sa lifetime nila, pare. Especially itong si Tino. He knows how to operate sa mga ganun na scenario, pare. Pero sa Attras naman, they are a deer in headlights, pare. They do not know what to do right now, pare.
Ay, Snakes, kung meron tayong playoff kano, meron tayong overtime Tino, na grabe nga naman kung magtawag na mga kabaliwan dito, no? And I am just shocked sa mga nangyayari nga dito, no, na SGJ is in sync. Oo, 3 nga yung nakuwang rounds ng SGJ sa kanilang blacklist kanina, pre, pero my God, 3 lang din pala yung makukuha nila dito sa kanilang overtime, and they got all 3 of those. Pero hindi yun masasabi mong, ay, kasi Attras really played, but Attras played the best defense. Eh, may tao palagi sa mid, may tao palagi sa top. Eh, they just lost all the gunfights, pre. Yun talagang nakakapagtaka. Attras nasa inyo na yung posisyon, pero parang di ata nila nagagamit ng ayos. At SGJ, naglalabas na sila ng body bag na kasyang-kasya ang acceptance at ang Attras. And SGJ is more than prepared para dito sa overtime na to kasi they will be getting their best side.
Yun nga, and SGJ, man, this is scary times para dito sa Attras, and especially considering na BL side pa sila dito, Salvatore. This is hard mode, extreme mode to the max para lang makakuha sila ng golden round dito, pare. But you have no choice in the matter anymore. Kung kayo yung Attras, this is the grave, and are you gonna lie in it, pare? Yan ang tanong.
Ay, nako pre, puro na lang tayo tanong para sa Attras. SGJ, palagi silang may sagot. Attras, are you okay? Pengin na kaming senyas. Papalag kung papalag, J-Hawker. Red. Grabe yung kumpiyansa ng SGJ Sneaky na pangawakan palagi itong CA na to. Hindi nga sila umaangat eh. Talagang hinahawakan nila to bottom view na sobrang open nga pag nag-push ng LA sila Bernard. And SGJ, they only have 2 players dito. Best case scenario ng Attras is 2-for-1. At ngayon, nag-iingay na nga sila ngayon. They threw the flash. At papalapitan na nga nila si J-Hawker dito. This might signal a control para sa SGJ, pero Attras ready for the action.
Grabe. A curveball. Or it could just be a default. That's the thing dito sa SGJ. Pero may onting presence galing sa Attras dito sa long side. Jared gusto rin mag-pick ng LB. There's making sure na safe to para sa kanyang teammate. But where is the trade? Naku po, si Jared pa ngayon napumasan at napaback pa nga siya all the way into the B side. And a failed move para dito sa SGJ is gonna cause them to lose a lot dito sa mapa natin, Min.
Definitely, pre. Masyadong masakit yun. There's wala na nga. One of the primetime players ng ating overtime. Pero ngayon, kailangan na nga nilang gamitin yung mga binigay sa kanilang mga barahas, Nikki. Jared, Pipiso, pwesto ng Z. Pababayaan tong HB nga na to para magbukang libre para nga sa side ng Attras. Pero not the best plan kasi walang nakatao dito. Parating pa lang si J-Hawker, Jared. Alam na natin yan, nakita na nga natin yan. Pero J-Hawker, ilang oras, ilang minuto yung kailangan mong gugulin para tumagalan ng onti yung rotation ni Jared. Wala pre, masyadong mabilis yung pagpasok ng Attras.
Yun lang, wala pang utility dito yung SGJ, so wala silang pampasok ng loob ng site. Meron din nakabantay ng HP para dito kay EV. Spotted na nga si K. 1 HP on the sniper, pero Tino live or die by it. And he will die with it. Jared spotted na nga dito sa LB, and Attras finally a bit of a fight dito sa BL side naman nila, pare.
Oh, Attras, very good, no? Parang yun yung gusto namin makita nga sa inyo.
12-12 to.
Yung laban lang kung laban, no? Force the fight. kaya nyo naman talaga no? It's all in the mental. Pag kaya nyong lusubin yung kalaban, magagawa nyo nga ang lahat. And now, SGJ, oh my God. Hindi pwede yung ganito. Bakit gumagana? Bakit gumagana, Sticky? 3 ang napaslang, 4 ang buhay. SGJ, hindi dapat ganito. You can't win like this. Nasaan? Nasaan ang respeto para nga sa kalaban? Wala na ata. Sticky Eevee is dipping out the body bag. At nakasukat nga to para sa side ng Attras. 3v1 kid na corner na galang, and the number 1 team is now down. SGJ advances to the grand finals.
Grabe, SGJ barely squeaking into playoff Salvatore. You know, we had this whole story of the roller coaster dito ng SGJ. You know, it could have been them or LSK, pero ngayon wala nang question, wala nang doubts. SGJ deserve top 2 and they put Attras in check, mate, pare. Grabe, it's absolutely mind-boggling. Nakikita ko dito sa SGJ. And ayun nga, just like what we said, experience is the most expensive currency dito sa entablado natin, pare. And it just is evident dito sa mapa.
At yun ang pinambayad nila dito, no?
Homsin.
Kahit ilang experience pa ang ibayad ng SGJ, meron pa sila sa pang susunod na henerasyon, Sneaky. That is the generational wealth na meron ng SGJ sa series ka na to, na kahit ilan yung ibato nila dito sa loob nga ng Impact, meron silang baon para sa ating summer qualifiers, pre. And congratulations to an ecstatic SGJ na nakuha nga nila ang upset. Is it really an upset, Sneaky? Pero kasi you have to consider a number 4 team defeated a number 1 dito sa Impact, at wala nang mas malupit pa na upset at pelat para sa SGJ na talunin ng Attras para sabihin na, ay, Attras number 1, wala yan pag nag-playoffs ka tayo. And all the doubters, the naysayers are now proven wrong, at yun naman ang gusto nga natin makita, no? We've been proven na youth is now the next image para dito sa ating CROSSFIRE Philippines scene. Pero SGJ, parang pauudutan muna ang usaping mga bata, no? Dito muna tayo sa mga veterano ng SGJ. They are now awaiting acceptance yun sa ating grand finals, and already, no, Sticks, napakalupit na kagad ng matchup, no? Heck versus Tino, parang nanonood lang tayo ng Fall 2023 dati.
Back in the day kind of matchup, no, pare. May kita natin with Heck versus Tino. Pero, ayun nga, no, we would love to compliment the vets, but at the same time, we gotta give credit to Jayhawker, Durs, man, those two, Jared, papare, those 3 really did set the stage dito sa ating Impact when it comes to firepower in the playoffs, pare.
Wow.
And especially si Jared. Jared in game number 2, 3, and 4 was straight up unstoppable. No? Even on the defeat dun sa Eagle Eye, he was one of the bigger contributors dito sa mapa natin. And it is mind-boggling to see na parang 1 taon or 2 years ago, nakikita lang natin si Jared who was struggling dito sa Impact, you know, kind of on a bit of a middling team. Pero ngayon, he is new and improved and ready for playoff CROSSFIRE. And at the same time, man, there's what an anchor for such a hey, bro. He's such a good anchor, pare. Good patience kali sa kanya. Doesn't overextend his skills, and he really does believe in the system, pare.
Ay, nako, pre. Sino makakapagsabi sa isang developmental/secondary league na ang magtatapat ay mga dalawang batikan na 3 years ago na meron pa tayong PH Masters Fall at Summer? And now, fast forward to 3 years ago, ang ating grand finals ay walang iba kundi si Heck laban kay Tino. My God, pre, sino makakapagsabi sa akin? Siguro kung pinanood ko yung unang 2 weeks ng Impact Sneaks, ay, Attras versus LJC sa grand finals to. Yun yung mga sasabihin ng mga tao. Pero take a look at it right now, pre. Acceptance defeating a youthful LJC na already, no, marami magsasabi na malakas nga daw sila. At ganun din para sa side ng SGJ. Attras, masyado mahirap na kalaban kasi number 1 ba naman. Pero wala na yung mga numero-numero. Ang mahalaga ay resulta para sa side ng SGJ. Jayhawker, Jared, and Durs with the play of their lives para ilabas yun sa loob ng playoffs ay napaka-insane nga naman talaga. And you can never go wrong and trusting yung mga buwis mo, pati na nga rin yung mga yung mga sugal mo sa buhay, Jayhawker, Jared, and Durs, they will make everything, no? They will turn gold into diamond and diamond into a huge W.
And I would like to compliment itong si Kid, CRG, especially these two. They kind of stepped up dito sa ating map number 4 and sa map number 3 natin, pare. Pero Salvatore, I think MVP, it will be si Jayhawker. 1.47, 0.92 KR, 0.36 headshots per kill, 0.35 smokes per round, and a plus-minus of 7, pare. Napakalaking difference pag naandito si Jayhawker sa ating mapa. And yun yan, Jayhawker, this guy could be the future. He could be on your next top 1 or 2 teams, pare. Kasi nakikita ko sa kanya yung that hunger to get better and that hunger to strike when the opportunity is right in front of you, pare. Ito yung match result natin. It will be a win on SGJ on Ankara Black Widow. Bumawi yung Attras dito sa Eagle Eye, pero pagdating sa port, doon na natapos ang labanan natin, pare.
Grabe, Sneaks, no? 3 sets. 3 young gun MVPs. Jared, Jayhawker, and Durs all getting their flowers and props. At sila nga ang dahilan. Sila ang susi at sila ang pilar. Bakit nga ba panalo ang SGJ ngayon? My God, Attras. We need to go back to the gym, mga bossing. Kailangan natin magpatibay ng loob. We need to work on our calisthenics talaga kasi nadadapa tayo sa mga sarili nating plays. And yung mga detail natin, Sneaks, behind the scenes, yung mga naging problema ng Attras, it's still evident sa playoffs at hindi dapat tinatanggap yung mga ganong klaseng bagay. We need to work on that, Attras. NT, para dito kay Boss Ang at sa Attras Squad, may kita pa namin kayo sa ating phase 2 ng Summer Qualifiers. Pero pre, ang ating match MVP, happy birthday belated para kay Jayhawker as he is our match MVP across 4 sets played sa series ng Attras at ng SGJ. 1.38 KD para kay birthday boy / MVP.
Grabe. Parang yung isang araw lang, no, Salvatore, we are seeing itong si Jayhawker competing in local lands, for the odd 15K or the, odd 30K prize para, but he is now in the grand finals of CFS Impact 2026, pare. The progress this guy has made to improve upon himself and his play in its entirety, pare, it's just straight up impressive. And yung laking bago niya, from just 1 or 2 years of play really is astounding, and at the same time really is telling na kung gaano kaganda yung sistema ng SCJ when it comes to quickly improving these players kasi you're also exposed to one of the best callers in the league. And what happens when you mix the best caller, one of the best callers in the league with possibly one of the best regions dito sa Pilipinas pagdating sa CF, which is Tondo. And ayun na, you get a player like Jayhawker, and I feel like this is finally the result of all the hard work dito ng ating
Grabe, pre. Truly a breeding ground of CROSSFIRE talent yan talagang Tondo na yan. Kasi sinong makakapagsabi na 2 years fast forward, Jayhawker, Jared, and Durs will be appearing in a grand final setting na first time nilang mag-playoffs, pre, pero pinitikan lang nila ang kanilang mga kalaban na parang taon-taon na silang naglalaro ng professional. Hindi amateur, hindi LAN game, professional CROSSFIRE. Kaya congratulations para sa side ng SGJ. Hindi biro yung dinanas nila, pre. Kamuntikan pa nga sila sa mga teams. Nakakaranas tayo. Uy, SGJ, sumasabit sila sa number 4. They might be eliminated by Attras kasi mas maganda yung forma ng Attras. Pero lahat ng speculation, lahat ng forma, lahat ng mga opinion, pinulwag lang ng SGJ. And mind I tell you, Sneaky, hindi lang yan yung unang beses na ginawa nila yan. After defeating Pacific Bacta 2 years ago, they are gonna do it once again para pumasok ulit sa ating top 10.
Just have to tear that fresh wound open, pare. Pero sige, ayun nga. Man, it is kind of wild to see SGJ parang a year later. We thought that it was, finally over for the solid gold, pare. But we are seeing them in another grand finals. And once, actually, I would want to give a separate MVP. Personal MVP lang para sa akin. Big shout out to EV, pare. EV, especially, pare, siya yung hard work. Di na nakikita behind the scenes, pare. His KD might be a bit low, pero the way that he moves around the map, kasi hindi niya naman responsibility to go for the first kill, but when the timing is right, when the opportunity is there, pag maganda yung anchoring dito ni EV, na-enable yung mga ibang players dito ng SCJ. So ayun nga, big shoutouts to EV, my
siguro bigyan natin ng anchor MVP pare or lurking MVP kasi feeling ko kung wala dito si EV pare, this entire SGJ system would not work.
Yeah, definitely. No, ito ang pinakamalapit na homecoming talaga ni Evie. After dumaan sa butas ng Motomac at ng Team Random, he's now back to where he belongs in the Grand Finals nga naman talaga. And now let's go ahead no, sneak sa ating bracket no na una akalain mo edited no, parang hindi literal na mga nangyari yan. The veterans out-fragging the young guns dito at ang ating developmental league puno-puno nga naman talaga ng mga dekada-dekada na experience. For our grand finals tomorrow, it's now already painted in red and gold. Acceptance versus SGJ. Pero dito sa ating battle for third, nandyan sa kiddie table ang LJC at Attras.
It's actually kind of ironic, no, Salvatore? You did say the kiddie table, pare, and all the youthful players are unfortunately on the battle for third. Pero, you know, SGJ, they got some youngins in there, pare. Acceptance.
Meron din naman. X3D.
Yes, ayun, si X3D. He's young, pare. Alright, so, ayun, I think this is not the CFS.PHT Impact final that we expected, Salvatore, but it is a final that we will be welcoming in this one, and the stories keep twisting and turning, but that is what makes it fun, pare. Ito na kaya schedule natin for tomorrow. It will be 4 p.m. para dito sa LJC versus Attras, and it will be 7:30 for that grand finals, pare. Acceptance versus Solid Gold Jewelry, pare.
At talagang dapat handa lahat ng mga tao dito, no? Parang ito pa lang ata yung Grand Final sneaks na sa itsura pa lang, hirap na ituro kung sino. Talagang malalim yung pag-aaralan natin dito para sa ating Grand Finals. Pero I believe that is it for all the games para sa araw nga na to. Huge shoutouts nga pala dyan sa TNC Production at sa TNC Events para sa pagtaguyod ng araw nga na ito para sa ating mga talents dyan. Bipolar, Suaves, Nico Fragan, Salvatore. Pati na nga rin sa community na taos-pusong sumusuporta para sa ating mga paboritong teams na gumugugol ng oras para maging atletang Pinoy ng CROSSFIRE Philippines. Pero ito na nga lang ang oras na nga na meron nga tayo dito. Pero bago yun, shoutout nga pala dyan, Coach Elgin Loel Marcelo. Maraming salamat sa pagnood ng lahat ng mga laban. Pero yun na nga, no, eto, sure na talaga to, na i-stapan ko na talaga. This is it, guys. Salvatore and Sticky Frog para sa CFS.PHT Impact Spring 2026. Bukas tayo para sa ating Grand Finals ng SGJ at Acceptance, LJC versus Attras. Goodbye and good night.